Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. First day, attacks, and new friends. Ash Ketchum sighed, setting his backpack down at the base of a tree and getting out the sandwiches and poke chow his mother had packed them for lunch. His first day of being a Pokémon trainer was not turning out like he planned. Due to somehow smashing his alarm clock in his sleep, he made a mental note to keep that thing on the other side of the room from now on. He had been late to pick up his starter. The Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander that were usually reserved for new trainers had already been taken. But Professor Oak had had one left. A Pikachu. Only problem was that Pikachu hated everyone. Especially Ash. Pikachu had shocked everyone in sight, and refused to get into his Pokeball, so Ash had been forced to attach a leash to him and wear rubber gloves so he wouldn't be fried. Once they had gotten out into the woods where no one else would get hurt, Ash had tried to find out what was making Pikachu so angry, but due to the fact that Pokémon could only communicate by saying their names, that didn't help much. Desperate, Ash tried another tactic. Show Pikachu that he could trust Ash by showing that he trusted Pikachu. But once the leash and rubber gloves were off, Pikachu only turned away, then jumped into a tree and pointedly ignored him, the very tree Ash was now seated at. Ash looked up at the branch Pikachu was seated on. Pikachu. Would you like to come down here and eat with me? I'm sure you're hungry. Pika. Chew. Pikachu glared at him, cheeks sparking. Ash sighed again, putting a bowl of poke chow down at the base of the tree. All right. It's here if you get hungry. He looked up again at Pikachu. Pikachu, I'm trying my best. I may be new at this, but I do want to be your friend. Please, just give me a chance. Pikachu just turned away. Fine, have it your way. Ash picked up a sandwich, moving further into the field. Hopefully, if he was patient and gave Pikachu his space, the electric mouse would come around soon. As Ash ate, he watched a flock of Pidgey. He thought of capturing one, but dismissed it, as the odds of Pikachu helping him were probably somewhere in the negative range with the mood the yellow mouse was in. And the idea of trying to weaken it himself was laughable. Considering that even the gentlest of Pokémon were stronger than the average human, well, if he attempted something that stupid, there would probably be a bruise to more than his ego. Instead, he settled for scanning one on his Pokédex, then sat back and finished his sandwich. A soft scratching noise behind him made him turn around. A small Rattata was digging through his backpack. Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned the little creature. A forest Pokémon, Rattata. It likes cheese, nuts, fruits, and berries, the Pokédex stated. Ash smiled. It must want the cheese crackers Mom packed me. The Rattata started at the sound of the Pokédex and began to back away, eyeing Ash warily. Ash knelt down, smiling at the purple rat. It's okay, little guy, he soothed, taking the package of crackers out of his backpack. What are you doing way out here? You hungry? It also comes out into open fields to steal food from stupid trainers, the Pokédex replied, making the Rattata jump. Pikachu snickered, nearly falling off his branch with laughter. Ash flushed. No one asked you, stupid machine, he muttered. Turning back to the Rattata, he noticed it was a short distance away, watching him carefully. He opened the package of cheese crackers as quietly as he could so he wouldn't startle it more and held a cracker out to the Rattata. It's all right, little buddy. You don't have to steal from me, because I'll give it to you willingly. Do you want this? It took a cautious step forward, then stopped, its eyes unsure. Somehow, Ash knew what it was afraid of. Don't worry, he reassured. I'm not going to try to capture you. It looked into his eyes, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth. Ash took off his Pokeball belt and carried it a short distance away. See? He turned his pockets inside out to prove he had nothing on him that would capture or hurt the little Rattata. It relaxed a little, then slowly walked toward him. He held out the cracker again, and it sniffed his hand, then gently removed the cracker, flopping down beside him to eat it. It kept its eyes on him the whole time, though, probably making sure he didn't go back on his promise. It finished, and he held out another. Again it took the cracker, stopping to nuzzle his hand. "May I pet you?" he asked. He had learned his lesson about picking up and hugging a Pokémon that didn't know him without its permission once, and he sure wasn't making it again. It hesitated, then rubbed against his hand. He stroked its back. It stiffened for a second, then relaxed. Then it did something surprisingly bold for such a timid creature. It climbed into his lap and lay down, letting out a rodent sigh of contentment. Ash smiled, scratching its back gently. Suddenly he felt something sharp poking him in the back. Ash gasped and turned quickly, almost knocking the Rattata off his lap. Visions of madmen with knives going through his head for a second. He really needed to stop watching horror movies with his cousin Ethan whenever he visited Johto. He wasn't sure to be relieved or worried when he found out the poke had come from a tiny Spearow. They could be aggressive at times, and prone to chase trainers when their territory was invaded. But this one looked only a few months old, and it didn't look angry, only curious. "Hi, little one." Ash cooed. "Did you see the food? Are you hungry too?" He broke off a little piece of cracker and placed it in front of the little Spearow. It nudged it, then looked at him funny. Ash chuckled. "You don't like that, do you? But I have something you'll like a lot better." He took a bag of potato chips out of his backpack, remembering the day he and his mother had spent at the beach throwing potato chips to the windgull and how dozens had surrounded them, fighting over the chips. He started to drop one in front of the Spearow, but the tiny bird Pokémon snatched it right out of his hand, then flew above his head playfully. Ash laughed and tossed it another one, and the Spearow caught it midair. The Rattata watched in what looked like amusement. After the Spearow caught several more potato chips, it landed on Ash's shoulder and started to preen his hair. Ash was amazed at the level of trust the little Spearow showed. It was like it had known him forever. Ash turned to the tree where his rebellious starter was still glaring at him. "Come on down, Pikachu. You're missing all the fun," he called. His starter's expression didn't waver. "Pikachu," it cried, giving him such a hateful stare that Ash cringed. Why did his starter hate him so much? Just then, the Spearow on his shoulder hopped down, walked to the base of Pikachu's tree, and started chattering angrily in its own language. The Rattata's expression became angry too, and it hopped off his lap and glared at Pikachu, though not coming as close to Pikachu as the Spearow had. Ash was worried, hoping that Pikachu wouldn't shock his new friends, and wondered, what the heck are they saying? It was a rather bold move for a young Spearow to approach a traveling trainer, but then again, Kiera was a rather bold Spearow. She had been watching this human for almost an hour, and her curiosity, as well as the human's kind actions, made her want to go over to him and see what he was like. She had always dreamed of becoming a trainer's Pokémon as well, though it wasn't a dream she had ever shared with her parents, or the rest of her flock. But she knew she needed to find the right person, one who would treat her as a friend and not a tool. And this boy might be that right person. Trevor, a shy but extremely smart Rattata, who was a close friend of hers, certainly seemed to think so. She had never, ever seen him sit on a human's lap before. Kiera had always prided herself on being a great judge of character. She could tell the intentions and emotions of any person or Pokémon that approached, and more often than not she was absolutely right. And this time, she definitely was. Kindness emanated from this human's heart. She could feel it the second she came close to him. He had been a little scared when she poked him from behind, but once he saw what she was, he greeted her with kind words and tasty food rather than harsh, hateful words, Pokeball, or attacking Pokémon. As she played with him, she felt like she had known him all her life. As she sat on his shoulder, he called for what must have been his starter, a Pikachu who looked like he hated the world and literally oozed blind anger, to come down and join them. The Pikachu simply glared at him with such hatred that it made Kiera feel sick. "As if I'll ever be friends with you, human," the Pikachu growled, spitting out the last word like it was the foulest thing imaginable. Kiera knew she was at a distinct type disadvantage, but she wasn't one to sit around and let her friends be insulted. "What is your problem? He has been nothing but nice to you." Pikachu glared at her. "What is my problem? I was just fine being free, then this human in a white coat captures me and gives me to this idiot." Kiera matched his glare. "He's not an idiot, he's a nice kid. Why are you acting like such a JRK?" Pikachu growled. "He's a human. They're all scum." It was Trevor's turn to get angry. And when Trevor got angry, he tended to be sarcastic. "Yeah, he's scum. Because scum is kind and gives you food when you're hungry and pets you and scratches your back. And is nice to you even when you're acting like an but to him. Sorry for my language, Kiera." Kiera nodded to Trevor. "You need to be a better judge of character. Try, I don't know, actually getting to know someone before you judge them." Pikachu gave them a glare that could probably melt through solid metal. "Shut your mouths before I shut them for you. Permanently." Kiera never backed down when she was defending her friends. It was both a brave trait and a foolish one. "We will once you stop insulting our friend." Pikachu had had enough. He shot a thunderbolt at Kiera, one she'd never be able to move out of the way of in time. Ash grew more and more worried as the confrontation between his new friends and his starter grew more angry. He knew what Pikachu was capable of when the yellow mouse was angry. He feared especially for the little Spearow who was closest, at an extreme type disadvantage and very young. He was moving to stop the confrontation when Pikachu suddenly unleashed a thunderbolt, aiming directly for the little Spearow. Ash knew instinctively that that much electricity would seriously hurt, if not kill, the young Spearow. Ash panicked, diving into the fray and pushing the tiny bird Pokémon out of the way, getting hit by the thunderbolt in the process. Pain shot through him, every nerve burning. It was worse than the other shocks Pikachu had given him. And Pikachu didn't stop even when he realized that it was his own trainer under fire, only intensified the attack. As his vision began to dim, he saw a purple blur and a brown one slam into Pikachu, cutting off the attack and heard a female's voice scream, "Help! We need help!" Then his world went dark. Unable to move in time, Kiera braced herself for the attack, knowing she may not survive it. Suddenly, someone pushed her out of the way. A scream made her turn, and with horror she noticed that the kind human boy had pushed her away and taken the attack. Both she and Trevor screamed in horror as Pikachu increased the power on his thunderbolt, even knowing that it was his own trainer taking the attack. Both Kiera and Trevor reacted at once, Trevor using quick attack on the Pikachu as Kiera used Peck. Pikachu cried out in pain and stopped his attack. Kiera took the opportunity to call out for her flock. "Help! We need help," she screamed, knowing her flock was nearby and would be able to hear her. It took only a minute for her flock to arrive, her father, who was the Spearow leader, in the lead. Pikachu ran for his life. But the flock misinterpreted the cry for help and started to turn on their human friend. Ash groaned, his entire body burning from the shock, and opened his eyes, only to wish he hadn't. He was surrounded by an entire flock of Spearow and a single Spearow who he guessed was the leader. Worse yet, they were all glaring at him. Several began to dive at him, and he tried to roll out of the way, only to find that his limbs were unresponsive. He braced himself for the attacks, but they never landed. The little Spearow he had befriended jumped in front of him, pecking at one of the others that had gotten too close. Ash vaguely felt something else jump over him and saw his Rattata friend taking a defensive position in front of him as well. "Stop," a female voice cried. "Don't attack him, he's not the threat. He saved my life." Who was talking? All Ash could see were the Spearow flock, the Spearow leader, and the two that had just rescued him. It sounded like the voice had come from the Spearow he had saved, but that couldn't be. Could it? Whoever the voice was, it had the effect of stopping the Spearow flock in their tracks. Where's the threat? Who is that human? What happened? It was several voices this time, both male and female, and seemed like it came from the Spearow flock. A deep male voice spoke, coming from the Spearow leader. Kiera, who tried to hurt you? What happened here? Dazedly, Ash wondered whether the electricity had fried his brain, or if he was in a coma and having hallucinations. His Pikachu. For some reason, that thing hates him. More like hates everyone, the voice the others were calling Kiera explained. Trevor and I befriended him, I mean the human here, and that Pikachu, I don't know his name and didn't bother to ask, started insulting him. And me being me, I told him to knock it off and so did Trevor. So he gets angry and shoots a Thunderbolt at me, which probably would have killed me had it struck, but this human pushed me out of the way, and he got hit by the lightning instead. Her voice rose, and it seemed she was near hysteria at this point. And that monster, he didn't stop. That human was his trainer, and he just intensified his attack like he wanted my friend dead. The small Spearow nudged Ash. Please, you have to help me save him. We can't let him die. Ash wanted desperately to comfort her, but couldn't move. Gently, she nudged Ash again. Human, can you hear me? Are you awake? Please be okay. Kiera, he's human. He can't understand you, a soft male voice interrupted, coming from the Rattata this time. It began checking him over. He's alive. He's breathing and his heart's beating. I think he's conscious too. Wow, he's burned really bad on his chest and arms. Someone get me a roast berry. It's light blue with. Everyone knows what it looks like, Trevor. Kiera snapped. I'm just trying to help here, Kiera. A sigh. I know. I'm sorry. Kiera, you need to calm down. It was the Spearow leader that spoke this time. Remember what I told you. The worst thing you can do in an emergency situation is panic. He nodded towards another Spearow in the group. Go find the roast berry. If you see that Pikachu, give a distress signal. Do not attack alone, that Pokémon is depraved and extremely dangerous. You 8, he motioned to the right section of the flock, do a perimeter check. Make sure that Pikachu is not in the area. If he is, take him out. The rest of you, stay with me. Kiera, I need you to help Trevor. Ash could hear wings flapping as the Spearows went to do their jobs. Kiera turned to Trevor. What do I do? Well, first we need to. Ash struggled to speak. Kiera, Trevor, I can't move. He's paralyzed, the Spearow leader said. Sasha, go get a sherry berry quick before. He stopped suddenly and looked at Ash in shock as another Spearow from the flock flew off. Kid, can you understand us? I think so. Ash told him weakly. I don't know how, never could before, electricity might have fried my brain, or I'm. He was beginning to panic. Trevor noticed this. If you're going to say dead, in a coma, or hallucinating, none of those are true, so don't put yourself into a panic attack. It will make your condition worse. Pokémon can speak, but most humans don't have the ability to hear us. The shock must have given you the power to understand us. Or it somehow unlocked a dormant ability you had all along. Or. Trevor, we need to focus. Kiera said, interrupting Trevor's rambling. He's badly hurt. We can figure out how he got the power to speak to Pokémon later. Right now, we need to heal him. Sorry. Trevor said sheepishly. I'm going to get some big leaves to bandage up those burns. Kiera, stay with him. Talk to him and keep him calm. He ran off. Okay. So, human, wait, what's your name? It sounds awkward to call you human. Kiera asked, not at all used to having a human be able to understand her. I'm Ash. Ash murmured, closing his eyes. He was so tired. Someone sharply nudged him, bringing him back to consciousness. Ash looked up and saw the Spearow leader. Kid, we need you to stay awake for us, the Spearow ordered gently. Ash nodded as best he could. I'll try. The Spearow lay down next to Ash, draping a wing over him. What are you doing? Ash murmured, his voice barely audible. I'm keeping you warm so you don't go into shock, the leader explained. Okay. Ash whispered, starting to drift off again. Someone butted against him. It was Kiera, who had climbed under the Spearow's wing and nestled beside him. Ash, please stay with us. Talk to me. How long have you been a trainer? Since this morning. Ash replied, trying his best to stay awake. Do you like being a trainer? It was one of those questions you regret just as they leave your mouth. Kiera could have hit herself. Today was certainly not a good first day of training. Meeting you guys, yes. Pikachu, no. Don't blame you there. How'd you end up with such a meanie-head Pikachu anyway? She was deliberately trying to make him laugh and it worked. Accidentally smashed my alarm clock in my sleep and got to the lab too late. Pikachu was the only one left. Kiera blinked. I'll pretend I understood what you said about the alarm clock. Ash laughed again, though it hurt the burns on his chest. Alarm clock, Kiera. It's a device that helps humans wake up on time. Kiera nodded, though he suspected she still didn't quite understand. I got the cherry berry. Caleb's still having trouble finding the rost berry. How's the human doing? A female voice announced. The Spearow leader lifted his wing and Ash saw that the voice belonged to a Spearow who was flying towards them. She landed, dropping the berry in front of them. Thank you, Sasha. He'll be all right, the Spearow told her. I'm glad. Sasha said warmly. He did save our little Kiera after all. Ash glanced up at her in surprise. Are you Kiera's parents? Yes, we are. Wait, did he just? Sasha looked at Ash in shock. He can understand us, Mama. Trevor thinks the shock did it. Kiera told her. The Spearow leader laughed. You just missed that discovery by a second, love. Surprised me just as much as it did you. Amazing. Sasha murmured. Child, now that I know you can understand us, thank you for saving Kiera. You're welcome. Thanks, all of you, for saving me. Ash whispered. That's what friends do. Kiera told him. She pushed the cherry berry near his mouth. Can you eat this? With difficulty, Ash managed to eat a few bites of the berry as Kiera held it steady for him. Almost instantly, feeling began to return to his limbs. They were still extremely stiff, but at least they were responding to him again. Trevor came running back. I found the leaves. Were you able to find any rost berries? Caleb still looking. Sasha told him. We'll go help him, a young male Spearow volunteered, poking another Spearow that was next to him. Don't poke me, Jerry, the other Spearow yelled, pecking at the first. Well, I'm not going alone with that mad Pikachu on the loose. Jerry shouted, head-butting his companion. Will you two stop fighting and go already? The Spearow leader snapped. Sorry, boss, they replied at the same time before taking off. The Spearow watched them go, shaking his head. Then his eyes widened and he shouted, look out. Immediately after, there was a thump and an ow. Ash tried to sit upright, yelping as the burns on his chest protested. What happened? Did Pikachu hurt them? The leader gently pushed Ash back down. No. They're fine. They just had a three-way collision with Caleb. Voices came from the other side of the meadow. You hit my head. No, you hit mine. You were the one not watching where you were going, Carl. Well, I'm not the one that couldn't find a stupid rost berry. Hey, I was actually doing something, unlike you two who were just lazing around. The sounds of fighting were soon heard coming from that area. Trevor shook his head and went to get the rost berry Caleb had dropped during the crash. They're brothers. Kiera told Ash as if that explained things. Which it did. Sasha sighed. I'll go break it up. She rolled her eyes. Boys. I never behaved like this when I was their age, the Spearow leader grumbled. Sasha rolled her eyes. Sure, you didn't, Garrett, she said sarcastically. She pecked him playfully. You're forgetting I grew up with you. She then flew off in the direction of the fight. The Spearow leader shuffled, embarrassed, and Ash decided it was best to pretend he didn't hear anything. Trevor ran back, the roast berry in his mouth. He quickly smashed it to a paste, then rubbed it on Ash's burns as gently as possible, apologizing whenever Ash winced. After the burns were completely covered, he placed the leaves on top, pressing them down gently. Ash was amazed at the Rattata's skill. How did you learn how to do this? My mother taught me. Trevor explained. Pokémon get into battles here in the wild too, with each other and with trainers. So it always helps to learn which berries do what and how to use them. There's no Pokémon centers out here. Pokémon do enjoy battles, right? Ash asked, worried. Yes. Most do. Trevor told him, looking confused. Why do you ask? Something I heard on television a few months back. Some small activist group named Team Plasma or something was claiming that we were enslaving Pokémon and forcing them to fight. Garrett laughed. Typical human egotism. No offense to you, Ash, because you're not like other humans, he added quickly. Ash wasn't sure whether to be comforted or worried by that statement. Pokémon are more powerful than humans. There's not a lot of ways you could force us to do something we really don't want to do. Neither gym badges or Pokeball can control a Pokémon's mind. If we were as unhappy as this Team Plastic, or whoever they are, say, we would have started some big revolution or something. I like to battle. Kiera put in. Someday, I'll be as strong as father. The Spearow leader chuckled and reached over Ash to nuzzle his daughter. And Trevor does too, though he thinks too much. Trevor playfully swatted Kiera with his free paw. Hey, to win a battle, you need a great strategy. You can't just dive in without knowing your opponent or you'll lose. Badly. Kiera mock pouted. Okay, Mr. Super Genius. Just as long as you don't stand still in the middle of the battlefield thinking while your opponent's attacking or you're fainted. Battles do rely on instinct as well. Trevor nodded as he finished bandaging Ash's burns. Done. How are you feeling now? He asked Ash. Better. Though Ash was still feeling a little stiff, the worst of the paralysis was dissipating, and the roast berry was soothing the burns. He still felt tired, but he didn't think he'd pass out on them again. I think it should be safe to move you now. Garrett announced. Move me? We need to get you to a human hospital. You may still have injuries the berries cannot heal, the Spearow leader told him. Ash nodded, though he inwardly grimaced. He hated hospitals. Well, anything that involved sharp, painful needles. But better that than dead. Can you get on my back? Garrett questioned. I'll try. Ash said, attempting to stand up. He was still a little woozy and almost went back down again, but the Spearow leader caught him. After a bit of a struggle and the Spearow leader's help, Ash managed to get up on his back. I'm not hurting you at all, am I? Ash asked, worried his weight might be too much for the Spearow. Garrett chuckled. No. I could probably carry two of you if I wanted. Wait. Trevor shouted before they could take off. You're forgetting these. He grabbed Ash's Pokeball belt and his backpack and dragged them over. He took out a Pokeball from one of the pockets of the belt and started nudging it. How do you open this thing? Trevor, be careful. Ash warned. If you keep poking that, you'll get SCKED into it. That's what I'm trying to do. Trevor stated as if it were obvious. Ash blinked in surprise. Huh. I thought you didn't want to be captured. Trevor shook his head. I didn't want to be captured unwillingly. But I'm willing now. I want to come with you and become your teammate and friend. Ash smiled. I'd like that. If you're sure. I am. The button on the center opens it then. Thanks. Trevor said, bumping the center button and getting SCKED inside. The ball locked without even a struggle. Kiera pushed the ball back into its pocket and snapped the magnetic button back into place. She dragged the belt over to her father, who picked it up and handed it back to Ash. She struggled to bring the backpack over, so Garrett simply grabbed it from the ground, placing it in front of Ash. Ash, hang on tight. If you feel dizzy or like you're about to fall off, let me know. Garrett instructed. Ash nodded and Garrett turned to Kiera. Kiera, fly alongside me. If he loses consciousness or starts to slip, tell me. The search party of 8 returned just as they were taking off. Perimeters clear. No sign of the Pikachu, one reported. Cowards. Probably halfway to Unova by now, another mumbled. The Spearow leader nodded. Good. You can all return to hunting, or go back to the nest area if you like, but remain on alert. Make sure to respond to any and all distress signals. I'm taking the human child to Viridian and I'll be back shortly. I'll come with you. Sasha volunteered. Garrett nodded and the small group flew off. Ash clung tightly to Garrett's neck, but was careful to make sure he didn't strangle the Spearow. How are you doing, Ash? Kiera called. Ash glanced over at her and was about to reply that he was fine when Garrett suddenly stopped midair. Hey! Watch where you're, whoa! Ash turned around. What's? His words stopped in awe at the sight before him. It was a beautiful bird Pokémon with red and gold feathers and a pure white underside. Atop its head was a yellow crest. As it flew, a rainbow appeared behind it. It stopped about 10 feet away from them, stared into their eyes, then flew off in the direction of Vermilion City. Ash found his voice. What was that Pokémon? Ash, that was Ho-Oh. Garrett whispered, still in awe. Isn't that a legendary Pokémon from Johto? Yes, he is. What's he doing here? Some say he flies around the world searching for a trainer with a pure heart. Kiera put in. And legend has it that those who see him are promised eternal happiness. Wow. Is that true? I have no idea. But eternal happiness or not, that was still pretty amazing. Kiera murmured. Yes, it was. A few minutes later, they reached Vermilion City. Garrett circled the city a few times, looking for the hospital building, but couldn't find it. Then they saw a small rainbow, similar to the one Ho-Oh had made. On impulse Garrett followed it, and to their surprise, under the end of it was the hospital. With a soft word of thanks to Ho-Oh, Garrett flew down to it, maneuvering straight through the double door, Sasha and Kiera right behind him. Nurses gasped and pointed as they entered. Noticing Ash's condition, one of them ran up and helped him down, leading him to a stretcher. Is he your trainer? The nurse asked Garrett, Kiera, and Sasha, looking shocked when they shook their heads. After making sure Ash was settled, the three left the hospital. What on earth happened to you? The nurse asked, checking him over. Ash told her his story, leaving out the part about him gaining the ability to speak to Pokémon. Best to keep that on the down low. He decided to only tell the people he knew he could trust 100% about his new powers. He did not want to be either sent to an insane asylum or experimented on. That's amazing, the nurse breathed upon hearing how a flock of Spearow and a single Rattata had saved a human's life. She wheeled Ash back into the ER so the doctor could examine him. Yes. Ash murmured, reaching down to touch Trevor's Pokeball and looking toward the entrance where the three bird Pokémon had left. Yes, they are. Kiera hesitated and looked back as the group flew away from the hospital. Garrett noticed. You want to stay with him, don't you? It wasn't a question. I dash. Kiera, I understand. I know you've wanted to become a trainer's Pokémon for a long time now. Her eyes widened. How did I never said anything? Garrett sighed. Not out loud, but you've said it with your eyes. I've seen the way you've looked at other trainers and their Pokémon partners. And I knew the moment I saw you defending Ash that he was the one for you. Are you mad at me? She asked timidly. Garrett turned to nuzzle his daughter. No, of course not, sweetheart, he reassured her. You're more like me than you realize. She looked confused. What do you mean? When I was your age, I set off on a journey with a trainer. Her name was Lily. She was the sweetest person alive. Kind, caring, extremely protective of her family and friends. She was also stubborn as a Tauros and had a bit of a temper. Your Ash reminds me a little bit of her. Why didn't you ever tell me about her? Kiera questioned, a little hurt that this had been hidden from her. It was Sasha that answered. Because it hurt him too much. When Lily was 16, she got very sick. She had a human disease called leukemia. A year later, she passed away. It devastated your father. He never took another trainer. Tears were in Kiera's eyes. I'm so sorry, Daddy. It's all right, sweetie. But even though it hurt to lose her, a lot, I never regretted joining her that day. And Kiera, I think you should follow your dreams and go with Ash. You have my blessing. And mine as well. I love you, Kiera. Realize your dreams, baby. We're proud of you. Sasha told her. They landed and Kiera cuddled up to her mother, then her father. Thank you. I'll make you proud. And Daddy? Yes, Kiera. When I become a Spearow, I want to have a battle with you. Garrett laughed, though his laugh was a little sad. Deal. Kiera cuddled up to both of them again. I love you both. I'll visit lots, and you can meet all of our new teammates. After a last tearful goodbye, Kiera flew off towards the hospital and her new future. Her parents watched her until she disappeared through the double doors. I'm going to miss her so much. Sasha murmured. I will too. Garrett sighed. It's the hardest part of raising a hatchling, letting them go. Sasha nestled against her mate. She had to grow up sometime. It just feels so soon. Yes, it does. But she'll be happy. Ash is a good kid. He'll take good care of her. I know. Of all the trainers she could have chosen, I'm glad it's him. They flew back to their nesting grounds, praying for a safe journey for their daughter, her best friend, her new trainer, and all the others that would join them. Kiera flew through the double doors, dodging anyone who tried to shoo her out. She checked every room until she found Ash lying on a hospital bed with a doctor checking his vitals. Ash jolted upright in his bed. Kiera, what are you doing here? She landed on his shoulder and began to preen his hair. I want to join you on your journey. Mother and father gave me their blessing. Since the doctor was there, Ash couldn't reply, so he simply smiled, nodded, and reached up to scratch Kiera's neck. Excuse me, the doctor said. Is that Spearow yours? Ash grinned. Yes. Yes, she is. Recovery, training, and a new teammate. It was evening at the hospital. Visiting hours were now over, and Ash Ketchum was sitting in his hospital bed with his two new Pokémon, the TV playing softly in the background. He had spent yesterday evening and most of today alternating going through a battery of tests to make sure the electricity hadn't done any permanent damage and reassuring his distressed mother, who had rushed to the hospital as soon as she heard that he would be fine. Professor Oak had also visited this morning, apologizing several times for letting Ash go on his journey with a homicidal Pikachu. Ash had accepted Professor Oak's apology and reassured him that it wasn't his fault, that Professor Oak could not have known that Pikachu would do that. The professor took Pikachu's Pokeball, promising to release Ash's former starter from his team. They had both been amazed at the story of how a wild Rattata and a flock of Spearow had saved Ash's life. Delia had cooed over Kiera and Trevor, hugging them and thanking them over and over for saving her little baby. Like most 10-year-old boys, Ash was extremely embarrassed at this. He decided to not tell Professor Oak about his new ability or about seeing Ho-Oh. Though Ash trusted the man, he wasn't sure if A. Professor Oak would believe him, or B, that the professor would keep it a secret if he did. He also decided to wait to tell his mother until a less stressful time. She was worried about him enough, he didn't want her worried about his sanity as well. He wouldn't believe it himself if he hadn't had living proof sprawled across his lap and sitting on his shoulder, preening his hair. "I'm so glad I'm getting out of here tomorrow," Ash grumbled to Kiera and Trevor. He looked at the 4 stuck in his hand in disgust. "And getting this thing out of me. Yeah, that does look painful," Trevor said, looking at the 4. "Trevor," Kiera scolded. "What?" "I was sympathizing." Kiera rolled her eyes. "So, Ash, where are we going when we get out of here?" she asked, trying to get his mind off the 4. "Well, the first gym is Pewter Gym." Ash flipped through the Indigo League handbook he had brought on his journey. "Looks like it's a rock-type gym. The leader's name is Brock. According to this, he normally uses a Geodude and an Onyx. Okay, the best types of moves to use against rocks are water, grass, fighting. I know there's 2 or 3 more but I can't remember them. Ice, ground, and steel," Trevor put in. "I have normal type moves, which aren't very effective, but my kind can learn dig, if that helps." "It does," Ash replied, smiling at the purple rodent. "We can work on that move when we get out of here. Kiera, you might have to sit this gym out. You're at a type disadvantage and I don't want you hurt." "I understand," Kiera told him. She was a little disappointed that she wouldn't be able to battle in the first gym, but she knew she didn't stand much of a chance against a rock type. "You will be able to battle with me in Viridian Forest," Ash replied, hoping to soothe her disappointment. "I hear it's crawling with bug-type trainers, no pun intended. And the second gym I think is water-type, so you'd definitely be able to battle there." Kiera brightened at that and Ash reached up to scratch her neck. "Do you guys mind if I scan you with my Pokédex to see what moves you have and what level you are?" "What's a Pokédex?" Kiera asked. "It's a machine that trainers use to record Pokémon sightings. It tells you a bit about the Pokémon, and if you capture one, it shows you the power level the Pokémon is at and what moves it knows." Both Kiera and Trevor nodded and agreed to be scanned. Ash scanned Kiera first. Unlike Pidgey, Spearow has a terrible attitude. It is very wild and will sometimes attack other Pokémon and humans. This Spearow is level 3, female, and has the ability Keen Eye. She knows the moves Peck and Growl, the Pokédex reported. Ash slammed it shut, angry that once again the machine had insulted someone, especially one of his beloved starters. "I'm sorry, Kiera. I didn't know it said that. This isn't a Pokédex, it's an insult machine. I'm going to have to dash." Kiera cut him off. "Ash, it's okay. I know you didn't write that. And," she lowered her voice, "I know what humans think about my kind." "Well, none of that is true," Ash said fiercely, reaching up to slide her feathers. "Kiera, you are one of the most wonderful Pokémon I've ever known. And your parents and flock are amazing too. And when I figure out how this stupid thing works, I'm going to rewrite that entry to show the world what you're really like." Kiera nuzzled Ash. "Thanks. But it really doesn't bother me what humans that aren't you think." Ash knew it did bother her just a tiny bit, but decided to change the subject. "I'll scan you next, Trevor," he told the purple rodent. "At least I know that this entry only insults me. A forest Pokémon, Rattata. It likes cheese, nuts, fruits, and berries. It also comes out into open fields to steal food from stupid travelers. This Rattata is level 10, male, and has the ability Guts. He knows the moves Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, and Bite. Good. We should probably start by Dash. The TV interrupted Ash. This is breaking news. This morning, the Viridian Pokémon Center was nearly robbed by 3 members of the criminal organization, Team Rocket. Thankfully, they were stopped by a visiting trainer named A.J and his Pokémon. The criminals got away, but no Pokémon were taken, and only minimal damage was done to the Pokémon Center. If you see these criminals, please report them to our tip line. A picture of a young woman with long pink hair, a man with blue hair, and a Meowth was shown, as well as a video that must have been taken from the security cameras. Wow. I'm glad I asked for you guys to stay with me. Ash said. They're not very good battlers. Trevor mused as he watched the security footage. And what are they doing standing there yelling something? I could have walked behind them and stolen all those Pokeball back and they would have never noticed. The video switched to one that must have been taken from an outside camera. And how are they supposed to get away in that? Trevor questioned as he looked at Team Rocket's balloon. That thing could be seen from 10 miles away. And why would you use something a Pidgeotto could easily pop? Do these people even think? They suck at being thieves. Trevor the thief critic. Kiera laughed. Trevor just shook his head. Now, what were you saying, Ash? I was saying we should probably start by working on teaching you the move Dig. We should also do some speed training since rock types are slow and boosting your attack power since they have good defense. Kiera, we should probably work on your defense and teach you some new moves as well as leveling you up higher. Both Trevor and Kiera nodded. Sounds good. Kiera replied. Finding some more teammates would probably be a good idea as well. Do you two have any suggestions? You know this area and the Pokémon here better than I do. There's a colony of Mankey living near our nesting grounds. Kiera told him. They're fighting types, so they'll be great for the pewter gym and many of them are looking for trainers. Her eyes lit up. In fact, I know the perfect one for our team. I'll take you to meet her tomorrow. You'll love Judy. She's incredible. Tough as a rock, and a great battler. She's my best friend. I thought I was your best friend. Trevor mock whined. You're my best male friend. She's my best female friend. I can have more than one best friend, can't I? Kiera poked Trevor playfully. That would be great, Kiera. Thanks. Ash said happily. No problem. She's been looking for a trainer for a while now. She has big dreams of becoming the best of the best, but she hasn't found a trainer that suits her yet. Hopefully, she'll like me. She will. Trust me. I do. He reached up again to scratch her neck. I was thinking we could stay here for about a week and train, then head to Viridian Forest. I want us to be at our best before we hit Pewter Gym. Good idea. Kiera said approvingly. I can ask Father if he can help us with training. I'd like that as long as he's not too busy. I'm still new at this and it'd be nice to get some more advice. They continued to discuss training until Ash began to grow tired. Trevor plopped down on Ash's chest and Kiera nestled against his side. Soon, all three were in the land of Nod. The next morning, Ash awoke bright and early, waiting impatiently to be released. The doctor came in around 8:30 to remove Ash's fur. Kiera distracted Ash from the process by telling him stories of some of her exploits in the Spearow flock. Next came the tedious process of paperwork and aftercare instructions, and then finally at 10:30 they allowed Ash to go. He practically ran out of the doors. After a brief stop at the Pokemart to grab some food and supplies, Ash, Trevor, and Kiera went down the route to the right of the city, Kiera leading the way and Trevor at Ash's side. Once near the middle of that route, Kiera flew off to go talk to her parents while Ash and Trevor looked for a good training spot. Finally, They came to a patch of flat earth about 10 feet long with a boulder resting at the end of the patch. "This looks like a good place to train," Ash told Trevor. "Now to teach you dig. As soon as I figure out how to do this. I should have stopped at the bookstore before I came here." "Ash, I don't think it's that difficult," Trevor replied. "All I have to do is dig a hole, tunnel through the ground, then pop up quickly to the surface." "I know, but how do you figure out where the heck you're going or where your opponent is when you're under the ground?" "I think by following the vibrations of their movements or by sound." "Let's try it," Ash decided. "You start the tunnel here. Once you're underground, I'll run over to where the boulder is and you follow my footsteps. When I say, 'Now, come up next to me.'" Trevor nodded and began to quickly dig a hole. Once the Rattata was fully underground, Ash began running towards the boulder. Once he reached it, he yelled, "Now!" And Trevor popped up, but he misjudged the distance between him and Ash and wound up leaping out right under Ash's feet. This had the effect of making Ash lose his balance and falling hard on his bottom. "Sorry," Trevor said sheepishly. "You okay?" "I'm fine," Ash told him, getting up and brushing himself off. "You did a good job on the speed of the move. Let's practice boosting it and working on your accuracy." "Sounds good," Trevor replied. They were about to start again when Ash suddenly felt something grab his hat from behind. Ash turned around, thinking it was Kiera playing with him. Instead, he saw a Mankey standing on the boulder and holding his hat triumphantly. Before he could react or say anything, the Mankey scurried away and up a nearby tree. Ash ran to the tree, Trevor following behind. "Careful, Ash," Trevor warned. "Hey!" Ash called up to the Mankey. "Can I have my hat back?" "Come and get it," the Mankey taunted. Ash could tell by the voice that it was a female. Thankfully, her tone seemed more playful than angry or cruel. Ash reached into his backpack and grabbed a bag of donuts that he had bought from the Pokemart. He held out one to the Mankey. "I'll trade you this donut for it." She considered, eyeing the donut hungrily. "Make it 2 and it's a deal." "Okay. 2 then." She hopped down from the tree and walked towards him. "Deal." Then she stopped short, her eyes widening. "Wait. Can you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes." "So the rumors are true, then?" "I thought the terrible trio were just making up stories again." "Terrible trio?" Ash asked, handing her the donuts as she gave him his hat back. "These 3 Spearow brothers who when they're not bickering, pull pranks on everyone. They said the flock rescued a human after he saved my friend Kiera's life. They also said he somehow got the ability to understand Pokémon after being shocked by a psychotic Pikachu. I thought they were just making it up, but I can see that's not the case." "I'm assuming you're that human then?" "Yes." "And by any chance is your name Judy?" The Mankey looked at him with shock and slight suspicion. "Yes, but how'd you?" "Judy." All 3 looked up at the sound of Kiera's voice. "I was actually just about to look for you." She landed in front of them. "Ash, Trevor, this is my friend, Judy. Judy, this is my trainer, Ash, and my friend from Route 1, Trevor." "Oh, I remember you telling me about Trevor," Judy replied. "Nice to meet you officially by the way. Kiera's told me a lot about you." "All good things I hope," Trevor responded. "Mostly." Judy chuckled. She turned to Ash. "So you finally found yourself a trainer," she said, looking Ash up and down, assessing him. Ash shuffled a little, feeling oddly nervous under her intense stare. "Yes I did," Kiera said happily. "He seems like a nice one. Brave too, if the terrible trio were telling the truth about him diving into the path of a Thunderbolt to save you." Judy murmured. "They were. This time at least," Kiera told her. "And he did pass my test." Judy mused. That was a test. Ash exclaimed, surprised. Judy turned back to him. Sorry for talking about you like you weren't there, Ash. She said sheepishly. I'm not used to having a human be able to understand me. And yes, that was a test. I wanted to see how you'd react, whether you'd be angry and either do something stupid or attack me, or terrified of me and run off like a scared meowth. I've had both those reactions before, but never one like yours. You're the first person to try reasoning with me and not treating me like a dumb animal. She studied him a bit more, then seemed to come to a decision. You looking for a third Pokémon? Still puzzling over Judy's eccentric trainer-finding methods, Ash nodded. Yes, I am. Would you like to join us? Yes, I would. On one condition. What is it? You have to battle me first. With Trevor. I want to see how you handle battling without a type advantage. She looked at Trevor. And I want to see those brainiac battle strategies that Kiera keeps telling me about. Trevor glared at Kiera. I said it as a compliment. Kiera protested. Ash turned to Trevor. What do you think? He whispered. You're the one that's actually going to be in the battle. Trevor thought for a few minutes. I think we can handle it. Tell her it's a deal. Ash faced Judy. It's a deal. But I have a condition of my own. And what would that be? Judy asked. If I win, you have to give back all of the stuff you've taken from other trainers. Judy laughed. Relax. I already did that. I'll usually play with it a little bit and throw it back down. Or in the case of the runners, just leave it in the path for them to find later. Ash sighed in relief. That's good. Now, are we gonna get this battle started or what? Judy demanded. You ready, Trevor? Ash asked. Trevor nodded. I'll be referee. Kiera announced. Now, this is a one-on-one battle with no substitutions. Take your positions. Trevor and Judy moved into fighting stances. And the battle begins now. Judy started off with a low kick, which Trevor couldn't dodge in time. The Rattata was pushed a few feet back. You okay, Trevor? Ash called, worried. Trevor got up, wincing, but nodded. Judy rushed towards him, about to use Scratch. Trevor used Quick Attack to get out the way, then used Dig. Trevor dodged Judy's attack by inches, then dug a hole and went underground, tunneling straight towards her. She looked around trying to figure out where he'd come up. Ash could see the ground move slightly where Trevor was. When the movement reached Judy, he yelled, now. Trevor shot out of the ground, making Judy lose her balance and fall. Now use Quick Attack while she's still getting up. Trevor slammed into Judy, knocking her back to the ground. She got a good scratch in though while he was close. Trevor staggered a little, getting close to fainting. Ash knew he needed to end it quickly. Tackle, now. With the last of his energy, Trevor struck Judy as she was struggling to get up, and she once again hit the ground, not getting up this time. Ash threw a Pokeball. Pokeball, go. It SCKED Judy in. Ash held his breath as it rattled once, twice, 3 times. Then it finally clicked and Ash picked it up. Welcome to the team, Judy. Ash sprayed a potion on the exhausted Trevor, then released Judy and did the same thing. That was awesome. Judy exclaimed as soon as she caught her breath. I don't think I've ever had such a great battle. Except for the times I've battled Kiera, that is, she added quickly. You're good. We're going to get along just fine, she told Ash before turning to Trevor. And you're really fast. I don't think I've ever seen a Rattata move that quickly before. That was a good battle, someone agreed from behind Ash. Startled, Ash jumped about a foot in the air. Turning around quickly and nearly losing his balance before Judy steadied him, Ash noticed that it was Kiera's father and the Spearow leader, Garrett. Garrett chuckled at Ash's surprise. Sorry for startling you. Was that your first battle? Sort of. I mean, I've battled at school a few times, but this is my first battle with my own Pokémon. Pikachu, well. Your starter really tried to kill you? I was hoping the terrible trio had been mistaken on that part. Judy blurted out. Ash's face fell and he nodded. Feeling ashamed of herself, Judy reached up and touched his hand. Ash, I'm so sorry. I never should have asked that. It's not your fault, Judy. Ash murmured. I just don't know what I did to make him hate me. You didn't do anything. Kiera interrupted. The reason he gave me for treating you like crap is that you are human, which you can't help any more than I can help being a Spearow, or Trevor can help being a Rattata, not that we'd really want to change our species. She hopped on Ash's shoulder and nuzzled him. Pikachu's actions were not your fault, so stop blaming yourself. He was simply full of blind hatred. I'm not going to presume I know what caused it, but it wasn't you. You were just the one he took it out on. Ash nodded, but Kiera feared that he still felt guilty. In time though, she, Trevor, and Judy would make him see that his former starter's psychotic behavior was not his fault. Listen to Kiera, Ash. Garrett told him firmly. You are not to blame for Pikachu's decisions. It is not your fault. And unless that thing comes back, let's not give him a minute more of our time. He does not deserve it. The group nodded. Changing the subject, Garrett told Ash, your battle style is good, especially for a beginner, but always watch out for that first attack, especially if your opponent is at a higher level than you. Using the element of surprise and getting your opponent off balance was a good tactic. Trevor, your speed is great, but it would be a good idea to work on your endurance. Judy, you need to work on your evasiveness. With an attack like Dig, it's a good idea to leap into the air just as they're coming up, or if there are boulders or other objects on the battlefield, get up on those. Use your environment to work for you. Trevor, Judy, and Ash all nodded. Thanks. Ash told him gratefully. You sure know a lot about battles, sir. Garrett laughed. My name's Garrett, Ash. Spearow don't use human honorifics. Sorry. Not a problem. I know you were trying to be respectful. And I had to learn a lot about battles to become head of a Spearow flock and to give them the protection they need. Garrett looked like he was going to say something else, but seemed to think better of it. Ash knew it was best not to press him on it. Kiera gave her father a strange look, but let it go as well. Trying to figure out what to do next. Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned Judy, forgetting the little problem he had had with it last night. Mankey, a pig-monkey Pokémon of the fighting type. Known for its superior footwork, it packs a powerful punch. Although Mankey is usually calm, it does have a bad temper. Once Mankey begins to thrash, stopping it is impossible. This Mankey is level 5, female, and has the ability Anger Point. She knows the moves Scratch, Low Kick, Leer, and Focus Energy. Again. Ash yelled at the Pokédex. I'm sorry, Judy. I forgot this thing seems to like to insult everything it scans. Judy laughed. No problem. Some of us do have bad tempers, so that's not all that inaccurate. The part about Thrash being impossible to stop is, though. All you need to do is wait for whoever's doing the move to get confused and then lead them into a tree or something. That'll stop it. Ash decided not to ask Judy how exactly she knew that. You have some good moves, Judy. Ash said, changing the subject. I think the best way to help with your evasiveness would be to have you spar with Kiera. I'll work with Trevor on Dig. All three nodded. I'll try not to trip you this time. Trevor said. That would be nice. Kiera and Judy began their mock battle while Trevor and Ash continued their work on Dig. Garrett alternated between the two groups, giving advice when needed. Ash tried to keep an eye on Judy and Kiera as he worked with Trevor, which nearly caused another mishap, but Garrett shouted out a warning and Ash jumped out of the way just in time. "You need to be careful, Ash," Garrett warned. "Losing focus could lose you the battle or get you harmed." "Sorry," Ash said sheepishly. "I just wanted to make sure Kiera and Judy were okay." "They're fine. I'm keeping an eye on them. Just focus on Trevor right now. I wish I could do a lot of things at once like you can," Ash murmured, keeping an eye on Trevor as he began to dig another hole. "It took me years to learn to do that," Garrett told him. "You'll learn it eventually with time and experience. Don't expect perfection, especially on your first day." "Thanks," Ash said as he ran with Trevor following underground. After about 15 more minutes, they took a break for a late lunch. Ash was glad he had bought extra Pokémon chow. Much to his delight, he found out that Judy had learned Fury Swipes. After lunch, Judy paired off with Trevor while Ash worked with Kiera on learning Fury Attack. Garrett left to make sure things were in order with the flock. After about 2 hours of practice, they took another break, then switched up again, Ash working with Judy on learning Karate Chop as Trevor and Kiera paired up. Around dinner time, they packed up and headed back to Viridian. Ash made a stop at the Pokémon Center to have his team fully healed and to rent a room. Then they ate dinner at a small restaurant that allowed Pokémon and afterwards headed back to their room and relaxed before bedtime. They developed a routine over the next week. They woke up at 7, Ash remembered to put the alarm on the other side of the room this time, and ran a few laps around Route 22 before breakfast. Ash participated as well, having read that Pokémon do better with exercise and training if their trainer joins in. Ash would then work with Trevor as Judy and Kiera worked together. This lasted until the mid-morning break. After break, they switched once again, Ash practicing with Kiera as Judy and Trevor battled. They took a half hour for lunch, then switched yet again, Ash helping Judy with learning Karate Chop as Trevor and Kiera paired off. They then took a mid-afternoon break, after which they ended the day with speed training, often in the form of a game, such as tag or chase. At dinner time, exhausted but happy, they returned to their room in the Pokémon Center, had dinner, then simply relaxed and spent time together before bedtime. Garrett often joined in on their training sessions, observing and offering advice whenever needed. Curious about the team their leader was taking such an active interest in, some of the Spearow flock also joined in, sparring with Kiera and offering, occasionally conflicting, advice. Some members in Judy's colony came as well, teaching Judy some of their best fighting techniques. Judy's brother, who was more eccentric than she was, insisted on teaching Ash a few fighting moves. Ash learned some self-defense moves from him, but couldn't get anywhere close to beating a Mankey. Jerry, Carl, and Caleb, otherwise known as the Terrible Trio, had especially delighted in teaching Judy evasion tactics, in other words, chasing her around and pecking at her. The first time this happened, Ash, who had been working with Kiera at the time and had not heard them and Judy talking about it, had thought they were attacking and panicked. He would have probably dived into the fray to rescue Judy had Garrett not literally held him back. After explaining what was actually going on, Garrett gently lectured Ash on the importance of not panicking and reminded him that this time, he had 3 Pokémon that would help him out and he did not need to jump into a fight alone. Despite nearly giving Ash a heart attack, the training the Terrible Trio dished out actually did Judy some good. Her evasion became much improved and she managed to perfect her Karate Chop, hitting Caleb and sending him 20 feet away, knocking him out in one blow. After he had come to with the aid of one of Ash's potions, his 2 brothers had teased him mercilessly about it, resulting in a fight that Sasha, who was also there at the time, had to once again break up. Trevor had improved greatly as well. He had perfected Dig, managing to break the small boulder in half. His other moves were also boosted, and he learned Pursuit. His defense had gotten better from practice with Judy, and his speed made him extremely difficult to hit. Kiera was now a force to be reckoned with. She learned Fury Attack and could often attack 5 times before the opponent could move out of the way. In the air, she was incredibly quick and evasive and even the Terrible Trio working together had extreme difficulty even landing a single hit. At the end of the week, all 3 of Ash's Pokémon had reached level 15 and Ash knew it would soon be time to say goodbye to the flock who had so quickly become his friends. On a bright, sunny morning, 1 week after the training had started, Ash watched Kiera say goodbye to her parents and Judy to her colony, a lump in his throat. He felt slightly guilty for taking them away from their families, even if it had been their own decisions. Trevor stood beside him. Unlike Kiera and Judy, Trevor never had a close relationship with his own colony, as he had told Ash when Ash asked him if there was anyone he wanted to say goodbye to. "Daddy wants to talk to you alone, Ash," Kiera said, coming up to them. Slightly nervous, Ash went up to the Spearow leader. "I wanted to wish you luck on your journey, Ash," Garrett began, "and offer you some last-minute advice. The secret to becoming the best Pokémon trainer possible is determination, passion, and above all that, hard work. Victories won't just be handed to you. You need to earn them. I know. You're a good trainer, Ash. I can see that in you already. Be confident in your abilities, but don't get cocky, and never underestimate your opponent. I've made that mistake a few times, and I can tell you from experience that it always bites you in the rear. I'll definitely remember that," Ash said, remembering a few battles of his own in school where he had gotten too overconfident and lost badly. "Thank you for everything." Ash wished he had better words to express his gratitude for all Garrett had done for him. Not only had the Spearow leader saved his life, he had taken Ash under his wing and had taught and encouraged him, helping him to become a better trainer. "You're welcome, kid," Garrett told him. "Take good care of my daughter. I will protect her with my life," Ash vowed. A strange look passed over Garrett's face. "I know you will. But make sure to protect your own life as well. If anything happens to you, your team will be devastated." "I would know." The last 3 words were barely audible. "Did you have a trainer, Garrett?" Ash asked softly. Garrett looked down sadly. "Yes. Her name was Lily." Did something happen to her?" Ash asked, dreading the answer. "She passed away a few years ago. Cancer." Tears filled Ash's eyes and he impulsively hugged the Spearow. "I'm so sorry." Garrett stiffened in shock. He hadn't been hugged by a human since Lily. Slowly, he relaxed and wrapped a wing around Ash. "It's all right, Ash. I at least got to be with her for 7 precious years. She was a wonderful trainer, caring and protective with a fiery temper, and I am grateful to have known her. You and Lily probably would have been friends had you known one another. You remind me a lot of her," Garrett confessed. "Really?" Garrett moved his wing away and backed out of the hug so he could look Ash in the eyes. "Yes. You're like her in your fierce protectiveness of your team and your love of Pokémon. That's why I knew you would be the right trainer for my daughter. I know you'll take good care of her, and the rest of your team, both the ones you have and the ones you will get. Just, make sure to take care of yourself as well. I do not want Kiera to have to hurt the way I have." "I will," Ash promised. He looked at the Spearow who had become his mentor. "I guess this is goodbye, for now. I'll bring Kiera back to visit, I promise." "I know you will. Goodbye, and good luck." As the group left Route 22, there was a chorus of "Goodbye, good luck," and "Take care of her," from the Spearow flock and the Mankey colony. Ash waved to them, thanking them and promising that he would take care of his team. Their plan was to stop at the Pokemart to pick up enough supplies for a few days and head to Viridian Forest from there. But their plans were interrupted when just as they were about to enter the city, they spotted a girl, her red hair sticking straight up in the air like she had been shocked, struggling with a charred bike. Meeting Misty and traveling through Viridian Forest. Ash approached the redhead with the charred bike and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "What do you think?" the girl snapped, before realizing how that sounded and softening. "Sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. I've had a really rough day. That's all right. Ash reassured. Do you need any help? That would be nice. Thank you, the girl answered gratefully. She held out a hand. I'm Misty Waterflower. Ash shook the extended hand. I'm Ash Ketchum. He began helping her push her bike into Vermilion City. So what happened to you? Her expression darkened. I was minding my own business, fishing for water Pokémon when this Pikachu appears. Ash nearly dropped the bike at this. And it looked kind of tired, so I went to see if it was okay, and it zapped me big time. Destroyed my brand new custom bike and I had to push it half a mile back here. Hey, you're as white as a sheet. You okay? Misty asked, noticing Ash looked pale and terrified, as did his Pokémon. Ash snapped out of his shock. Why yeah, he lied. Were you okay? He asked, concerned about the redhead. I'm fine. Just a few burns. My bike took the worst of it. Misty replied, confused at Ash's behavior. The oddest thing happened though. It was shocking me, and this group of 5 or 6 Spearow come out of nowhere and chased it away. They completely ignored me though. Were they okay? Ash asked anxiously. You mean the Spearow? Yeah. I don't know. I didn't stick around long enough to find out. I just ran out of there before any of them or that Pikachu decided to come chasing after me. Misty answered. She wondered why Ash was acting so bizarre and was so worried about a flock of Spearow. I've got to go tell father. Kiera cried, a little panicked. She was about to fly off, but Ash put up a hand to stop her. Kiera, don't go alone. Wait a few minutes and I'll go with you. Ash told her quietly, not wanting to reveal his new ability to a stranger. Misty heard him anyway. Huh? Nothing. I was just saying something to Kiera. He gestured to the Spearow who was now sitting on his shoulder, fidgeting anxiously. They'll be fine, Kiera. Your family is tough. Trevor said, trying to reassure both Kiera and Ash. If I see that Pikachu, I'm going to kill him. Judy growled, looking around as if Pikachu was going to pop up out of nowhere. No one hurts my trainer and my best friend and gets away with it. A few minutes later, Ash helped Misty push her bike into the small bike shop across the street from the Pokémon Center. Here you are. Thanks. Misty told him. No problem. But can you do me a favor? Ash was anxious to go check on the Spearow flock to make sure they were all okay. He'd never forgive himself if anything happened to them. But something needed to be done about Pikachu. Sure. What do you need? Misty asked. I need you to call the Pokémon Rangers. Pikachu is really dangerous and someone could get seriously hurt if not killed. I've got to go. Ash ran out the door. Hey, wait. Misty called. Where are you going? He didn't hear her and continued running. Worried, Misty quickly asked the salesperson to check her bike and then ran after him, unnoticed by Ash or his Pokémon. Ash ran all the way to Route 22, Trevor and Judy at his heels and Kiera flying ahead. Seeing the Spearow flock and Garrett huddled together in the clearing, Ash ran up to them. Guys, Pikachus. Ash struggled to catch his breath. Pikachu's in the area. He almost. We know. Garrett interrupted. The patrol team just reported back to me a few minutes ago. They found him attacking a human trainer and chased him out of our area. I was about to go to find you and let you know what was going on, but you guys came rushing back here before I could. Sasha said. Garrett checked Ash and his team over, concerned. Are any of you hurt? Did you see him? No. We ran into the other trainer Pikachu attacked. She's fine, thanks to you. Ash replied. We were worried about the flock members that went after Pikachu. Is anyone hurt? Please tell me Pikachu didn't. Ash, calm down before you pass out or something. Everyone's fine. Garrett answered. Hector and Alexis got a bit of a nasty shock. He nodded towards two ruffled-looking Spearow lying down in the middle of the others. But they'll be okay and everyone else is unharmed. Ash took out 2 of his potions and set to work healing Hector and Alexis. Thanks. Hector told Ash, sighing with relief as the potion healed the electrical burns. We lost him. Ran right into another flock's territory, he grumbled. I doubt he'll come back though. Not unless he wants to deal with the vengeance of the flock. I'll speak to the leader of our neighboring flock and let them know what's going on. Garrett assured. Ash sighed as he healed Alexis. I'm sorry, he whispered, looking down. This is all my fault. Hector looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? You didn't shock us. I mean this whole situation with Pikachu. Ash exclaimed. I shouldn't have been so stupid as to think I could have befriended him. I shouldn't have brought him out here. Kiera was nearly killed because she was defending me, you two were shocked, and Misty got hurt and her bike was totaled. All because Dash. Both Kiera and Garrett sharply pecked Ash to snap him out of his hysteria. Ash, this is not your fault. Garrett said sternly, emphasizing each word, hoping to get through to the young trainer. Ash, you saved me from at least serious injury if not death. Kiera told him. And you didn't force me to defend you, I did that of my own free will. I was the one stupid enough to get close enough to Pikachu that I wouldn't be able to dodge whatever attack he sent at me, and you're the one who had to pay for my mistake. She shuffled on the ground, not able to meet either Ash or Garrett's eyes. Ash scooped up Kiera, gently hugging her. Kiera, you're certainly not stupid, and it's not your fault my Pikachu was crazy enough to be willing to seriously injure or kill someone. You couldn't have predicted that. Ash is right, Kiera. Pikachu's attack on both of you was not your fault either, though you should have been a little more careful. Garrett said the last part as gently as possible, knowing Kiera had learned her lesson. And Ash, what you said to Kiera applies to you as well. You couldn't have predicted what Pikachu would do either. I know you're not psychic. And you didn't cause Pikachu's hatred of humans either. From what Kiera told me, you did everything you could to become his friend. Stop blaming yourselves, both of you. He left no room for argument. Both nodded, and Kiera snuggled closer to Ash's chest. What do we do? Kiera asked. The 4 of you should resume your journey as planned. The last time Pikachu was spotted, he was heading in the opposite direction that you're heading. If he does happen to return, I don't want you 4 anywhere near him. I doubt he'll ever come back to this area again, but if he does, he'll regret it. No one messes with my family. Garrett's tone was low and dangerous at the last sentence, and Ash didn't even want to know what the Spearow leader would do if Pikachu showed his face around route. I asked Misty, the other trainer that was attacked, to call the Pokémon Rangers. I'm sure they'll be willing to capture Pikachu and take him somewhere where he can't hurt anyone else. Ash said. Okay. If they get to Pikachu first we won't enter Dash. Garrett was cut off by the sound of a breaking branch from behind a bush that was a few feet away. Ash started to walk towards the bush. Who's there? Garrett gently grabbed him by the back of his shirt. Ash, stay back. I'll handle this. Judy said, running towards the bush. Trevor and the patrol team followed. Ash suddenly saw a flash of red at the top of the bush. Stop, he yelled. He broke free of Garrett's grip and ran over. Misty. Misty slowly stepped out from behind the bush, her palms out to show the Spearow flock that she had no weapons. Misty, what are you doing here? Ash asked. I followed you, she replied, eyeing the Spearow flock nervously. You ran off like a pack of houndoom was on your heels. What the heck is going on here? And don't say, nothing, because we both know that's not true. How much did you hear? Ash sighed. Only that you were talking to a flock of wild Spearow, that both sides seem to completely understand what the other one's saying, that Pikachu was your Pokémon or something and that you blame yourself for it attacking everything that moves. In other words, everything. Now you tell me what's going on here, Ash Ketchum, she shouted. Ash looked at Garrett, unsure of what to do, and the Spearow nodded. Well, it's a long story and you're probably going to think I'm nuts. After what I just saw, probably not. Go ahead. I'm listening. She sat on the ground and crossed her arms. Ash sat down next to her, and for the first time since he had found out about his new ability, he told the entire story. It started on the first day of my journey. I managed to knock over my alarm clock and break it in my sleep, so I got to the lab too late to get one of the usual starters. But Professor Oak had one left. That Pikachu. I tried to become his friend, but he hated me. Kiera says he hates all humans. Kiera nodded, jumping on Ash's shoulder and giving him a nuzzle. Yeah, I can tell. Misty muttered, remembering the fierce zapping in her scorched bike. He kept shocking me and everyone else in Pallet Town, so I had to attach a leash to him and drag him out to route. I tried to see what was wrong with him, why he was so angry, but nothing I tried worked. He ended up jumping into a tree and ignoring me. At lunchtime I hear this scratching sound and find Trevor here digging around in my bag wanting something to eat. Ash scooped up Trevor, putting the little rat on his lap. So I gave him some cheese crackers, and we became fast friends. Then I feel something poking me in the back, so I turn around and see that it's this little one. He reached up to scratch Kiera on the neck. I gave her some potato chips and played with her, and soon we were friends as well. I called for Pikachu to join the fun, but he just glared at me and yelled something. I couldn't understand him at the time, and I'm glad I didn't know what he said. Kiera and Trevor stepped up to defend me, and he shot a Thunderbolt at Kiera. Ash's voice was shaking at this part. I was scared that much electricity would kill her. So I pushed her out of the way, and it hit me instead. And even when Pikachu saw that it was me he was attacking, he didn't care. He just increased the power of his attack. Kiera began preening his hair, trying to soothe her trainer. Misty gasped. That's horrible. He might have killed me, but Kiera and Trevor attacked him and cut off his attack. I remember a female voice calling for help, and then everything went dark for a few minutes. The next thing I remember, I was surrounded by the Spearow flock and almost fully paralyzed by Pikachu's attack. Ash shook slightly at the mere memory of this. Trevor cuddled closer to him, and Judy took his hand. He'll never hurt you again, Judy vowed. Kiera and Trevor nodded. Misty, so shocked she wasn't able to speak, reached over and touched Ash's arm in sympathy. At first they were upset at me, thinking I had been the one to threaten Kiera, but she and Trevor jumped in front of me and told them what had really happened. Garrett shuffled a little at this, feeling guilty about nearly harming the one that had saved his daughter. I was pretty out of it at the time and thought the electricity had fried my brain or that I was in a coma and having hallucinations because I understood everything they were saying and that had never happened to me before. I have no clue how, but the shock somehow gave me the power to understand the Pokémon language. Wow. Misty breathed. I've heard of people having the ability to understand Pokémon, but I've never heard of it happening through an electrical shock. There are other people that can understand Pokémon? Ash asked, both stunned and relieved. Maybe he wasn't alone after all. Yeah. Sabrina of the Saffron Gym is a psychic, and from what I heard, she can understand Pokémon. So can some of the other psychics that work at the same gym. And I once met this girl named Zoe who told me everything my stereo was saying. So what happened after the Spearow flock came? The flock, Kiera, and Trevor saved my life. Ash told her. They healed me as best they could, then took me to the hospital. I owe them everything, and I can't thank them enough. The last part was said as much for the Spearow flock, Trevor, and Kiera as it was for Misty. That's amazing. Misty whispered. And this is the same flock that saved me too? She now knew why Ash was so worried when he learned a small group of Spearow had gone after Pikachu. It was obvious how much he cared for this flock. Yes. Ash replied. Thanks. Misty told the flock sincerely. I probably would have been a piece of burnt toast if it hadn't been for you guys. The patrol team nodded. You're welcome. Alexis said. They said you're welcome. Ash translated. And Ash? Sasha said. You don't owe us anything. You're one of the very few humans that actually risked their life to save one of us. Not many humans care what happens to a wild Spearow. It takes a lot to earn the respect of a flock of Spearow, but you earned it with your bravery and compassion. You have the heart of a Spearow. You're part of this flock now, kid. Hector told Ash. Then he looked towards Garrett, worried his leader didn't approve. But Garrett nodded. For Spearow and Fearow, flock is everything. That's why humans consider us so violent and dangerous. If you mess with just one of us, you have to deal with all of us. If one of our members is harmed, we do not just sit by and watch it happen, we do whatever we can to make sure they are safe. You proved yourself to us the day you saved my daughter, and also today when you rushed back here just to make sure none of us had been harmed. Hector's right, Ash. You are a member of this flock. Ash smiled widely. Thank you. You don't know how much that means to me. As a child, Ash had been, and still was, a shy and awkward kid. He had never really fit in at school, and didn't have any real friends in Pallet Town, not since he and Gary had fallen out a few years ago. It felt wonderful to be a part of something, to have friends that would watch out for you. Impulsively, he hugged the Fearow leader, who stiffened for a second, still unused to being hugged, then relaxed. Ash's team smiled, used to his affectionate nature. Misty watched with a smile. The bond between the flock and Ash was sweet, though she felt like an intruder observing what was obviously a private moment. Ash finally remembered Misty was still there, and broke the hug, blushing. Sorry. He wasn't sure whether he was apologizing to Misty or Garrett. No problem. Misty told him. She thought it was cute, but refrained from saying it to avoid embarrassing him further. They said their goodbyes to the Spearow flock and the group headed back to Vermilion City to check on Misty's bike. Unfortunately, the salesperson reported that the bike was completely totaled and that it would be much cheaper to buy a new bike rather than try to fix the damaged one. I'm sorry you got mixed up in all this, Misty, and I'm sorry about your bike. Ash said as they left the bike shop. I'll save up some money and buy you a new bike to make up for it. I'll take you up on that offer, but it's not really your fault. Misty replied. I don't think anyone could control that Pikachu. Her eyes widened. I forgot to call the Rangers for you. They ran to the Pokémon Center. Ash contacted Pokémon Control and reported the situation with Pikachu, Misty telling her side of the story as well. They agreed to send out a ranger team immediately. Once he hung up the phone, Ash felt a huge weight fall off his chest. Hopefully, Pikachu would be captured soon and no longer be a danger to hapless trainers or his beloved Spearow flock. They went to lunch at the same small Pokémon-friendly restaurant Ash had gone to on his first day of training. Over bowls of chow mein and rice, they became fast friends. Ash found that Misty was easy to talk to and was soon telling her about how Kiera and Trevor joined him, meeting Judy, and his week of training with the Spearow flock. Misty talked about her dreams of becoming the world's greatest master of water-type Pokémon and shared stories of her beloved Goldeen, Spearow, and Starmie. Ash's team ate with them, occasionally offering commentary to Ash's tales which Ash translated for Misty. After finishing, they split the bill, then left, Ash carrying a now sleeping Trevor with Kiera on his shoulder and Judy right next to them. So where will you go after this? Ash asked Misty. She shrugged. I haven't decided yet. I'm headed towards Pewter City for my first gym badge. Would you like to travel with me? He was half afraid she would laugh in his face for asking this. Misty smiled. Sure. Sounds like fun. She liked Ash. He was genuinely sweet and caring, and easy to talk to besides. He was one of the few people she could actually consider a friend. She never had fit in well at school, her tomboyish ways and fiery temper clashing with the prim, proper and often snobbish ways of the girls at her school. Ash grinned. Ready to head to Viridian Forest then? I'm with you. After making a stop at the Pokemart for supplies, they passed through the gates connecting Vermilion City to Viridian Forest. As they were about to enter Viridian Forest, a girl stopped them. Here, you guys might want to take a map, she said, handing one to them. That place is a maze and you don't want to get lost in there. Thanks. Ash told her, taking it. At the entrance, Ash opened the map. Now, I think we're supposed to go this way. Then he frowned and studied it again. Oops, I think I meant this way. Or maybe over. Misty sighed. For one, it actually helps to have the map on the right side. She flipped it over. On second thought, let me handle the directions. Ash smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I'm not very good with maps, he confessed. Misty raised an eyebrow. I couldn't tell, she said with playful sarcasm. Misty found the right path, and they walked down it. About a half hour later, they heard a snap. Misty looked up, seeing movement in the trees. What was that? She asked, a little bit shakily. Ash looked up, but didn't see anything. Probably a bug Pokémon. Viridian Forest is crawling with them, from what I heard. Misty stopped in her tracks and glared at Ash. Bugs? You didn't tell me there was going to be bug Pokémon here, she yelled. Ash took an involuntary step backward. I thought you knew. And what's wrong with bugs? Trevor woke up at Misty's shout. Where are we? He mumbled sleepily. And what's with all the shouting? We're in Viridian Forest and apparently Misty doesn't like bug Pokémon. Ash invited her to come with us so she's going to be traveling with us from now on. Kiera explained. Oh. Trevor replied simply, stretching and yawning. Bugs are creepy and gross. They're one of the 3 most disgusting things out there. Misty ranted. Ash put Trevor down. What are the other disgusting things? He asked, both curious and amused. Carrots, peppers, and bugs, she shouted. Everyone has something they don't like, and I don't like bugs. Well, I definitely agree with you on the pepper part. Ash said with a grimace, remembering the time he had accidentally eaten a piece of jalapeno pepper thinking it was a green olive. Not a fun experience. And I don't really like carrots, but bug Pokémon aren't that bad. Well, I think they're disgusting. Misty growled, turning away. Ash wasn't going to argue with her. Misty was scary when she was mad. This probably isn't the best time to tell her that there's been a caterpie tailing us for 15 minutes now, would it? Judy asked, though she knew the answer. Probably not. Ash answered, turning around and seeing a small caterpie following about 10 feet away, its eyes fixed on Misty. What? Misty questioned, calming down. Nothing important. Judy was just asking me something. Ash replied quickly, not wanting Misty to freak out again. Misty stopped short and glared at him. Ash, with you, nothing, means it's something important. Now what is going on? Ash gulped. Misty, try not to panic, but Judy says a caterpie's been following us for the last 15 minutes. Misty turned and saw the caterpie coming up to them. Keep it away from me, she shrieked, running and hiding behind a tree. It's just a little caterpie, Misty. It won't hurt you. It's disgusting and scary and I don't want it on me. Misty screamed. Make it go away. The caterpie heard her. I'm not going to hurt you, it soothed, crawling up to them. Misty climbed the tree, in her haste to get away, screaming. Misty, he said he wasn't going to hurt you. Ash called up to her. Just make him go away, she cried. The caterpie looked at Ash in surprise. Can you understand me? Yes. Ash replied. It's a long story. Can you tell her I'm not trying to scare her then? The caterpie asked. She seems nice and I want her to be my trainer. She's really scared of bugs, caterpie. Ash told him as gently as possible, not wanting to hurt the caterpie. I think you might need to find another trainer. Is the creepy bug gone? Misty called down. Okay, the caterpie said sadly. I'll leave. He crawled away. Looking down and seeing no more caterpie, Misty deemed it safe to climb down. Phew. I'm glad that yucky bug is away from me. Ash looked at her angrily. Misty, he was trying to be nice to you. He just wanted to find a trainer. He wasn't going to hurt you, but you hurt him. I'm sorry, Ash. Misty sighed. I'm just really terrified of bugs. I've been scared of them since I was a little girl. I wandered into the territory of a swarm of beedrill. They stung me so badly I had to go to the hospital. Kiera hopped from Ash's shoulder to Misty's and nuzzled against her, hoping to be of some comfort. Ash softened. I understand, Misty. After Pikachu, I don't think I could raise another electric type either. I'm sorry I snapped at you. She smiled sadly. It's okay. Hopefully, that caterpie finds a trainer that isn't terrified of him. What she didn't know was that the caterpie, hidden a short distance away, had heard her story. He felt badly for her and still wanted to become her Pokémon. Maybe he could show her that not all bug types were bad. Keeping himself hidden, he quietly followed them. About a half hour later, Misty let out another ear-splitting shriek, making Trevor jump about a foot in the air and land in Judy's arms. It's another bug. A Weedle. Misty screamed, pointing ahead. The mentioned Weedle gave her a strange look. Please stop screaming. You're interrupting my training. He turned to a nearby tree. Venom, the mightiest of all Weedle warriors, is now facing his biggest opponent yet. He starts off with a poison sting attack. He dived at the tree, lodging the stinger on his head deep within the bark. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it back out again. He wiggled, trying to use the tree as leverage, but to no avail. I'm going to go help it. Ash said, trying to hold back a laugh at the Weedle's antics. Okay. Misty replied nervously. I'm going to wait way over here. She ran a safe distance away. Trevor sighed. I'll go with her and keep her safe from the bugs. He ran off to join Misty. I'll help, Ash. Kiera volunteered. Judy agreed as well. Ash approached the Weedle cautiously, Kiera and Judy following him. It saw him and renewed its struggling. Stay away from me, trainer. I am the strongest of all Weedles. Even trapped, I can still defeat you. It was pretty obvious that it was just a bluff by the fear in the Weedle's tone. I'm not here to capture or hurt you. Ash replied softly. We just wanted to help you get unstuck from that tree. Will you let us help you? The little Weedle stopped struggling and nodded. Ash gently grabbed hold of him as Kiera pecked the wood right above the lodged stinger, trying to loosen the tight hold the tree had. Judy watched, unable to do much without harming the Weedle. A short distance away, Misty waited for Ash. This whole forest is crawling with slimy, disgusting Pokémon, she muttered to Trevor. I wish they'd all just bug off. She petted Trevor. Thanks for watching out for me. Unseen by both of them, light glinted off a sword held by someone behind a tree. Later, Misty could not recall whether a slight noise had revealed the person's presence or whether it had simply been intuition. But for whatever reason, she turned just in time to see a boy in a samurai's outfit jumping out at her and a sword coming straight at her face. Trevor reacted quickly, tackling the kid and sending him flying to the ground. He moved in front of Misty in a protective stance. The kid stood up, dropping his sword on the ground and raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I mean no harm. Trevor relaxed his battle posture slightly. Greetings, oh, shrieking maiden. Are you by chance the Pokémon trainer that comes from Palette? The kid dressed as a samurai asked. And no, that's not me. Misty replied shakily. Alas, my search continues, the kid said, picking his sword back up. I advise you to refrain from further shrieking while in this forest, unless your goal is to attract a horde of Beedrill. With that said, he walked away. Misty sighed with relief, sitting down. What a weird kid. I wonder why he was looking for a trainer from. Her eyes widened in realization. That's Ash. Trevor cried, running to rescue his unsuspecting trainer. Misty quickly chased after him. Ash and Kiera had nearly freed the young Weedle from his predicament when they heard a voice behind them. Greetings. Am I addressing the Pokémon trainer that comes from Palette? Ash, Judy, and Kiera barely glanced at him. I come from Palette, but I'm a little busy right now. Ash muttered, finally freeing the Weedle's stinger from the tree. Thanks, the Weedle said gratefully. His eyes widened. Look out. Ash also heard Misty and Trevor screaming his name. I have found you at last, the samurai kid cried, swinging his sword at Ash with a battle cry. Startled, Ash fell backwards, landing on his bottom. He would have smacked his head against the tree if Judy hadn't caught him in time. Kiera and Venom reacted as one. Kiera flew at the kid, using her Fury attack, while Venom stung him in the ankle. The samurai kid cried in pain, flailing, kicking, and swinging his sword at Kiera. Thankfully, she evaded his swing. The little Weedle wasn't so lucky. A kick sent him flying several feet away, and he landed in a bush. Trevor, who had finally reached them, leapt up and snatched the sword. With a cry of rage, Ash and Judy tackled the kid, pinning him to the ground. Someone else had seen the attack, unbeknownst to everyone else. It was another young Weedle, who quickly ran off to warn her hive. Judy probably would have beaten the crap out of the kid, but he cried, I surrender. I surrender. Ash got off of him. Are all of you okay? He asked his team. They nodded, so Ash ran over to the Weedle, who was lying dazed in the bush. Are you okay, Venom? I'm fine, the Weedle groaned. He then looked up at Ash in shock. Did I hit my head, or did you just call me by my name? I can understand Pokémon. Long story. I'll explain later. He sprayed a potion on the Weedle, then ran back to the scene of the confrontation. Who are you, and why did you attack me and my Pokémon? I will not let you steal them, he yelled at the samurai kid. Judy had since gotten off of him, but all of Ash's Pokémon were watching him intently, daring him to make one wrong move. The kid got up, groaning. I am no Pokémon thief. Who are you, then? A still shaken Misty asked. I am Samurai, the kid cried. I am shrewd, fearless, and completely invincible in combat. I have been searching the forest for you, meaning to challenge you in a Pokémon battle. So you decided to shove a sword in my face instead of just asking me? Ash said incredulously. It is not my fault you and your Pokémon are such novices as to misinterpret the art of a samurai's challenge. Ash, Judy, Kiera, Trevor, and Misty all glared at him. Ash was about to retort but was stopped by something that sounded like 1,000 angry voices. What's that noise? He asked. A Beedrill swarm approaches. Samurai cried. Good day. He ran off. The group looked up, seeing a huge swarm of Beedrill. Misty grabbed Ash's arm. We're no match for them and I doubt they want to talk. Run, she screamed. She took off as fast as she could. Ash recalled his team, but they all broke back out of their Pokeball. Ash, if you think we're leaving you unprotected, you're crazy. Judy scolded, grabbing his hand and running, dragging him along. Behind her. Trevor ran alongside them. Kiera went to face down the horde of Beedrill. Ash screamed, there's too many, Kiera. We've got to run. She listened, flying as close to her friends as possible in order to defend them. Suddenly Ash tripped over a rock that was half hidden in the grass, pulling Judy down with him. Hearing the noise, Misty, who was ahead of them, turned. Much to her horror, Ash and Judy were on the ground with the Beedrill swarm almost upon them. Misty's concern for her friend overcame her fear of Beedrill, and she rushed back, helping them up and dragging Ash and Judy away from the swarm. But the fall had taken too much time. The swarm reached them. One went charging straight at Ash, preparing a Twineedle attack. Seeing her trainer in danger, Kiera screamed. She flew quicker than she ever had before, slamming into the Beedrill and sending it flying into a tree. Aerial Ace. Ash whispered, remembering the move from a battle he had seen on TV. Another Beedrill went flying straight at Misty. She screamed and braced herself, but the attack never came. A green blur dived in front of her, shoving the Beedrill back. It was the Caterpie from earlier. It stood in front of Misty protectively. Another Beedrill tried to swoop in, and the Caterpie shot white string at it, covering it completely. The Beedrill fell to the ground, struggling to get free. Suddenly, Caterpie began to glow, evolving into Metapod. It used Harden and placed itself in front of Misty, shielding her from the attacks. Both the Metapod and Ash's Pokémon put up a good fight against the swarm, Judy using Karate Chop and Scratch, Trevor using Bite, and Kiera using Aerial Ace and Peck. But they were beginning to tire, and more Beedrill kept coming. Ash feared that none of them would make it out alive. But just as all hope seemed lost, a voice broke through the battle. Stop! Everyone, both the Beedrill swarm and the defending Pokémon, froze. They looked over and saw that it was Venom, the same small Weedle Ash had freed from the tree earlier. Wow, I'm loud when I want to be. You guys have the wrong human. It was the guy with the weird-looking extra skin and the giant stinger that attacked me. This one, the Weedle went over to Ash. Actually helped me get free when I got my head stuck in the tree again. Then this creepy guy goes after him with his giant stinger. So his Pokémon and I attacked the weirdo. I stung him in the foot and he kicked me into a bush. You should have seen how high I flew. And this nice human, he nudged Ash. Healed me up with a potion and I found out he could speak to Pokémon. And then you guys showed up, and I tried to chase you down to tell you that you had the wrong human, but you moved too fast. And that's what happened. The Beedrill flock blinked and looked at the Weedle in stunned amazement, all anger gone. Finally one spoke. These types of things only happen around you, Cornelius, she said in an amused tone. The Weedle glared at her. My name's Venom. Cornelius is a stupid name and not one that is fit for someone who is to become a mighty Beedrill warrior. The Beedrill just shook her head. Sorry for our attack, a embarrassed older male Beedrill said to the group. It won't happen again. Ash translated for Misty, who shakily nodded. Ash's team glared at the Beedrill swarm, but finally nodded as well. We accept your apology. Ash replied, hoping they couldn't see how terrified he still was. If you can understand Pokémon, why didn't you stop and tell us what was going on? The younger male asked Ash. Then he turned and looked at his swarm, over 100 Beedrill with their arm needles wickedly glinting in the sun. Oh. Never mind. The Beedrill began checking on and untangling their fallen swarm members. Ash turned to his Pokémon, checking them over. They were tired and had a few cuts and bruises, but were otherwise fine, considering the massive attack they had went up against. Ash healed them with a few of the many potions he had brought along. Kiera insisted on checking him over too, then landed on his shoulder. Trevor jumped into his arms and Judy gave him a quick hug before standing next to him, deliberately keeping herself between him and the Beedrill swarm. Misty kneeled down to check on Metapod. The cocoon Pokémon was shaken and had a few dents in its shell. Are you okay? She asked worriedly, spraying it with a potion. He did its best to nod, considering his new form. You saved my life, she whispered, hugging it. Thank you. The Beedrill finished healing up and detangling their swarm members, then began to fly off. One brushed against Metapod, who was on Misty's lap, then suddenly grabbed him, starting to take off with him. Metapod. Misty screamed, unsuccessfully trying to grab him back. Hey! Metapod yelled, struggling. Let me go. Another member of the Beedrill swarm turned at the shouts. George, what are you doing? One of our Kakuna must have gotten out of the nesting area. I'm taking it back, the Beedrill carrying Metapod explained. The other Beedrill sighed. George, that's a Metapod. Oh. George replied. He attempted to hand Metapod back to Misty, but held him too high and too far to the right. He's blind, the other Beedrill explained, then gently took Metapod from George and held him out to Misty. Ash translated what the Beedrill had said, and Misty summoned all her courage to take Metapod back from the Beedrill arms. The Beedrill then turned to Venom. Here. I'll give you a lift back. Actually, I think I want to stick with. Hey, what's your name again? I forgot it. Venom asked, turning to Ash. Ash smiled at the little Weedle. That's because I forgot to tell you. I'm Ash, and that's Kiera, Trevor, Judy, and Misty. He pointed to each of them in turn. Venom turned back to his fellow Hive member. I'd like to stay with Ash. I want to become the mightiest Beedrill warrior ever, and I'll be stronger with a trainer than I will working alone. Okay, the Beedrill replied. He turned to Ash. Good luck with him, kid. You're going to need it. He flew off. Venom looked up at Ash. Oops. I never did ask you first. Do you want to be my trainer? His little eyes were pleading and vulnerable, like he feared that Ash would reject him. Ash smiled at Venom. I'd love to be your trainer. Setting Trevor down, he took out a Pokeball and tossed it towards Venom, who went in without even a struggle. He let Venom out after the capture was complete, and the little Weedle cheered, crawling up onto Ash's other shoulder and chattering a mile a minute. Meanwhile, Misty was speaking to Metapod. I'm so sorry for those things I said about you, she murmured, tears in her eyes. I was wrong. Not all bugs are bad, and I shouldn't have judged you by the bugs that hurt me when I was younger. I forgive you, Misty. Metapod told her, though he knew she couldn't understand him. I heard your story and I don't blame you for being scared. He said he forgives you, Misty, and that he heard about what happened to you. He doesn't blame you for being scared. Ash translated as he walked over, having heard the conversation. Misty smiled at Metapod. Do you still want to be my Pokémon? Metapod jumped straight up in the air, making a happy noise that Misty could tell was a yes, even without Ash translating. She took out a Pokeball and tapped it to Metapod. The cocoon Pokémon was sekked in and the ball locked without a struggle. Misty picked up Metapod's Pokeball, shock in her eyes. Wow! If you had told me this morning that I'd be the trainer of a bug type, I would have told you that you were crazy and should have your head examined. Ash smiled. I know you're a water-type trainer, but it never hurts to diversify, and Metapod's a good Pokémon. I know, and I never thought I'd be saying that about a bug. He was so brave, diving in to save me like that, even after I insulted him. You were really brave back there too, Misty, running back into the swarm to help me when I fell. Ash told her. I know how scared you must have been, and yet you risked yourself for me. She smiled, blushing. I was scared of the Beedrill, but I was more scared that you would get hurt. Friends are more important than fear. He hugged her. Thank you. Surprised, she stiffened for a second, then hugged him back. He pulled away, apologizing, but Misty smiled and said she didn't mind. After some discussion, they decided to stop for the night. They were all tired and achy from the Beedrill attack, plus the sun would be setting soon anyway. They found a small clearing with a pond and began to set up camp. Misty released her Pokémon, and Ash and his team finally got to meet her Spearow, Starmie, and Goldeen she had told them so much about. The water Pokémon were surprised when they heard about Ash's ability to understand them, but they took it in stride. Finding out that Metapod had joined Misty's party was much more of a shock to them, as they all knew of her fear of bug types. They had been amazed by Misty's story of how Metapod had protected her from the Beedrill swarm, and admonished her, through Ash, to let them out next time she was in trouble, water or no water. Despite the initial shock, both Venom and Metapod got along well with all the other Pokémon, even though they were both total opposites. Venom was very outgoing and a chatterbox, making everyone laugh with stories of his exploits and mishaps in the Beedrill hive. Metapod, on the other hand, was much quieter, listening more than he talked and sticking close to Misty. Ash and Misty prepared a quick supper of peanut butter sandwiches and poke chow, as neither of them had any cooking ability whatsoever. They all ate, laughing and talking, with Ash translating Pokémon speech to Misty on occasion. After dinner, Ash and Misty pulled out their sleeping bags, exhausted from the excitement of the day. Misty recalled her water Pokémon before turning in. Soon, both she and Ash were asleep. Metapod and Ash's team cuddled around them. Battle with a samurai and Pewter City showdown. Waking up with a Metapod curled against her, 2 inches from her face, wasn't the way Misty Waterflower was used to waking up. She nearly screamed and ran, as she always did when she saw a bug Pokémon, but then she remembered where she was and what that particular Metapod had done for her. Her left arm was pinned under the Metapod and had nearly completely fallen asleep. Trying not to wake her newest and most unusual, for her, Pokémon, she slowly slid her arm out from under him. But Metapod was a light sleeper and woke up, looking at her and giving a happy little coo. Morning, she told him, giving him a smile and rolling over to check on her human traveling companion. She had to stifle a laugh at what she saw. Ash was lying on top of his sleeping bag on his stomach, one arm under his head and the other stretched all the way out to the side. Cerulean was asleep, nestled between his shoulder blades, her head against the top of his. Venom, his latest catch, rested on the small of his back, curled into a tight ball with both his front and back stingers sticking straight up, probably so he wouldn't sting his trainer in his sleep. Judy and Trevor rested on either side of Ash, snoring softly and twitching occasionally. Misty couldn't resist. Crawling out of her sleeping bag, she reached into her backpack for the camera she had brought along with her, and quietly, so she wouldn't wake them, took several pictures. It was too cute and funny not to get on film. Plus, she could use it as blackmail if Ash ever got on her nerves. "Don't tell him," she whispered to Metapod, who gave her his version of a nod. A few minutes later, Ash began stirring. He started to get up, not knowing that both Cerulean and Venom were on his back. Cerulean flew off before she fell, but Venom fell off, landing on top of Trevor who jumped about a mile, sending Venom flying. Ash tried to catch him before he hit the ground and tripped, missing landing on Judy by an inch. Venom landed right where he started, on Ash's back. "What just happened?" Judy mumbled sleepily. "Was there an earthquake?" "No, but Ash nearly stole my title of the Mishap King." Venom muttered. "Sorry," Ash said sheepishly. Cerulean and Misty were laughing their heads off. Cerulean finally composed herself and went to go check on her trainer and teammates. "Not a problem. I've done clumsier," Venom replied. "You didn't steal my title yet." Misty did her best to stop laughing. "Now that you're all awake," she said in between giggles. "Let's have breakfast and hit the road. I want to get out of this forest." Beet red, Ash nodded. After breakfast, Misty consulted the map and found the path to get to Pewter City. They walked down it chatting and laughing, but were suddenly stopped by a very unwelcome person. It was Samurai. Thankfully for him, he didn't bring out his sword this time, or Ash's Pokémon would have clobbered him again. "What do you want?" Misty asked harshly. He didn't blink. "A Pokémon match with the trainer from Palette. Let us see who triumphs." "Fine." Ash growled. He wanted to beat this guy into the ground for attacking them with a sword, nearly hurting two of his Pokémon, and leaving them to be attacked by an angry swarm of Beedrill. He guessed by Samurai's net that he was a bug catcher, so... Kiera? Are you up for a battle? Ash asked his starter. Always, she replied, stepping forward. Type advantage won't help you here. Samurai yelled. Pinsir. Assume battle mode. He threw a Pokeball and a gray, bipedal bug Pokémon with a rounded body, deadly claws, sharp teeth, and wickedly pointed horns appeared. Misty squeaked in terror and hid behind Metapod. Pinsir. Tackle it. Samurai ordered. Kiera, dodge it and use aerial ace. Kiera got out of the way just in time to avoid Pinsir's horns. Doing a graceful U-turn in the air, she rushed towards Pinsir, slamming into it and sending it flying into a tree. With a combination of type advantage, Kiera's training and higher level, and flying into a hard surface, it was a one-hit KO. Samurai looked stunned. Pinsir, return. The fainted Pokémon was SCKED back into its Pokeball. He glared at Ash. You may have been lucky this time, but no one defeats my next Pokémon. Metapod, go. Kiera moved forward, but Venom slid past her. Ash, I want to battle this one. Are you sure? Ash asked. Yeah. I have a certain me-kicking incident to get revenge for. Ash nodded. Kiera, come back. The Spearow flew back to his shoulder. Venom, it's your time to shine. You have made a foolish error, novice. Samurai said. That weak Pokémon will never beat my Metapod. It will be a pleasure to defeat you. Metapod, use Harden. Ash growled at his Pokémon being insulted. Venom, use Poison Sting before it can. Venom dug his stinger into the Metapod before it could use Harden. It flinched, but was far from fainting. Suddenly it glowed purple. It had been poisoned. Use Tackle, Metapod. Samurai cried. Metapod hit Venom before the young Weedle could dodge, and he fell to the ground. Are you okay, Venom? Ash called in concern. Maybe it had been a mistake to have the Weedle battle before he had received any training. Venom groaned but got up. I may have been knocked down, but I'm not out. Use Harden, Metapod, then tackle it again. Ash suddenly had an idea. Venom, use your string shot to throw Metapod into that tree while he's using Harden. Got it. Venom told him. He threw several lines of string like a lasso, wrapping it around the Metapod. He slammed the cocoon Pokémon into a nearby tree. It groaned, but due to its high defense, it still wasn't out yet. Tackle it, Metapod. Dodge and use Poison Sting again. Venom slid out of the way by inches, then turned around, digging his stinger into the Metapod again. It didn't have much effect, but the poison from the first Poison Sting was taking its toll on the exhausted Metapod. Get up and use Tackle again, Metapod. Weakly, Metapod did, but Venom easily moved out of the way of the half-hearted attack. Samurai finally noticed his Pokémon's plight. I surrender. Metapod, return. Ash scooped up his exhausted Weedle. You did great, buddy. Suddenly, Venom began to glow. Ash nearly dropped him as his form began to change, but managed to adjust his grip. When the light faded, Venom was now a Kakuna. Yes. I'm a Kakuna. Venom cheered. He tried to jump in the air, but could only manage a very slight bounce. He deflated. And now I can't move. This is going to be a very boring week. Don't worry, Venom. You'll be a Beedrill before you know it. Ash reassured. The Kakuna perked up a little at this. Samurai handed Ash the prize money he had earned. I see now that I was the novice. 4 times have I battled trainers from Pallet, and 4 times have I been defeated. I will train harder, and someday we will battle again. He held out a hand. Ash shook it. That was a good battle. Your Metapod is very strong. Good luck with your training. Samurai smiled, nodded, and started to walk away. But please don't ever attack anyone with your sword again. Misty called. Samurai turned. Don't worry. I learned my lesson on that. And I don't think I'll ever forget it. Saying goodbye to Samurai, Ash and Misty headed back up the path to Pewter City. Ash carried Venom in his arms while Kiera rode on his shoulder. Judy and Trevor walked beside them. Well, despite the vicious Beedrill and weirdos with swords running around, I guess Viridian Forest wasn't so bad. Misty commented. We both got new Pokémon, they both evolved, and I found out bugs aren't so creepy after all. She cuddled her Metapod, then turned to look at Venom, but cringed at the sight of his scary-looking second form. Okay, let me rephrase that. Some bugs aren't so creepy. In Ash's arms, Venom shook with laughter. Finally, about an hour and a half later, they reached Pewter City. Phew. Ash said, placing Venom on a rock and letting Trevor and Kiera off his shoulder. He plopped down beside Venom and Judy sat beside him. I thought we'd never get out of Viridian Forest. You wouldn't be so tired if you didn't insist on carrying 2 of your Pokémon. Misty scolded. Don't you ever put them in their Pokeball? Not very often. Ash told her. I like having them out here with me. And who are you to talk? You're carrying your Metapod. Misty petted her Metapod. He's my protection from the bad bugs. Aren't you, Metapod? Metapod bounced a little and nodded. Well, at least we're finally at Pewter City. I can't wait to try for my first gym badge. Ash said. Pewter City is gray. The color of stone. Pewter City has always been famous for its stone, a voice below them stated. Ash and Trevor nearly jumped a mile in the air, then looked down. There was a middle-aged man with a long brown beard sitting right below them. Huh? Who are you? Ash asked a little bit nervously. The name's Flint. And you and your Pokémon are sitting on my merchandise, young man. Ash, Trevor, and Judy hopped off, Ash lifting up Venom as the young Kakuna couldn't move too far on his own. Kiera flew up from her place beside the rock and landed back on Ash's shoulder. Sorry about that. Ash said sheepishly. He looked at the man's wares, shelves full of rocks with price tags on them. You're selling rocks? They're Pewter City souvenirs. Would you like to buy one? The man offered. No, thank you. Ash said politely. His backpack was heavy enough without adding a big rock to the weight. Do you know which way the Pokémon Center is? I'll show you, the man grunted. By the way, that will be a $2 charge for resting on my rocks. Ash looked at Misty, who rolled her eyes and shrugged, so he decided not to fight it and just paid the $2. They followed Flint to the Pokémon Center, where Ash and Misty recalled their teams to their Pokeball and handed them over to Nurse Joy. Finding a plastic bin full of maps of Pewter City on the counter, Ash picked one up. Pokémon Gym, Pokémon Gym. Ash murmured, trying to find the gym in the big city. It's right here, and when we go, I'll handle the directions, because you'd probably get lost in an empty room. Misty teased. Don't tell me you're challenging Brock, the Pewter City gym leader. Flint's voice boomed. Well, I am. Ash replied. Do you really think you can beat him? Flint asked skeptically. Well, I'm certainly going to give it a shot. Flint laughed, walking away. Wow. Either Brock's tough or that guy doesn't think much of me. No matter. I can do this. Trevor, Judy, and I have trained really hard to prepare for this battle. Misty couldn't tell whether Ash was talking to her or giving himself a pep talk. Either way, he sounded really nervous. They ate lunch at the restaurant connected to the Pokémon Center. Ash kept glancing back towards the medical area and Misty could tell he missed his team. "Do you think you're ready for this?" Misty asked gently, knowing that Ash was already nervous enough. Gym leaders are tougher than the average Pokémon trainer. "I could lend you some of my water Pokémon if you'd like." "Thanks, Misty," Ash told her after swallowing a bite of his noodles. "But I'd rather do this on my own. We've worked really hard for this gym battle, and I know my Pokémon can do this. I'm just nervous. This is my first big gym battle, and I'm worried about failing my Pokémon." "Well, you need to relax, or you'll lose before you begin," Misty told him sternly. "You've trained for this battle, right?" "Right. And you trust your Pokémon, right?" "With everything I have." "Then will you try to be a little more confident? I believe in you, and I know your Pokémon aren't here right this second, but they'd be agreeing with me. You can do this, Ash." He took a deep breath. "Thanks." When the bill came, they split it and went back to the medical area. "Well, Mr. Ketchum and Miss Waterflower, no more waiting. Your Pokémon are back to normal," the nurse announced, carrying out their 2 trays of Pokeball. Ash released his team right there. "Did you miss us, Ash?" Kiera asked playfully as she flew up onto his shoulder. "Yeah, we were gone 20 whole minutes." Judy chuckled. Ash laughed and hugged his team. "Of course I did. Are you guys ready for the first gym?" He still felt butterflies in his stomach but tried his best to fight them down before his team could notice. Kiera noticed anyway, but didn't press him on it. Judy gave the Mankey version of a grin. "I'm pumped up for it. I can't wait. Then let's go." They left the Pokémon Center, and using the map, Misty guided them to the gym, a large gray building that looked like it had been carved out of stone. There was another trainer there, a young blonde-haired boy with a blue hat, who was talking to a teenager with spiky brown hair. Ash could tell from the picture in his league handbook that the teenager was Brock, the gym leader. "If you want a battle, you're going to have to wait until after I battle John here," Brock called. "That's fine," Ash told him. "Ash, ask if you can observe their battle," Trevor advised. "I've always found it easier to plan a battle strategy if I see my opponent's battle strategy first." Ash nodded, not wanting to let Brock and John know of his new ability. "May I watch your battle?" Ash asked the gym leader. "I think it might help me prepare for mine." "That would be fine," Brock assured. "What's your name?" "I'm Ash Ketchum," Ash replied. The gym leader opened the door, letting the boys and Misty walk in. Inside, the gym was dimly lit. The floor appeared to be made of solidly packed earth with rocks everywhere. John and Brock prepared for their battle, and Ash, his team beside him, climbed up to the bleachers to observe. Misty wanted to pick up a few things at the Pokemart, but she said she'd be back before Ash's match started. Ash and his team watched as Brock defeated the other trainer. John was able to knock out Brock's Geodude with his Poliwag after a few water guns, but Onyx's Bind took out Poliwag, who was tired from battling Geodude. The Onyx was also able to faint John's second Pokémon, a Rattata. "Brock's tough. Very tough," Ash murmured. "Yes, he is, but so are we," Judy reassured. "John was a good trainer, but he made a serious mistake out there," Trevor observed. "He was relying completely on his Poliwag, so he didn't train that Rattata for the battle as well, so he had no backup plan when his Poliwag fainted. This is going to be a tough battle, but I think we can win this. The battlefield could work to our advantage." "How?" Ash asked. Trevor was about to reply when Brock climbed up the bleachers to meet them. "I have to take my team to the Pokémon Center," Brock announced, climbing up to the bleachers. "You and your Pokémon will need to wait outside. No one can be in the gym without the leader present." Ash and his team left the gym. As they waited outside for Brock to return, Ash remembered the conversation he and his team had been having before Brock interrupted. Now, what were you saying about the battlefield, Trevor? Ash asked. Remember how you had Venom throw Samurai's Metapod into a tree? Trevor questioned. Ash nodded. Well, there's a lot of rocks and other obstacles on the battlefield. Ash's eyes lit up as he caught on to what Trevor was saying. He, Trevor, and Judy huddled together, working out a strategy. By the time Brock came back, they had come up with one they felt would do the trick. Misty came running up with her purchases right behind Brock. Are you ready to begin, Ash? Brock asked, unlocking the doors to the gym. Ash nodded as they stepped inside. This is your first gym battle, right? Brock questioned. Yes. Ash said. Now, a gym battle works differently than a trainer battle. The Pokémon League has regulations that need to be followed. Each of us will use 2 Pokémon, and there are no items allowed. Understand? I understand. Ash told him. Kiera flew onto Misty's shoulder. Ash was about to hand her Venom, but Misty backed up slightly, and he remembered she still had some fear of bug types. Instead, he carried Venom up to the bleachers, placing him on one of the seats so he could watch the battle, then ran back down. Okay, I'm ready. Geodude. Go. Brock called, sending out his first Pokémon. In the stands, Misty, Kiera, and Venom were cheering for Ash, Venom's voice drowning out the others. Suddenly, the back door opened, and 10 young children entered. They sat down next to Misty and cheered for Brock. Ash could tell by their looks that they were related to Brock, possibly siblings. Ready for battle, Judy? Ash asked his Mankey. I was born ready, she said with a feral grin. As they had discussed, she positioned herself subtly in front of a rock. Type advantage can help, but it isn't everything. Geodude, tackle attack. Judy, jump over it. Judy jumped over Geodude just as it reached her. Just as planned, it slammed right into the rock behind it. It didn't do much damage, but it did stun the Geodude a little. Now use Karate Chop. Geodude didn't have time to move, so it was hit by the super effective attack. But due to its high defense, it was seriously weakened but not out yet. Use Low Kick, Judy. Ash called. Grab hold of her and use Seismic Toss, Geodude. Geodude grabbed hold of Judy's leg and threw her back. She landed on the ground hard, but got up, wincing. Can you continue? Ash called to his Mankey in concern. She nodded. Geodude, use Tackle. Brock ordered. Counter it with Karate Chop. As Geodude attempted to slam into Judy, she aimed a vicious Karate Chop, sending Geodude flying into another rock. It groaned, swirls in its eyes. Geodude, return. Brock said, putting his fainted Pokémon back into its Pokeball. You did great, buddy, he murmured. He turned back to Ash. You may have defeated my Geodude, but you'll find my final Pokémon much harder. Onix, go. Brock called. The giant rock snake Pokémon appeared with a deafening battle cry. Judy, come back. Ash said. She walked back to him, a slight but noticeable limp in the leg the Geodude had grabbed. Take a rest, girl. She acquiesced, plopping down on the floor. That was a tough one. Wasn't expecting that Geodude to know Seismic Toss. I know Trevor wants to handle this one, but I'm right here if you need me. Your turn, Trevor. Ash told his Rattata. Trevor nodded and stepped forward. Like Judy, he positioned himself just in front of a rock. Onix, tackle attack. Brock shouted. Trevor, underground. Ash called. Trevor dug a hole, disappearing underground, and Onix slammed headfirst into the rock, breaking it in half and causing a cloud of dust to form. It shook its head to get the dust out of its eyes, then looked around for its opponent. Use Dig. Onix, watch out. Brock warned. But it was too late. Trevor popped up, hitting Onyx and making it roar in pain. Onyx, use bind. Brock ordered. Underground, Trevor. Don't let it grab you. Trevor used his old tunnel and shot back underground just as Onyx's coils were closing. Use dig again and keep hitting it. Ash commanded. Trevor did, and Onyx cried out in pain once again. But though severely weakened, its fighting spirit had not dampened at all. Surprise it with a dig of your own. Brock ordered. Onyx dug a hole into the ground. Trevor looked around frantically, hoping to figure out where it would come up. Ash gulped. This was one thing they hadn't planned for. But he couldn't panic. He watched the ground move, coming towards Trevor from his right side. Right before it reached him, Ash yelled. Trevor, use quick attack to get out of the way. Go to your left. Trevor missed getting hit by the full force of the attack by mere inches. But Onyx glanced against him and sent him tumbling. Trevor twisted, managing to land on his feet, but Ash could tell he was tiring. Tackle it, Onyx, then use bind. Trevor, use quick attack to dodge, then use bite. It was risky, but there wasn't enough time to use dig. Trevor obeyed, dodging Onyx by inches and sinking his fangs into the rock snake's hard body. The rock snake Pokémon roared in pain once again and flinched back. Trevor used the distraction to go underground. Before Onyx could recover, Trevor had used dig once again. It was too much for Onyx and the rock snake Pokémon fell over, fainted. Trevor got out of the way by an inch. Onyx, return. Onyx was SCKED back into its Pokeball. You did great. Take a rest, buddy. You earned it. Brock walked over to Ash. I got cocky and underestimated you, and so I lost. You beat me fair and square. As proof of your victory, I confer to you, the official Pokémon League Boulder badge. He handed the badge over to Ash. The children cried, running over to Brock and hugging him. Up in the stands, Misty was screaming, Go Ash. I told you that you could do it. Kiera and Venom were also cheering for him, Judy, and Trevor. Finally, it seemed to hit Ash that he had won. A huge smile spread over his face and he jumped into the air. We did it, guys. We won. He scooped up Trevor and hugged him, then set him down gently and did the same to Judy, twirling her around. You guys are amazing. Up in the bleachers, Misty smiled. That's the first time I've ever seen Ash act like a real 10-year-old, she murmured to Kiera. Me too. Kiera whispered. I think Pikachu attacking him hit him harder emotionally than he let on. Huh. Venom said, confused. Run that by me one more time. Remembering Venom hadn't been informed yet of what happened to Ash, Kiera quickly told him the entire story. That's awful. Venom cried. His expression became angrier than Kiera had ever seen him. If I ever see that Pikachu, if he ever tries to harm Ash again, he's getting a poison sting straight to the heart. You'll have to wait in line behind me, Trevor, Judy, and my entire flock. Kiera muttered. She then made an effort to calm down. But let's let this go for now. This is supposed to be a happy day. Ash just won his very first gym badge. Ash noticed everyone watching him celebrating and stopped dancing around, turning beet red. Sorry, he whispered. Brock gave him a smile as he comforted the children. You have the right to celebrate. You did earn your first badge after all. Ash put both Judy and Trevor back into their Pokeball. I'd better get these two to the Pokémon Center. I'll come with you. Brock said. I need to get my Pokémon healed up too. Ash ran to the bleachers, getting a high five from Misty. He scooped up Venom, hugging him. Did you hear me cheering for you? Venom asked eagerly. Laughing, Kiera landed on Ash's shoulder. I think the whole world heard you screaming, Venerable, you were right. You can be loud when you want to be. Ash chuckled. What's so funny? Brock asked. Nothing. Just thought of an old joke. Ash lied. Brock just shrugged. They walked out of the gym and headed to the Pokémon Center. Once there, Brock and Ash handed their Pokémon over to Nurse Joy, then went to sit in the waiting room. You and your Pokémon have some of the closest bonds I've ever seen. Brock commented as he watched Ash share some potato chips from the vending machine with Kiera and Venom. They're everything to me. Ash murmured, stroking Kiera's feathers. I don't know what I'd do without them. Brock smiled. I know how you feel. My Geodude and Onix mean a lot to me. Ash, Misty, and Brock chatted lightly about various topics as they waited. Ash found himself liking Brock's friendly nature and easygoing manner. The time passed quickly and soon Nurse Joy called them up to get their Pokémon. Once the Pokeball were back in Ash's hands, he released Trevor and Judy, hugging them. Both Brock and Misty smiled at this. To tell you the truth, I get more pleasure from raising Pokémon than from making them battle. Brock confessed as they left the Pokémon Center. I don't care about becoming a great Pokémon trainer. What I really want is to become the world's greatest Pokémon breeder. He looked down sadly. But I can't leave here, because I have to look after my brothers and sisters. I'm all they have. The last 4 words were barely audible. Ash wondered what had happened to Brock's parents and why the teenager was raising his siblings all by himself. He remembered all the little kids in the bleachers. There had to be at least 10 of them. But he wouldn't press Brock for details. I'm sorry. Ash said, hesitantly putting a hand on Brock's arm. Brock gave a faint smile. It's okay. But can you do me a favor? Sure. Continue my dream for me. You're a good trainer. I saw it in both your battle skills and your kindness to your Pokémon. Be the best you can be. Will you do that for me? There was a lump in Ash's throat. Yes, I will. Go follow your own dreams, Brock, a voice said. Everyone turned to see that it was Flint. He pulled off his false wig and beard to reveal a man that looked like an older version of Brock. My father. Brock growled. Ash and Misty were feeling a little angry themselves. It was obvious this man had walked out, leaving Brock to raise his little brothers and sisters by himself. I'm sorry, Brock, the man murmured. I couldn't become the great Pokémon trainer I wanted to be, and because I was such a failure, I was embarrassed to come home to my family. But it's time I stepped up to take care of my family and became the father I should have been. Go and be the Pokémon breeder you want so much to be. I'm sorry I held you back. First, there are a few things I have to tell you. Brock said. After all these years, I know how you must feel about me, so I want you to get everything off your chest. Here, Brock interrupted, handing him a sewing needle and thread. Flint gaped at him as Brock began reciting a long list of tasks. Susie always rips her dresses, so you better learn to sew. And Timmy only eats cold spaghetti for breakfast. Tommy likes cornflakes for dinner. Slow down. I can't write that fast. Flint complained. While Brock continued to give Flint instructions on how to take care of the children, Ash pulled Misty and his Pokémon to the side. What do you guys think of Brock? He whispered. He seems really nice. Misty replied, confused as to why Ash was asking this. Do you think he can be trusted? Ash questioned. He seems honest enough. Why? Kiera asked. I was thinking about asking him to join us if he doesn't have any plans. Ash blurted out. I don't know why, but it just feels right. It's fine with me, Ash. Brock seems like a nice guy. Misty said. But you know you'll have to let him in on your ability, right? Because you can't hide it from him forever. I know. Ash murmured. He turned to his Pokémon. What do you think? He seems trustworthy enough. I can read people pretty well and he's genuinely honest and kind. There's no deceit or danger about him. Kiera said after a few minutes' thought. I'm for him joining if you are. He's a good trainer and seems like a good person. I'm okay with it too. Trevor added. Trust your instincts, Ash. Judy advised. If your gut is telling you to invite him, it's probably right. And if it does happen to be wrong, we'll kick his butt. I'm okay with it. Venom said simply. Brock had finished giving his instructions to Flint and was walking away. Ash called him back. Brock, I was wondering. Thanks for letting me tag along with you guys. Brock said happily as they left Pewter City that evening. No problem. The more, the merrier. Ash replied. It'll be nice to have another guy to talk to. Hey, what are Trevor and I? Chopped berries? Venom mock-whined. Ash laughed and rubbed his head. Brock noticed, but decided not to comment on it. Ash would tell him when he was ready. Ash never knew exactly what had caused the sudden urge to invite Brock to join them on their journey that day, whether that it was simply that he had found a kindred spirit in Brock, or if it was an intuition. But for the rest of his life, Ash would always be glad he had listened to that feeling. Empty moon. It was with Misty's gentle prodding that Ash nervously approached Brock the next morning while the 16-year-old was cooking breakfast. His team walked over with him for support. Hey, Brock. Yes. Brock answered, pouring some pancake batter onto a flat pan. Could I ask you a hypothetical question? Shoot. Brock said, placing the pan on the portable griddle he had brought. Suppose someone told you they could understand the Pokémon language. Would you, think they were crazy or lying? Ash rubbed the back of his neck. Brock, concentrating on breakfast, thought he was joking. Depends. Are they crazy or lying? Ash looked down. No. Hearing the hurt in Ash's voice, Brock turned around to see Ash walking away dejectedly. Kiera, Judy, Venom, and Trevor glared at Brock, then sent a concerned look towards their trainer. Ash, wait. Can you understand the Pokémon language? Ash looked at him in shock. How'd you dash? Ash, I've raised 10 little brothers and sisters. I've learned hypothetical questions usually aren't so hypothetical. So you can understand Pokémon? Yes. By understanding Pokémon, what do you mean? Can you interpret their actions and guess how they're feeling, or did you mean you can literally understand what they're saying? Brock asked, a little confused. The second one. You think I'm crazy or making this all up, don't you? The pure fear in Ash's eyes went straight to Brock's heart. Ash, I can tell you're not lying to me. And I don't think you're crazy. Brock reassured him. But can I test out your ability? Do you mind talking to Onyx for me? Brock knew young kids could have strong imaginations, but this seemed to be much more than that. The way Ash seemed to be so in tune with his Pokémon, and how his team had reacted when Brock treated Ash's statement like a joke made it seem like this could actually be the truth. Plus, Ash seemed to be a sensible kid, not one prone to flights of fancy. Especially since he had actually seemed scared to let Brock know the truth. But Brock was curious, and wanted to know for sure. Sure. Ash told him. Brock released Onyx, who let out a battle cry before looking around in confusion. Where are we? We're on Route 22, Onyx. Ash told him. What? How? Brock's father came back to take care of his family, and let Brock go to become a Pokémon breeder. We invited him to join us on our journey. Ash explained. Onyx looked at him in shock. Can you understand what I'm saying, or are you just guessing? He can understand us. Kiera said before Ash could reply. The rest of Ash's team nodded. Onyx, can he understand you? Brock asked. Onyx nodded, and Brock turned back to Ash. It appears that both my Onyx and your team believe you, so I think I believe you as well. But just to be sure, how did Onyx and I meet for the first time? Ash looked at Onyx, who told him the story. Once Onyx was finished, Ash replied, "You received him as a gift from your father on your 10th birthday. Onyx woke you by sticking his head through your window. After you two met, you, Onyx, and your father watched the sunrise together." Brock's eyes widened. "That's right. Do another one." How did Onyx first learn to use dig? A shadow passed over Onyx's face as he recounted the story to Ash. Softly, Ash repeated the story to Brock. "You were 11 and you and Onyx were exploring Dark Cave. Suddenly, there was a cave-in, and the two of you were separated. You wouldn't respond when Onyx called for you, so he knew he needed to get to you as soon as possible. He feared you'd be crushed if he tried to break through the rockslide, so he dug a tunnel to get to you. You were unconscious and partially buried under some rocks. For a moment, he feared you were dead, but he nudged you and you woke up. He got you out of there and rushed you to the Pokémon Center because he didn't know where the human hospital was. Apparently, he broke down their doors in his hurry. He said those were the scariest moments of his life." Brock was stunned. Though that incident wasn't what Brock had been thinking of, he had actually been thinking of the first time Onyx had used dig in battle. It had happened and only he, Onyx, and some people at both the Pokémon Center and hospital had known about it. Not even his father knew. And he seriously doubted Ash, a stranger to Pewter City, could have found out about it. And Ash was nowhere near good enough of an actor to pull it off if he had. You could see right through the kid. Brock's last shred of doubt was gone. "Well, Ash, if there was even the slightest part of me that didn't believe you, it's gone now," Brock said. He turned to Onyx. "That was really the scariest moment of your life?" "I would have thought your scariest moment was when we battled the trainer with the Gyarados." He still felt horrible about making Onyx battle that Gyarados. It had been terrible seeing his beloved starter in that much pain because of the Gyarados' vicious water attacks. "That may have been scary, but it didn't even come close to how I felt during that cave-in. I was so scared that I might have lost you forever. At least I knew you were safe during that battle. And if you're still feeling guilty about that battle, stop it right now," Onyx said firmly, knowing Ash would translate the message to his trainer. "I've been your Pokémon for a long time. I know a gym leader has to accept every challenge." Ash translated Onyx's words for Brock, who smiled and gave his starter a hug. "Thank you," he whispered. "That's some ability," Brock told Ash after letting go of Onyx. "In fact, it's simply amazing. Can you tell me what Onyx thinks of my special homemade Pokémon food? And how about?" As Brock continued to babble, more excited than a child on Christmas morning, Onyx gave Ash a slight nudge. "See what you got started? He'll be after both of us for weeks wanting to know everything about me." He rolled his eyes playfully. "Brock! Your pancakes are on fire!" Misty screamed. Brock ran back, yelping and trying to beat out the flames with little results. Finally, Onyx just threw a sand attack at the pan so Brock wouldn't catch his shirt or the grass on fire. But he misjudged the power of his attack and Brock ended up completely covered in sand, looking like a sand sculpture. But at least the pancake fire was out. "Sorry," Onyx said sheepishly. Safety tip of the day. If you have a special ability and want to tell someone, it's best not to do it while they're cooking. Venom muttered to Judy, low enough so that Ash wouldn't hear. She hid a laugh. With the help of Misty and Ash, Brock cleaned up the sandy mess, then started on a fresh batch of pancakes. He also brought out bowls of his homemade poke chow, enough for everyone. Before they sat down to eat, Misty released her water Pokémon in a nearby pond, giving them their breakfast before heading back for breakfast. Brock released his Geodude, who was just as amazed as Onyx to hear about Ash's ability. Ash and Misty set up the picnic blanket and silverware as Brock dished up the pancakes, wondering how the heck Brock managed to fit so much into his bag. Both Ash and Misty were delighted to find out that, unlike themselves, Brock was an excellent cook. This is excellent. Kiera stated as she took a bite of her poke chow. The others agreed, Judy and Trevor eating so fast that Ash was afraid they'd choke. Ash had to hand-feed Venom because the Kakuna couldn't bend down to get to his bowl. Do they like it? Brock asked eagerly. Tell him it's terrible, just to freak him out. Venom joked. Venom. Ash scolded. What? Both Brock and Misty asked at the same time. They like your poke chow, and Venom just has a strange sense of humor. Ash sighed. Brock and Misty looked at each other, shrugged and let it go. They doubted they wanted to know what the young Kakuna had said. So, how long have you been able to understand Pokémon, Ash? Brock asked. Or have you always been able to do it? Ash sighed, setting down his fork. I've had the ability for almost 2 weeks now. You came into it only 2 weeks ago? Brock questioned, surprised. From what I've heard about people with psychic abilities, it starts at birth or early childhood. I don't think it's a psychic ability. It all started like this. Ash related the entire story to Brock. He listened in shock as Ash told the tale of a starter's vicious betrayal and the kindness of a group of wild Pokémon. Misty added in her own part as well, telling Brock about Pikachu's complete and utter hatred for humans. Both Misty and Brock's teams listened in horror, wondering how a Pokémon could do something like that to their own trainer. Ash's own team crowded around him, offering comfort. That's awful. Brock breathed. Pikachu's attack was awful, but a lot of good things came out of it. Ash said, telling Brock about Kiera and Trevor joining him, and how he had met Judy. His eyes lit up as he talked about the week of training they had all done with the Spearow flock, and all the good times they had had together. His friends couldn't help but smile at the love Ash had for both his team and the Spearow flock. After breakfast, they decided to work on training. Geodude insisted on sparring with Judy, saying he wanted a rematch. Misty worked with her 3 water types as Metapod worked on his tackle. Trevor and Kiera sparred, and Ash decided to work with Venom, knowing the Kakuna felt left out due to his lack of ability to move. They came up with the idea of using String Shot to help Venom swing from branches or rocks at his opponents. With the addition of using Harden, the move became even more deadly. Ash could attest to that himself, as Venom had missed nailing him in the head by inches while attempting to swing from branch to branch. Ash playfully nicknamed Venom's new fighting style the Tarzan Tackle. Onyx relaxed in the sun while Brock watched the training, offering advice whenever needed. Eventually, Brock went off to go make another batch of poke chow. Ash and Venom were discussing the merits of adding Poison Sting to their new attack when Ash heard a voice behind him. Ash? Ash jumped, nearly landing on his bottom, before turning to see Brock's Onyx. You startled me. How did you get over here without me hearing you? The rock snake chuckled. I have found I can be rather stealthy when I want to be. Anyway, I wanted to thank you, your team, and Misty. Ash blinked, confused. What for? Onyx nodded towards Brock, who had finished with his poke chow and was working on a vegetable stew for lunch. For inviting Brock along. I haven't seen him this happy in years. It must have been difficult, having to raise 10 little brothers and sisters all by himself. Ash said sympathetically. The Onyx sighed, his expression darkening. You can't even imagine how much. I hate his mother and father for doing that to him, for leaving when he needed them, when all those little children needed them. Brock has had to grow up a lot quicker than he should have. At least Brock can be free to pursue his dreams now. His father came back. Ash comforted. I only hope it stays that way or I'll have to deal with Flint myself. Onyx growled. I don't trust him. I'm worried he's going to just pack up and leave again, making those children go without a father. And I know that when he does, Brock will have to return. Because that's just how Brock is. He puts others before himself, unlike his father. Ash looked down sadly. Is there anything I can do to help? The only thing either of us can do is be his friend. Onyx sighed. I'm sorry for dumping all this on you, Ash. That's okay. And I'll be the best friend I can be to Brock. Thank you. Hey Ash, could you come over here for a minute? I need to ask you something. Brock called. Sure. Ash called back. Both he and Onyx came over, knowing he probably wanted to ask Ash a question that involved Onyx. Lunch should be ready in about an hour and a half, guys. Brock told them, giving his stew a stir. You do know you don't have to cook for us, right Brock? Ash asked. He didn't want Brock to feel like he was obligated to act like some sort of caretaker to him and Misty, especially after everything Onyx had told him. I know, but I love to cook. Plus, Misty says neither her nor you are any good at it, and we can't have a good journey without decent food. Brock replied. Oh, speaking of cooking. Ash, could you tell me if Onyx likes pinap berries or nanab berries better in his breakfast food? And would you mind asking your Spearow if? Onyx and Ash looked at each other with a sigh and a smile. If it took putting up with and translating an endless litany of questions about anything Pokémon related to make Brock this happy, both his oldest friend and one of his newest ones were willing to do it. Mount Moon. Doesn't the name sound so romantic? Misty sighed happily as they hiked up the beautiful trail to the mountain several days later. People say a huge meteor crashed into the mountain back in prehistoric times. Brock informed them. A meteor? Ash asked, shifting Venom's weight in his arms. Like always, he had his team out of their Pokeball, with Kiera riding in her usual spot on his shoulder and Trevor and Judy walking at his feet. Is it really true? Misty questioned eagerly. They say it's called the Moonstone. Brock told them. Now that's romantic. Misty said with a smile. A scream interrupted their discussion and they rushed over to see a horde of Zubats attacking a young man in a white lab coat. Kiera. Ash called to the Spearow on his shoulder. He needs our help. He handed Venom over to Brock as he ran towards the man. Kiera rushed in, pecking at the attacking Zubat. Using his string shot and a nearby rock to pull himself out of Brock's arms, Venom propelled himself into the fray, knocking several Zubat out of the air. With cries of anger, the Zubat flew off. The man trembled and looked up at them. Are you okay? Ash asked, holding out a hand to help them up. You guys are the greatest, the man exclaimed, jumping up and pulling Ash into a huge hug. Ash wriggled, trying to get out of the man's grasp. It was nothing. Ash groaned, his voice barely audible from his face being pushed into the man's chest. I'm talking super fantastic. 2 thumbs up. The best rescue I've ever had, the man babbled. Annoyed, Judy pulled him off Ash, moving between her startled and overhugged trainer and the weirdo. Stop it. You're squishing my trainer, she growled. They say man's best friend is their Pokémon, and with you and your team, I believe it, the man continued. That's nice. Ash mumbled, grabbing Judy's arm and backing away slowly. I'm so moved, the man went on. Such friendship I thought I'd never see, when the Zubats started attacking me. I thought I was done for, when who should arrive, 3 heroes thanks to whom I'm alive. I'm alive. Thank you. A bunch of Pidgey flew off at his shout. Okay. Kiera muttered, flying back to Ash's shoulder. Ash, this guy is a little nuts. You're just realizing that now? Trevor said sarcastically. He certainly doesn't look like the poetic type. Misty stated, looking weirded out herself. Should we start running now? Ash whispered to Brock so that the man wouldn't hear. I would. Venom muttered. Relax Ash, he's harmless. Eccentric, but harmless. Kiera reassured. The guy turned back to Ash. Did I mention how grateful I am? Only about 10 times in the creepiest way possible, Judy said, shaking her head. Yeah. Ash replied nervously. Why were the Zubat attacking you, mister? The man gasped. Never call me mister. My name's Seymour. Seymour the scientist. He led them into the caves, Judy continuing to act as a barrier between Seymour and Ash. See, the cave is all lit up inside. Somebody has strung these lights through the whole cave. But the Pokémon in this cave need the dark. These lights are upsetting them and making them confused. Which must be why the Zubat left their cave and attacked you. Brock figured out. The Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere, and the lights are drying up all these Sandshrew. Seymour said, gesturing to the troubled Pokémon. Ash bent to check on the Sandshrew and Paras, giving them a drink out of his canteen. I can understand Pokémon. Ash whispered to the Sandshrew so that Seymour couldn't hear. Who's been doing this to you? There's 3 of them, the Sandshrew murmured. 2 humans and a Meowth. They want the Clefairy's giant moonstone. Trevor gasped. Those sound like the robbers we saw on the news, Ash. We've got to stop them and shut down these lights. Ash said. He looked at the lights, but he knew that if he tried breaking them, he might get shocked or start an electrical fire. There's got to be a generator for them or something. If we follow the wires, we might be able to find it. We'll worry about the moonstone problem after we get the lights off. He realized Brock, Misty, and Seymour had left without him and ran to catch up to them. Meanwhile, Seymour was telling Misty and Brock that he had been patrolling the caves to try to stop the troublemakers that had set up the lights. Ash ran up to them with Venom in his arms. He took a minute to catch his breath. Why are troublemakers causing havoc in a cave? Misty asked. Seymour stopped walking. I'm afraid it's because of the moonstone. The moonstone? Misty asked. Exactly. Seymour told her. The moonstone is an awesome boulder, 1,000,000 years old or even older. Deep in these caves the meteor hides, though no explorer has found the place of the legendary rock from space. We've studied its fragments for many an hour and found that it increases a Pokémon's power. And that is why the attackers are here. They've come to take away the moonstone, I fear. Does that guy have to say everything in rhyme? Trevor grumbled. Ever since I was a little boy, I've believed that Pokémon came to Earth from outer space. Seymour continued. Outer space, everyone, both the humans and the Pokémon, exclaimed incredulously. And where you ask, is the spacecraft that brought them to Earth? It's in this cave. It's the moonstone. Seymour cried. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Trevor said, rolling his eyes. You just did. Venom teased. That's, certainly an original theory. Misty said. Don't you see? Seymour exclaimed. He tried to grab Ash, but Venom extended his poison barbs and Judy blocked him. Seymour had just enough sense to back off. The stone belongs to the Pokémon. We humans can't take it from them. You agree with me, don't you? Of course we do. Brock told him, casually stepping between him and Ash, knowing his young friend was just a little bit creeped out by Seymour. We need to get these lights down before the damage to the Pokémon in this cave becomes worse. If we find the generator we can shut it down. Ash stated. I don't know where the generator is. Seymour told him. I've been looking. I'll help you, one of the Paras Ash had helped said, scuttling up to them. He had higher defense than his colony and was less affected by the lights. I saw what must have been the source of power for those painful lights, but I couldn't break it down. It shocked me. He started to move in a certain direction. I think that Paras wants us to follow him. Ash told the group. Maybe it knows where the generator or the moonstone is. He didn't want Seymour to find out about his power. He doubted the man could keep a secret. Paras looked at Judy in confusion. I thought he could understand us. He can, but he doesn't want that guy in the white lab coat to know he can, she replied. Ah. Paras tapped Ash's foot with his claw, then crawled further in the cave, stopping to look back at them, signaling to all what he wanted. Might as well follow it, Misty said, trying to help Ash. They followed the little Paras down the tunnel. Suddenly, a Clefairy hopped past them, carrying a little moonstone. Ash heard, "I have to get this to the cave before the full moon rises. I don't want to be late," but all the others heard was, "Clefairy, Clefairy, Clefairy. That looks like a Clefairy," Brock said. "It's so cute," Misty cooed. Ash stepped forward, wanting to warn it about the robbers trying to steal their moonstone. "You can't catch it," Seymour cried. "It belongs here. Let go of me," Ash shouted, struggling. "I wasn't trying to catch it. I was trying to warn it about those troublemakers. Didn't you notice that it's carrying a tiny piece of a moonstone?" Seymour let go, and the Clefairy turned to look at them. "Troublemakers," she said in a tiny, frightened voice, running off. "Wait. Don't go." Ash was cut off by the Clefairy screaming in terror. They ran in that direction to find the Clefairy cornered by a Meowth. "Don't be scared of Meowth," the Meowth said in an intimidating tone. Misty gasped. "A talking Meowth?" The Meowth glanced in their direction. "You twerps, get out of here. It's Team Rocket's cave now. Venom. Use your new attack," Ash told the Kakuna. "On it." Venom replied, using Harden, then wrapping his string shot around a boulder and swinging into Meowth, knocking him across the cave. "Ow!" Meowth groaned. Ash approached the Clefairy. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. "Yes, thanks to both of you," she murmured, still a little shaken. Suddenly, Venom began to glow, evolving once again. The new Beedrill tested out his wings. "Yes. I can move now. And I can fly." He did a barrel roll in the air. "So, Team Rocket's the ones who have been causing trouble in this cave," Misty stated. "Trouble?" A taunting female's voice was heard. The woman Ash, Trevor, and Kiera had seen in the news appeared. She was carrying a shovel. "Make it double." A young man with blue hair carrying a pickaxe appeared. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse." The woman struck a pose. "And James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight." "Meowth, that's right." Meowth got up, rubbing his head, and joined his partners. While they were reciting their motto, Judy had slipped past them, leading the young Clefairy out of harm's way. "Yeah, these guys are idiots. My assessment was right," Trevor said, rolling his eyes. "Hey, I resent that remark," Meowth yelled. He ran at the Rattata, about to use Scratch. Trevor just rolled his eyes again and countered with a tackle, knocking Meowth back into the others. "What are you doing here? Can't you see you're hurting the Pokémon in this cave? Those lights are making them confused," Brock yelled. "What a shame," Jesse said with a grin. "How will we ever forgive ourselves?" James retorted sarcastically. "We want to get our hands on a moonstone so we can power up our Pokémon with it," Meowth said, speaking like he wasn't a Pokémon himself. "With the moonstone in our hands, nothing can stop us," Jesse exclaimed. "Well, you're going to have to get through all of us first," Ash yelled, moving so he was blocking their path to the scared Clefairy. Brock nodded. "You want a rock? Take one of those and get out." He pointed to a random boulder. "Get lost? How rude," Jesse said. "Let's teach them some manners," James continued. Coughing, go. A gaseous orb of a Pokémon appeared. "Misty, keep an eye on Seymour, Paras, and Clefairy. Make a run for it as soon as you get the chance. Judy, help her. Ash instructed. They nodded. Go Ekans! Jessie shouted. A purple snake Pokémon was released. Kiera, I need your help. Ash told his starter. She flew off his shoulder, assuming a battle stance. Here we go. Brock called. He threw a Pokeball and a Zubat came out of it. When did you? Ash started. I caught it outside the cave. Brock replied. Coughing, smog attack. James ordered. The poison Pokémon released a cloud of thick, gaseous smoke. Zubat, use wing attack. Blow that smoke back at them. Brock instructed. Got it. Zubat said, flapping his wings. The smoke went backwards, covering Jessie, James, and their Pokémon in it. Good move, Brock. Ash congratulated. Suddenly, Ekans dived out of the smoke, aiming a bite at Kiera. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she backed out of the way by centimeters. Zubat wasn't so lucky. He was tackled by coughing. Kiera, use aerial ace. Ash commanded. She slammed into Ekans, sending him back several feet. Zubat, supersonic. Brock ordered. Zubat opened his mouth and emitted a high-pitched shriek, confusing Ekans and coughing and causing them to fight each other instead of their opponents. Oh no! Ekans and coughing, what's with you weaklings? James exclaimed. Need some help, Kiera? Venom asked, moving forward. That may have been cheating, but they were dealing with thieves, not participating in a Pokémon League battle. Most certainly. Kiera replied with the Spearow version of a feral smile. They rushed at Jessie and James, Venom readying his Twineedle attack and Kiera about to use Peck. Even Jessie and James weren't stupid enough to think they could handle an angry Spearow and Beedrill with their Pokémon incapacitated. They returned Ekans and coughing, running down a side cave and screaming, "You may have defeated us, but we'll be back." Kiera and Venom chased them out of the mountain before returning to their trainer. They ran screaming. Venom reported. I think they saw that, Venerable, Kiera laughed. Anyway, we chased them out of the mountain. I have an uneasy feeling they'll be back though. Trevor murmured. Everyone needs to remain on their guard. Thanks, guys. Ash told them. He relayed to Brock what his Pokémon had said. Brock frowned. Ash, I have the strangest feeling we're forgetting something. Yeah, I think you're. Their eyes widened and they shouted at the same time, where's Meowth? In a hurry to warn her colony, Clefairy ran from the group, disappearing out of a small gap. Misty gasped. Oh no! Clefairy's running away. Clefairy. It's dangerous. Don't leave the group. Judy cried, running after Clefairy. Clefairy either hadn't heard them or she was ignoring them, so she started to bounce up a nearby cliff. Judy, Misty, and Seymour climbed after her. Paras had no climbing ability, so he waited at the bottom. Clefairy, come back. Seymour called frantically. Meowth's got you now. Meowth taunted, blocking the Clefairy's path. Trying to get away, she fell off the cliff, hitting Misty in the head. Misty started to fall, and Judy reached out, grabbing her, but lost her own grip on the cliff. They knocked Seymour off the cliff as well. Thankfully, they all landed in a small river. Meowth climbed down after them, landing on a rock. All right. Now give Meowth that moonstone. Meowth, I'm sure we can be reasonable about this. Seymour stammered. No, we can't. Meowth yelled, launching himself at Seymour. You're right. Judy said, jumping in front of Seymour and using a karate chop. Meowth went flying backwards, landing about 10 feet away into the river. He groaned, got up and did the sensible thing. He ran for his life. Hey, is everyone alright? Ash asked as he and Brock ran up to them. Everyone's fine, thanks to Judy. Misty smiled at the fighting type. Now that Team Rocket's gone at least temporarily, let's find the generator and shut it down. Ash said. Paras once again tapped Ash on the foot, then scuttled back into the cave opening. The group followed it. A few minutes later, they found the generator. Brock found the switch and shut it down. Then he grabbed a bag of sugar, pouring it into the gas tank. What are you doing? Ash questioned, confused. Sabotaging the generator so Team Rocket can't just start it right back up again. Oh. Ash replied simply. Thanks, the Paras said gratefully. The Pokémon of this cave owe you for this. He hugged Ash's and Brock's ankles, something that needed no translation. You're welcome, Paras. Ash replied. Brock smiled. Glad we could help. I've got to give my offering to the Moon Stone before the Moon Festival begins, the Clefairy exclaimed. Would all of you like to be my guests to the ceremony? Wait, why am I even asking? You humans can't understand me. Our trainer can, but he's trying to keep it a secret. Kiera said, nudging Ash, who was trying to figure out how to respond to the Clefairy without alerting Seymour. The human with the brown hair and the girl with the red hair know, but the one in white doesn't, and Ash would like to keep it that way. Okay, I understand, the Clefairy said. She ran a short distance, then looked back. I think she wants us to follow her. Ash informed the others, not that the signal needed much translation. How do you know it's a she? Seymour asked, scratching his head. Good guess. Ash stammered. Brock rolled his eyes. Ash was a horrible liar. But thankfully, Seymour seemed to buy it. The Clefairy led them out of the cave they were in and started running up a hill. The group hurried to catch up to her. Where is she taking us? Misty wondered. It's another cave. Ash murmured. Trevor nudged him playfully. Congratulations, Mr. points out the obvious a lot, he teased. They entered the grotto, gasping in awe as they saw the giant sparkling rock inside. It's the core of the Moon Stone. Seymour breathed. It feels like a dream. Misty murmured. So the legend of the Moon Stone is true. Brock said in awe. Look. Clefairy's doing something. Ash pointed out. The Clefairy placed her little fragment of meteor next to the Moon Stone next to the dozens of others. May the moon spirits accept my offering, she said softly. Dozens of other Clefairy came out. There's so many. Misty breathed. An older male Clefairy turned to the group and asked, who are they? Why did you bring them here, Shauna? They're my friends. Shauna replied. They saved me when thieves tried to capture me and take my offering piece. The other Clefairy gasped. There were 2 people and a Meowth here earlier. We fear they are attempting to steal your Moon Stone. We chased them away, but they threatened to come back. We do not know if they will. Ash warned. The Clefairy began murmuring among themselves, wondering if the ceremony should be stopped and the Moon Stone hidden. Suddenly one stepped forward. It was a female with a dreamy expression in her eyes. Our Moon Stone will be safe, she said in a soft whispery voice. It will be protected. Luna has spoken, the older male announced. Her visions never lie. We will continue the ceremony as planned. Do you think they want us to leave? Ash asked. He can understand us, the Clefairy the older male was calling Luna reported, gesturing subtly towards Ash. But he's hiding. He fears the consequences if the wrong person learns about the power inside him. With some of the people he has and will encounter, his fear is justified. Ash nearly asked how she knew that, then remembered that Seymour was still in the room and clamped his mouth shut. The older male nodded to Luna, then walked up to Ash. We want all of you to stay. You have done our people a great service by protecting our Shauna. Please, stay and watch the ceremony. It will begin in an hour, with the rising of the moon. I guess they want us to stay. Brock said, almost getting his pants pulled down by a Clefairy that was trying to encourage him to sit. Fascinating. Seymour murmured. The Clefairy have formed their own society. The group sat quietly for a few minutes, then Ash's stomach rumbled loudly, making a few of the younger Clefairy giggle. I wonder if it's polite to eat in here. Brock said, glancing at Ash, yet trying not to make it too obvious. It's fine, a Clefairy assured. I don't see why it wouldn't be, especially if we share our food with them. Ash said. Good thing I made enough food for an army. Brock replied. Misty let out Metapod, who cooed and attempted to jump into her lap, but missed. Giggling, she lifted him up. Brock released his Geodude, Onix, and Zubat as well. Brock tossed sandwiches to the humans in the group and took out cans of his special Pokémon food. I improved the recipe based on your recommendations, he told Ash as he passed him the food he had made especially for Ash's Pokémon. See how they like it. His eyes said that he was dying to ask Ash 100 questions but was holding back due to Seymour being in the room. Brock passed Metapod's food to Misty and handed several cans to the Clefairy for them to share. This is even better than usual. Trevor stated, digging into his food. Let me try some. Seymour said, grabbing a piece right out of Venom's can while the Beedrill was eating out of it. Not bad, not bad. Hey. That was mine. Venom complained. Who steals food from a Beedrill? Misty whispered to Brock, her eyes wide. She wasn't as afraid of Venom as she would have been of any other Beedrill, he was Ash's Pokémon and had saved their lives, but still, to take food from any Beedrill. Trevor rolled his eyes. Wow, he had been doing a lot of that lately. Apparently him. A while later, the Clefairy stopped eating and suddenly stood. The moon ceremony begins, the older male Clefairy announced. He placed another small piece of meteorite in front of the moon stone, completing the circle. Moon spirits, accept our offerings and guide those of us that wish to evolve tonight. To the group's amazement, the moon stone began to glow. The Clefairy began to dance, chanting a beautiful, yet haunting prayer. What are they saying, Ash? Misty whispered. Ash turned around to make sure Seymour was not listening. Thankfully, the scientist was occupied watching the Clefairy. It's a prayer to the moon stone. Well, more to the moon spirits. Many are planning on evolving tonight, and it's the moon stone that gives them that power, he told her quietly. I wish I knew what they were doing. Seymour murmured. It looks like some kind of ritual. Brock said, having overheard Ash and Misty's quiet conversation. It's almost like they're worshipping the moon stone. Misty put in, knowing Ash was doing his best to keep his secret. Shauna nodded, giving Misty a smile. Is it because the moon stone fell from the heavens? Seymour questioned. Then the legends are true. Maybe the moon stone did come from space. Misty said. Of course. It all makes sense now. Seymour exclaimed. Outer space. Pokémon and the human race will ride the moonstone into space. First to the moon, then to Mars, then together to the stars. Stars. Hoo boy. Trevor sighed. Suddenly, Team Rocket burst in. Stars? That's our cue. Meowth said. The Clefairy stopped their dance and shivered in fear. Only Luna seemed unfazed. You guys don't know when to quit. Ash yelled. Keep away from the moon stone or else. Seymour was trying to sound brave, but the effect was kind of ruined by his knees knocking. Or else. Jessie said mockingly. James laughed. I think we've been threatened. The moon stone belongs to the Clefairy, not to you troublemakers. Leave this cave at once. Seymour demanded, his voice shaking. What's that unusual sound? James taunted. His knees are shaking, Jessie replied with an evil grin. Sounds like a wimp. It was Meowth that spoke this time. Seymour lunged at them and Meowth tripped him. My glasses. I can't see a thing. Seymour cried, feeling around for his glasses. Leave him alone. Ash yelled. Kiera dived between him and Team Rocket, cawing a threat. Make us. Jessie taunted him, releasing her Ekans as James released his coughing. We will. Onyx growled, moving in front of Brock. No one saw Trevor whisper something to Judy. She nodded quickly, then told Trevor's plan to the Clefairy. Show them that size doesn't matter. Jessie commanded her intimidated Pokémon. Ekans, underground. Coughing, use smoke screen. Thick smoke covered the area, making everyone cough. Brock released Zubat, commanding him to use double team to remove the smoke. When it cleared, Team Rocket had disappeared. And so had the Moon Stone. Team Rocket stole it. Misty yelled. The match was just a trick so they could sneak away with it. Ash realized. A Clefairy handed Seymour his glasses, and Seymour ran out of the cave, trying to stop Team Rocket. Suddenly, Ash heard laughter. He turned around to see Judy chuckling, clutching her sides. Judy! They just stole the Moon Stone. Why are you laughing? Ash shouted at his third Pokémon. She stopped giggling. I was picturing the look on Team Rocket's faces when the Graveler they just stole wakes up. She and the Clefairy pushed the Real Moon Stone, which had been hidden in a dark corner, back into place. Ash gaped at her. Huh. I caught on to what they were doing when they started the match. Trevor explained. Misdirection is a typical thieves' trick. I would know. Trevor, the only thing you have ever been successful at stealing is Ash's heart. Kiera teased, calming down now that she understood what was going on. Trevor glared at her. So, we decided to misdirect them instead. Judy continued for Trevor. We pulled the switch while you guys distracted them with the match. They should find out in 3, 2. Outside, they heard an angry roar and screaming. Then there was a huge thump and the words, Team Rocket's blasting off again. The voices gradually faded into the distance. Ash looked at his Pokémon in admiration. You guys are amazing. Judy grinned. We know. Seymour rushed back into the cave. I saw Team Rocket getting chased by an angry Graveler. It used Rock Blast and sent them flying. But I couldn't find the... He saw the Moon Stone sitting back in place. Moon Stone. Wah, how? It appears that the Clefairy and Ash's Pokémon pulled a switch. Brock told him. The Clefairy thanked Judy and Trevor, then continued with their ritual. Those who wish to evolve, go and touch the Moon Stone now, the leader said. Several stepped forward, touching the Moon Stone. They glowed, their new form increasing in size and gaining small wings. For those who could not understand Pokémon, their cry became, Clefable, Clefable, Clefable. I decided to stay with the Clefable. Seymour told Ash and his friends after the ritual had ended. Huh? Ash asked incredulously. It's been my life's dream to find the Moon Stone. Someday, I will travel to the stars with the Clefairy. Seymour replied. We'll keep him out of trouble. Shauna, who had remained a Clefairy, reassured, taking Seymour's hand. Or at least we'll try, one of the new Clefable muttered. If you do get to outer space, send us a postcard. Brock said. They were about to leave when Ash felt a touch on his hand. He looked down to see Luna, who had become a Clefable. I am glad what was once hidden from you has become found, she said in the same soft, dreamy tone. I don't understand. Ash admitted. She smiled sadly. You will in time. No door remains locked forever. Just remember, what will hurt you will also heal you. And I know both your team and the family who chose you will be there for you when the truth is revealed. Luna gave him a hug, then walked away. Both Ash and his team looked at her in shock. Trevor, you're a genius. Do you have any idea what she just said? Ash asked his starter, making sure Seymour wasn't listening. Thankfully, he was distracted, talking to Shauna about his outer space theory. I'm sorry, Ash. I've never been good with those kinds of riddles. Just let it go for now. Kiera advised, nuzzling Ash. We'll probably never figure it out until the truth decides to reveal itself. And Luna's right. No matter what, we will always be there for you. Ash gave a faint smile, stroking his starter's feathers. Thank you. They took leave of Seymour and left him to moon the next morning. Do you think the Clefairy really did come to Earth from outer space? Ash asked. Kiera was at her usual place on his shoulder, and the rest of his team walked or flew behind him. I don't know, but it's fun to believe they did. Misty said with a smile. About half an hour later, they reached a sign directing them to Cerulean City. Well, I guess we're headed the right way. Brock said. But there's something else scribbled here. They say some kids like to write silly notes on these signs. What's it say? Ash asked. Brock squinted to read the message. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. What the dash? Ugh. Ash screamed. Loser. I'll show you, Gary. He ran off, and Kiera had to fly off his shoulder to keep from landing on the ground at the speed Ash was going. He dares to call my trainer a loser. Kiera screeched. She watched her trainer running off and could tell how hurt he was under the anger. Ash. Ash, slow down. She flew off after her trainer, and the rest of Ash's team followed. Misty and Brock exchanged concerned glances before running after Ash as well, with one thought on their minds. Who the heck is Gary? After a few minutes, Ash's run slowed to a walk. Why did Gary always feel the need to taunt him? He tried to follow his mother's advice, to ignore it, to not retaliate, but it didn't stop the insults from continuing. And now Misty, Brock, and Ash's Pokémon knew. Would they think he was a loser too? Ash, slow down. Wait up, he heard Kiera call. He turned to see his team running towards him and remembered that he had sent Kiera flying off his shoulder when he had taken off. I'm sorry, guys, he said sadly. I shouldn't have run off like that. It's just. Ash, it's okay. Kiera soothed. The look on her trainer's face broke her heart. If she ever saw that Gary guy, if he insulted her trainer ever again, she was going to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. That message was disgusting. You have the right to be angry. Who was that JRK anyway? Judy asked angrily. Does he always do things like that? Ash nodded, sitting down. Trevor hopped into his lap and Kiera flew back onto his shoulder and preened his hair. Judy took a seat beside him and put her arm around him. Venom just hovered in front of him, not sure what he should do to comfort his trainer. He's my rival. We used to be friends when we were little, but things changed. Brock and Misty arrived just as Ash said that. What happened? Misty asked gently. When we started school, Gary found a lot of new friends, and I could never fit in with them no matter how hard I tried. His new friends didn't like me, and I didn't really like them either. Gary and I started getting into stupid arguments, and just drifted apart. Misty frowned. Wait. Is that the reason why you back down and let me win every time it looks like we're about to get into an argument or something? Ash looked down. I guess so. Yours and Brock's friendship means a lot to me. I don't want to lose it over a stupid fight. Ash, friends will sometimes get into stupid arguments. Trevor and I do it all the time and we're still best friends. Kiera reassured him. Are you really that afraid of losing us? Brock asked softly. Yes. Ash exclaimed. Ivy never really had friends before, he admitted, ashamed. Well, except maybe for my cousin Ethan in Johto, but I could only see him a few times a year. I never fit in anywhere at school. Most of Gary's new friends made fun of me, and then Gary started doing it as well. Gary was always ahead of me with everything, friends, Pokémon battles, school, and he never hesitated to let me know about it. And it's going to get even worse when he finds out about Pikachu. If he makes fun of you over that, then Gary will have to deal with me. Kiera growled. Me too. Judy added. And I'm ready to punch him in the face already. No one gets away with insulting my friends. Same here. Trevor told him. Me as well. Venom said. We're all here for you. He nuzzled against Ash, who hugged him, careful of his stingers. This Gary sounds like a real JRK and a horrible friend. Misty told Ash. And Ash? You don't have to fear losing me as a friend. You see, I never really had a lot of friends either. I didn't exactly fit in with the other girls at my school. Besides my Pokémon, you and Brock are the best friends I've ever had. Same here. Brock sighed. Raising a family of 10 and being a full-time gym leader didn't leave me a lot of time to make friends. And wanting to be a Pokémon breeder rather than a trainer, well, a lot of guys thought it was strange. Brock wouldn't tell Misty and Ash what most teenagers his age had called him, they were far too young to hear words like that. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. Ash told them. You have no idea how much that means to me. Misty smiled. You're welcome. That's what friends are for. Brock said. Ash asked his friends if it was okay to stop and train for a day or two before heading to the gym. Brock checked their supplies, then said that it would be completely fine. Misty agreed as well, though something seemed to be bothering her. Ash asked, but she just smiled and said that she was fine. With Brock and Misty's help, and a lot of hard work, Ash's Pokémon were soon up to level 20 and ready for the Cerulean Gym. Venom learned Fury Attack quickly and was close to mastering Pursuit. Like Kiera, he was incredibly quick and evasive, swooping in to attack his opponents and getting out of the way before they even had a chance to react. Judy learned Seismic Toss while sparring with Geodude, scooping him up and sending him flying face-first into a tree. As you can imagine, Geodude wasn't too happy about that. Kiera didn't learn any new moves, but she improved her speed and attack. Like Venom, Trevor also learned 2 new moves. While practicing Bite on a big log, he had ended up using Hyper Fang, slicing the log completely in half. It was by far his strongest and most devastating attack. He also learned Sucker Punch, completely by accident. Venom had snuck up behind Trevor to scare him, and his prank backfired in the worst possible way. Startled out of his wits, Trevor had whirled around and punched Venom right in the eye. Venom learned something too that day. Never sneak up on Trevor or you risk getting a mean right paw right to the face. Much to Misty's joy, her Metapod evolved, becoming a beautiful Butterfree. The bug was a quick learner, and soon knew Confusion, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Sleep Powder. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ash decided his Pokémon were ready and they made their way towards Cerulean City. Misty was acting even more nervous than she had before, and for at least the 5th time in the past few days, Ash asked her what was wrong. Nothing. Misty replied quickly. But are you sure you want to go to Cerulean City? You don't want any Pokémon from there. They're all big, scary ghost Pokémon that look like this. She made a face that was obviously meant to be scary, but turned out to be more funny than anything. Ash nearly fell down laughing. Nice face, Misty. Noticing that she didn't seem too amused, he stopped. I'm not going there to get Pokémon anyway. I'm going to try for my 2nd badge. You don't want to go to the Cerulean Gym. Misty said. It's all dingy and disgusting. The Vermilion Gym is much nicer. Plus Vermilion is right on the water, has a lot of neat Pokémon and you can watch all the giant yachts pulling into the harbor. Plus, there's a little park up on a hill where you can watch the sunset and it's so romantic. I've heard of the Vermilion Gym city leader. Ash told her. His name's Lieutenant Surge, and he's retired military. He's really tough, and I'd like to get a little more experience before I go up against him. Plus, I'll need to get the Cerulean badge eventually anyway. I wonder who the gym leader is and what Pokémon they use. I can't believe I forgot to check. He pulled his Indigo League handbook out of his bag and started to flip through it. Misty snatched it out of his hand. You don't need this. Do you really want to wreck the surprise? She threw the book into a nearby bush. Hey! Ash objected, retrieving his book. He glared at Misty. Okay, what is with you? Something's clearly bothering you and you're acting kind of crazy. I'm your friend, can't you trust me enough to tell me what's going on? Misty opened her mouth to yell at him, then closed it again, knowing he was right. Okay, she sighed. It's my sisters. They're the gym leaders at Cerulean and they're always putting me down because I'm supposedly not as glamorous or as talented as them. She made air quotes around both words. I stormed off a few months ago, vowing to never return until I became the best water Pokémon trainer in the world. Sounds like you have the same problem with them that I have with Gary. Ash sighed. They sound like real JRKS. I do still have to try for that badge, but you don't have to go near the gym or even into the city if you don't want to. But why didn't you tell me or Brock earlier? Same reason you never told us about Gary. Misty told him. I was embarrassed and I didn't want you to know. I'll take you to the gym because knowing you, you'll get yourself lost, but I'm not going inside. That's fine. Ash assured her. The group headed into Cerulean City. But what they didn't know was that 3 very unwelcome visitors had arrived in Cerulean the night before, and that they were about to be caught in the middle of a sinister plan that involved the Cerulean Gym. Cerulean City was beautiful, at least in Ash's and Brock's opinion. Misty kept glancing around nervously like she was expecting her sisters to pop up out of nowhere. Suddenly they heard sirens and came upon a huge crowd of people surrounding a small store. Several police officers were examining the scene. Excuse me, do you know what happened here? Ash asked someone in the crowd as he, Brock, and Misty walked up to the scene. Some burglars broke into that store last night, the man said. Burglars? Ash asked. What do you know about burglars? A suspicious voice asked. It was a young policewoman with teal-colored hair. You 3 look very suspicious to me. Wow, someone's paranoid. Judy grumbled, rolling her eyes. We just came into town and saw the crowd, so we came over to see what was going on. Brock protested. The criminal always returns to the scene of the crime, the police officer asserted. Trevor moved between Ash and the paranoid police officer and so did Judy. Kiera glared at her from her spot on Ash's shoulder and Venom rolled his eyes, obviously thinking the whole thing was ridiculous. That must mean every single person in this crowd is a thief. Trevor said sarcastically. And it appears your Pokémon were in on it with you, the policewoman continued. What? Kiera screeched. Look lady, my trainer is no thief and neither are we. We are not thieves. Ash yelled. I'm 10. I'm just a Pokémon trainer who came to challenge the gym, saw the crowd, and came over to see what was going on. I have my Pokédex right here. He pulled it out and showed it to the police officers. I'm Dexter, a Pokédex programmed by Professor Oak for trainer Ash Ketchum, the Pokédex droned. Yeah, and I was the leader of the Pewter City Gym. Brock said, showing the policewoman his Boulder badge and gym leader certificate. And I'm Misty Waterflower. My sisters run the gym here. Misty told her, showing her photo ID. Well, that's evidence enough for me, the policewoman said sheepishly. Sorry I was so suspicious. Late night and way too much coffee, I suppose. Miss? I was wondering, since I'm new in town, if we could get together tonight and maybe you could show me around? Brock asked. Venom stared at him in disbelief. Do you just ask out the lady that accused you of being a thief? And I thought I was weird. The policewoman laughed. Well, I'm not off duty till past your bedtime. Brock flinched and Ash tried to give him a reassuring smile. Venom winced. Ouch. That had to hurt. And I may even have to work round the clock to catch those burglars, she continued. Jenny, we need your help over here, another officer called. Fine, I'm coming, she said, leaving. I wonder what they stole. Ash mused. A nearby officer who was controlling the crowd overheard. It's the oddest case I've ever been on, he told them. They stole a massive vacuum and a giant hose. Completely ignored the cash register. You kids didn't happen to see anything strange while you were entering town, did you? Any suspicious characters or large trucks? Brock shook his head. No, sir. Why would anyone steal a giant vacuum cleaner and a hose? Ash asked. The officer shrugged. If I knew, we'd be a lot closer to solving this case. Now, we're pretty busy over here, so if you folks could just move along. Ash, Brock, and Misty left the scene and made a stop at the Pokémon Center to heal their teams before heading towards the gym. It's this building right here. Misty said, pointing out a building with a magenta and orange roof and a giant dugong on the front. I'll meet you at the Pokémon Center once you're done. Good luck. She smiled at them and walked away. I've got to go do something as well. Brock told Ash. What? Ash asked curiously. Brock grinned. I wasn't going to tell you until afterwards, but I'm too excited to wait. There's a Pokémon Breeders Association office here and I'm going to take them some of my Pokémon food recipes. They're having a cooking for Pokémon contest this month, and if I win, my recipes will get published in Pokémon Breeders Digest and I'll get a big prize. I bet you'll win. Ash told him. Brock smiled. Thanks. I'll try to make it back in time to watch your match. Ash waved goodbye to him as he left, then walked into the gym. Much to Ash's surprise, when he entered the gym with his Pokémon, they saw not a battle arena, but a giant stadium with a pool. The building was packed with people. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the stars of our show, the sensational Cerulean City Synchronized Swimming Sisters, someone announced. Try saying that 5 times fast. Judy muttered, looking confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a gym? 3 beautiful girls, one with orange hair, one with pink hair, and one with violet hair dived off the top of a diving board that had to be at least 20 feet up, and began to do an excellently choreographed synchronized swimming show. The crowd went wild, but Ash and his team were completely confused. I thought this was supposed to be a Pokémon gym. Ash whispered to his team as they sat down. Could Misty have gotten the wrong building? I doubt it. Kiera replied. This is her hometown after all. Maybe this weird swimming thing is a side hobby. I'm bored already. Judy sighed. I wanted to have a battle, not watch humans swim. Maybe the gym's on the other side of the building or something. Ash mused. They exited the stadium through a side door just as the show was ending. I don't understand it. Ash told his team as they went down some stairs. The gym's got to be somewhere around here. As they entered the next room, they came upon a giant aquarium full of non-Pokémon fish like trout and bass. Okay, there's a giant aquarium, but no gym. Maybe I am in the wrong building. That was so great, a female voice cooed. Daisy, the dive you did was super. The practice really paid off, another girl's voice said. Totally. There was a high-pitched giggle. Ash turned to see the 3 girls from the show. Excuse me? Ash asked, walking up to them. Maybe they could give him directions. They glared at him. I'm sorry, but if you want an interview, you have to, call our manager, the one with the pink hair told Ash. No, it's not that. Ash started. We don't do autographs, the pink-haired girl retorted. I don't want one. I just wanted to know if this was a Pokémon gym. Ash protested. It sure is, the girl with blue hair replied. Are any of you the leader of this gym? Ash questioned. All three of us are, the girl with the orange hair said. They struck a pose. I'm Daisy, she said. Her name's Violet, and this is Lily. She pointed to the violet-haired girl and then the pink-haired girl. We're the three sensational sisters. Violet added. We're world famous. Lily put in. Kiera rolled her eyes. If this is what Misty has to put up with, I'm not surprised she left. Huh. Then what's with all the swimming? Ash questioned. Weren't gym leaders busy enough with all the trainers coming in for badges? It's, like, our hobby, and our fans love to watch us perform. Lily explained. We pool our talents to make a big splash. Violet crowed, and they all let out a high-pitched giggle that made Ash and Trevor cringe. Judy shook her head. I don't know what's worse. The annoying laughter or the horrible puns. I'd go with both. Venom muttered. Am I supposed to face one of you or all of you? Ash asked. The girls looked at each other and frowned. We don't feel much like battling anymore. Daisy muttered. Ash gaped at them. What? This is a gym. We just got beaten 3 times in a row by these kids from this nowhere place called Pallet Town. Violet grumbled. It was one defeat after another. My eyes were spinning from all of the losses. We, had to rush all our Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. Daisy continued. This is the only one left. Lily tossed a Pokeball and a Goldeen popped out, flopping on the floor and trying to make its way into the pool. Ash bent down and helped it in. Thanks, the Goldeen said gratefully. If it would evolve into Sea King, we could use it, but all it can do now is its horn attack. Violet said. The Goldeen glared at them. You know, it would help if you actually tried training me, it grumbled before the pink-haired girl returned it to its Pokeball. So, there's no point in even battling. Violet told Ash. And now, instead of having matches, we have time to make ourselves more beautiful than ever. Daisy put in. Kiera was disgusted. These girls have more ego than Viridian Forest has Beedrill. Daisy noticed Ash's disappointed expression. I know what you want. She clapped her hands and called, Seal. The Pokémon swam over and stuck out its tongue. On it was a blue badge shaped like a water drop. Okay, that's just plain weird. Trevor stated. A cascade badge, the girl said. This is what you want, right? You can have it. She held it out to him. Thanks, but I'd rather earn my badges. Ash told her, taking a step back. Daisy rolled her eyes and smiled. Take it. A badge is a badge. Here. Ash looked at the badge, then at his Pokémon, unsure of what to do. Garrett's words ran through his mind. Victories won't just be handed to you. You need to earn them. He knew his mentor would probably be disappointed in him if he took a badge he didn't rightfully earn. And Ash would be disappointed in himself as well. He looked the girl right in the eyes. No. I'm not taking a badge I didn't earn. Disappointed and angry, he turned to walk out of the gym. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you for doing that. Kiera said, nuzzling him. I am too. Judy added, taking his hand. So am I. Venom told him. A true warrior never takes the easy way out. I'm proud of you as well, Ash. Trevor said. We'll figure out a way to get a cascade badge the right way. Maybe Brock can help. Hold it, a voice shouted from the bleachers. Ash turned to see Misty standing there. Leaping over the guardrail, she faced her sisters angrily. All right, Daisy, if you don't want to battle him, I will. Ash smiled at her. You came. Her scowl turned into a smile as she turned to him. I had to. When I was in the Pokémon Center, I heard a trainer talking about those three just giving away badges. That's an insult to our gym, and I knew you wouldn't take one, or that if you did, you'd be disappointed in yourself. So, now you're getting your battle with me, the fourth sensational sister. Lily sneered. There are only 3 sensational sisters and 1 runt. Misty glared at her, and so did Ash and his team. Hey! Don't talk to her like that. Ash yelled. They just ignored him. So, little sister, it's a surprise to see you back so soon. Daisy said. That little girl with the big mouth that said she was going to be a great Pokémon trainer, wasn't that you? Violet taunted. I guess I did say something like that when I left. Misty admitted. Ash could see how hurt she was, though she hid it. Misty, you left here pretending you wanted to become a Pokémon trainer because you couldn't compare with us. Because we're obviously more beautiful and talented than you. Lily gloated. Misty had to grab Kiera to keep her from pecking out that sister's eyes. The only thing you're better at than Misty is being complete and utter JRKS. Ash shouted. Misty is a far better trainer than any of you. And you may think you're so beautiful, but inside, you're ugly. Misty stared at him, her eyes wide as saucers. She had never seen her timid friend lose his temper like that before or insult anyone. Ever. Go Ash. Judy cheered. Wow. I've never seen Ash like that before. Trevor said, wide-eyed. You heard what Hector said. Ash has the heart of a Spearow. And we never let anyone insult or hurt our friends. Kiera explained, calming down. Lily gasped. How dare you speak to us like that? She raised her hand to slap Ash. All of Ash's Pokémon went to defend him, and unfortunately for the pink-haired sister, Judy got there first. Jumping between them, Judy shoved Lily backwards. Ash had to grab Judy around the waist to keep her from making mincemeat of the girl who dared to try to hurt her trainer. Judy struggled for a few seconds, then relaxed, not wanting to accidentally hurt Ash. Well, he's definitely not someone I would choose for a boyfriend, but you're no prize yourself. Daisy muttered to Misty as she helped her pink-haired sister up. Misty couldn't tell if Ash was red with rage or embarrassment. I'm her friend, and I'd be a pretty lousy one if I just stood there and let you 3 insult her, he yelled. Look, I'll prove I'm a better trainer than any of you. Misty yelled at her sisters. They shrugged and handed her a Cascade badge, saying she was the only one with a Pokémon that could actually battle. Misty took Ash's hand and dragged him to the battle area. Come on, Ash, let's have our battle. If you want your badge, you're going to have to beat me. And I'm not going easy on you. She swam out to a floating platform in the middle of the pool. Ash smiled as he climbed on his own floating platform. I wouldn't have it any other way. How many Pokémon? 2 on 2 works for me. Misty said. Venom. You up for a battle? Ash called to his bug type. The Beedrill nodded eagerly and flew over to join Ash. Kiera, Trevor, and Judy cheered Ash on from the side of the pool. Well, in that case. Misty calls Spearow. Misty threw Spearow's Pokeball, and the starfish Pokémon landed gracefully on the platform in front of Misty. Do you think Misty could really win? Daisy, who was watching, asked her sisters. Lily snorted. In her dreams, maybe. Venom, use Twineedle. Ash commanded. Venom's speed worked to his advantage, and he hit Spearow before the starfish Pokémon could dodge. Oh no! Spearow's in a lot of pain. Misty cried. Spearow, use Recover. The starfish Pokémon glowed, looking much healthier. Venom, use Fury Attack. Spearow, use Water Gun. Dodge it. Ash ordered. Venom got out of the way just in time, then swooped in on Spearow, managing to hit it 3 times before having to dodge again. Now use Twineedle. Ash called. Spearow, counterattack. Both attacks landed, causing both Pokémon to cry out in pain. Can you continue? Ash called to his Beedrill. Venom nodded. Use Twineedle again. Venom jabbed Spearow with his stingers twice before the Spearow could react. But it wasn't out yet. Spearow, hang in there. Misty called. Use water gun. It sent out streams of water 4 times. Venom managed to dodge 3 of them, but was hit by the 4th. Use fury attack. Ash commanded. Venom struck his opponent 4 times, knocking Spearow out. Spearow, return. Misty said. You did a great job, she whispered. Now, go Starmie. Do you want to come back? Ash asked his Beedrill, knowing Venom was exhausted. Venom shook his head. No. I'm going until I'm out. Ash knew he had to respect his Pokémon's wishes. All right. Use your Twineedle attack. Venom rushed at the Starmie, striking it twice. Use water gun, Starmie. Knock him into the water. The Starmie shot off several bursts of water, one right after the other. Exhausted, Venom dodged the first couple but was soon hit, falling into the water. He struggled to stay afloat. Misty's totally awesome. Daisy said in awe. Well, we 3 got all the good looks. She had to get at least some of the talent. Lily replied. Venom. Ash cried. He grabbed Venom's Pokeball, sking his Beedrill in before he could sink. You did wonderful, buddy, he whispered. Take a rest. He turned to the rest of his Pokémon. Kiera, I choose you. The Spearow flew to his side. Kiera, use Aerial Ace. Ash ordered. Starmie, water gun. Misty called. The Starmie shot off several water guns. Kiera evaded them all, slamming into Starmie. Starmie, rapid spin. Spinning so fast it was a blur, Starmie headed straight for Kiera. Dodge it, Kiera. Kiera got out of the way by inches. Now use Aerial Ace. Kiera obeyed, once again slamming into the Starmie. Starmie was still in the battle, but barely. Starmie, use Recover. Misty called. Use Aerial Ace while it's using Recover. Starmie managed to finish using Recover, but Kiera slammed into it before it could fire off another attack. Use Water Gun, Starmie. Misty ordered. Kiera managed to dodge all but the last one, which glanced off of her. Use Peck, Kiera. Dodging another water gun, Kiera pecked at the Starmie several times before being forced to dodge again. Starmie was extremely close to fainting now. Finish it off with Aerial Ace. Ash called. Kiera zoomed in, striking the final blow. It was too much for Starmie, and the starfish Pokémon fainted. Misty recalled her Starmie, whispering a thank you to it. She turned to Ash. Congratulations, Ash. You. Suddenly there was a huge rumbling and something crashed through the gym wall. It was Team Rocket, the same 3 idiots that Ash and his friends had run into in Mount Moon. They were riding a massive vacuum with wheels attached. What's up with that hair? Daisy queried, pointing at Jessie. Like, who invited the party crashers? Lily asked. Trevor stared at her, dumbfounded. They just crashed through the wall and you're worried about hair. Sorry for the interruption, ladies. Jessie said with a grin. Allow us to introduce ourselves. James continued. They went through the same motto they did on Mount Moon. Are these guys for real? Trevor muttered. His eyes widened as he realized what they were planning to do. Ash. Misty. Get off the platforms. Misty. Get off the platform. Ash yelled as he dived into the water. In the water, water Pokémon have the advantage. James said. But if we steal that water away? Jessie continued. The Pokémon are ours for the taking. James finished. And Meowth knows just how to do it. Meowth said, hitting a lever. A gigantic hose fell into the pool and began skiing up the water. Seal and several Goldeen, who had been swimming in the pool, were quickly sked into the vacuum. Misty, a strong and quick swimmer, had made it to the nearest side of the pool, but Ash wasn't so lucky. Just as he had grabbed the side of the pool to haul himself out, a floating platform knocked into him, and he lost his grip on the pool's edge and was sked towards the vacuum. He swam frantically, trying to escape the vacuum's pull, but to no avail. Ash, his Pokémon screamed. Without hesitation, Judy dived in, grabbing hold of Ash with one arm, and desperately trying to swim away from the hose. Misty watched in horror, knowing she was no match for the vacuum's suction and that Ash and Judy were too far away to reach. Then she saw the switch at the end of the pool, Team Rocket standing in front of it. Her sisters were close by, cowering, but not doing anything to stop Team Rocket. She rushed towards the switch, hoping she'd make it in time. Trevor and Kiera had the same idea and ran for the switch. Judy and Ash were doing their best to fight the current, but even Judy's immense strength couldn't break them free, and she was tiring. They were pulled closer and closer to the hose. No! Kiera screamed, knowing her friends weren't going to make it. Suddenly, a white light covered her and she evolved into a majestic Spearow. She quickly flew towards her friends, grabbing them just as they were pulled under. Team Rocket screamed. A red-haired demon and a purple-furred one were amongst them, punching, scratching, and tackling. James ended up being hit in a place no man wants to be hit, and fell to the floor groaning. Jessie was quickly tackled to the floor, and Meowth was taken out by a hyperfong. Misty quickly pulled the switch, stopping the vacuum as Kiera pulled her friends out of the water. Gently, Kiera put Ash and Judy down outside the pool. Ash coughed up some water he had inhaled and turned towards Judy, who was catching her breath. "Are you okay?" he asked. She nodded, hugging him. "But they won't be." Kiera growled, turning towards Team Rocket. She flew at them in an aerial ace attack. Trying to get out of the way before they were creamed, they dived into the pool, and Kiera hit the vacuum, accidentally pushing the lever to the on position. Team Rocket were sked in, and got blasted out the other side thanks to the second hose that they had neglected to attach to anything. Team Rocket's blasting off again, they screamed in unison as they flew through the air. Misty and her sisters rushed out through the hole they had made, finding Seal and the Goldeen safe outside a short distance away. They put them all back safely in their Pokeball. With Team Rocket safely out of the way, Kiera went back to check on their friends. Both were still shaking from the shock, clinging to each other. Ash looked up at his newly evolved Pokémon. "Kiera, you saved us." "Thank you." He hugged her. Kiera checked him over, and her eyes widened. "Ash, you're bleeding." There were several scratches on his arms. She looked over Judy as well. Thankfully, the Mankey was unhurt. Kiera lowered her head guiltily. "I must have scratched you when I pulled you guys out of the pool." "I'm sorry." Ash cut her off. "Kiera, don't you dare feel guilty. You saved our lives. Without you, we might have drowned. And it's just a tiny scratch. It doesn't even hurt." It did, but he certainly wasn't going to let her know about it. He knew it would make her feel worse. If you have to blame someone, blame Team Rocket, but don't blame yourself. She nodded, nuzzling him and wrapping her wing around them both. "I'm so glad you both are okay." They both hugged her tightly. Misty and Trevor ran over, asking if they were okay. Misty ran for the first aid kit and began bandaging Ash's wounds, thankful for the first aid class she had taken before starting her journey. Trevor climbed onto Ash's lap. The sensational sisters came over and he glared venomously at them. "Thanks for doing absolutely nothing while my trainer and friend nearly drowned," he growled. "Glad you thought your precious hair or whatever was more important than their lives." Ash hugged Trevor and the Rattata slowly calmed down. "Trev, Misty, thanks so much for stopping Team Rocket." Ash told them. We owe you guys one. I'm just glad you two are alright. Trevor whispered. I was so scared I was going to lose you. The Rattata was shaking worse than Ash and Judy. Well, we're fine thanks to you guys and Kiera. Ash reassured. He hugged both Trevor and Judy, and snuggled up against Kiera's side. I never did get the chance to give you this. Misty said, pressing a cascade badge into Ash's hand. Congratulations, Ash. You beat me fair and square and earned this badge the right way. Ash just grinned. He hoped Garrett would be proud of him. Reluctantly, Ash recalled Kiera to her Pokeball, knowing that with her new size and huge wingspan, she would not be able to fit comfortably through the doors. Though he loved her new form, Ash kind of missed Kiera being able to sit on his shoulder. He vowed to make sure she was able to spend as much time outside the Pokeball as possible when they were traveling outside. As they left the gym, Ash saw Brock running up to them. Sorry. Things ran a bit late. There was a ton of other breeders there. Brock said sheepishly. Did you win your match? Ash grinned, holding up his new Cascade badge. Congratulations. Brock told him. He noticed the bandages on Ash's shoulders. What happened? Ash told him of what happened in the gym. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. Brock murmured, wishing he had been able to help his friends. Not your fault. Ash reassured. You couldn't have known. Did you win your prize? I'll know in 2 weeks. Brock said. What prize? Misty asked, confused. I entered my recipes in a contest for Pokémon Breeders' Digest. If I win, I'll get my recipes published in the magazine, $500, and a 6-month supply of ingredients. Brock explained. Well, as far as we're concerned, Brock, you've already won the grand prize for best food in the world. Trevor said. Ash relayed Trevor's words to Brock, whose smile became so huge, it could have lit an entire city block. They headed off to the Pokémon Center, and Ash and Misty handed over their teams to Nurse Joy. As they waited, Misty turned to Ash. I never thanked you for sticking up for me in there, she whispered. Besides my Pokémon, no one's ever done that before. You're my friend, Misty. Ash replied. And like I said in there, I would have been a pretty lousy friend if I didn't stand up for you. She smiled, slipping her hand into his. And I promise that I'll always do the same for you. After a few more minutes, the bell dinged, and both of them went to get their teams. As soon as they were outside, Ash let his Pokémon out of their Pokeball, and the happy group began heading off on the next leg of their journey. First loss and forging your path. I can't wait to get to Vermilion City. Misty said eagerly. They have a luxury cruise ship and I have to see that. That's nice, Misty. Ash mumbled distractedly. Are you even listening to me? Misty demanded, elbowing him. Ash jumped and turned to look at her sheepishly. Huh. Sorry, Misty. What were you saying? She rolled her eyes at him. Someone has his head in the clouds today. Brock teased. What were you thinking about so hard? The Vermilion Gym. I was trying to figure out how to beat Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. Ash told them, looking slightly nervous when he said the word Raichu. Our dig strategy isn't going to work since the gym has a solid floor and I doubt Trevor's going to want to burrow through that. Plus, I doubt Lieutenant Surge is going to want several giant holes in the floor. Yeah, that would be bad. Trevor responded, picturing the floor collapsing under them. Kiera and Venom, you two have a type disadvantage against electricity, so you two are going to have to sit this one out. That leaves either Trevor or Judy. Now how should we? Ash, calm down. Kiera, who was flying overhead, told him. We have a few weeks to think up a strategy. She knew this gym was going to give Ash a bit of a problem. She had seen his face when he mentioned Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. Getting some more Pokémon might be a good idea. Misty suggested. And you'll have to train really hard. Ash nodded. I know I will. Lieutenant Surge was a commanding officer in the war. He's really, really good, especially with electrics, and he's got to know a ton of battle strategies. He was one of my idols when I was younger. I really respect him. That's how you knew about him even though you didn't know the leaders of the Cerulean Gym. Brock realized. Yeah. I've always looked up to him. Ash confessed. As they rounded a bend in the road, a young boy with a Rattata by his side came up to them. Hey. Would any of you like to have a battle with me? Sure. Ash told him. Hey, Venom, you up for a battle? He called to his Beedrill, who was following behind them. Always. Venom said, moving to Ash's side. The boy looked intimidated by the Beedrill, but continued anyway. Rattata, go. The Rattata stepped forward. Use quick attack. Dodge and use Twineedle, Venom. Ash ordered. Venom dodged easily, then swooped at the Rattata, striking it twice. Due to the Rattata's low level, it was a one-hit KO. Oh no! Rattata, the kid cried. He recalled the small rodent to his Pokeball. You did a good job, Rattata, he murmured. The kid handed Ash the prize money. You're a great trainer. I bet you could even beat AJ. AJ? Ash asked. For some reason, the name sounded really familiar. Yeah. He lives right over there. The kid pointed behind him. AJ trains savage Pokémon. He even built his own gym. And he's never lost a single match. Let's do it, Ash. Judy said excitedly. She was eager for a battle, since she hadn't gotten to fight in the last gym. Ash too was eager. AJ sounded extremely tough, and Ash wanted to see if he could beat him. Plus, maybe he could figure out why the name seemed so familiar. Following the directions the kid had given them, Ash, his friends, and his team walked over to the gym. It looked extremely professional and well made. An electronic scoreboard overhead read 98 wins to 0 losses. Wow! Misty breathed. 98 wins. This guy's going to be tough. I know. Ash murmured. But I'm still going to give it a shot. Are you my next victim? A kid with black and green hair, an orange and black shirt, and blue pants asked, walking up to them. Are you AJ? Ash asked. Yes, that's me. AJ said. You looking for a match? Ash nodded. Yes, I am. Well, prepare to lose. Beating chumps like you is my hobby. AJ taunted as he gestured Ash and his friends into the gym. Ash bit back the retort that desperately wanted to come out, doing his best to shrug the insult off. He had learned the hard way that insults only got worse if he rose to them. Ash's Pokémon glared at AJ, and Brock and Misty exchanged concerned glances. The gym was well designed inside as well, with a dirt battle arena. Wow! Ash murmured. Not too shabby at all. Misty approved. This was almost as well built as one of the Pokémon League gyms. A Butterfree flew down to them, grabbing AJ's backpack off the ground and taking it into the tent. What's in the backpack? Ash asked curiously. The wild Pokémon I just caught. AJ replied. There's a bunch more in the tent. And then some. Can I see them after the match? Ash requested. AJ shrugged dismissively. If you want. He climbed up the steps to the arena carrying a brown whip. So which Pokémon are you going to choose for my 99th win? Ash decided not to respond to that and just walked up into the arena. This will be a one-on-one match. Are you ready, kid? AJ asked, wondering what was up with this kid, and why he wouldn't rise to his taunts. Most other challengers did, and it usually worked one of two ways. They would either give AJ a halfway decent challenge, or they would be so angry and arrogant that they'd do something incredibly stupid. So, what would this kid do? I'm ready whenever you are. Ash replied. Let's get started then. AJ said, throwing out a Pokeball. His starter, a Sandshrew, appeared. A Sandshrew, huh? Ash murmured. He looked over at his team. Kiera or Judy would probably be the best choice. And he could tell that Judy really wanted to be in this battle, so. Judy, I choose you. Ash called. She gave the Mankey version of a grin and climbed into the arena. Sandshrew, go. AJ ordered, cracking his whip near the Sandshrew. Judy, use Karate Chop. Ash called. She ran at the Sandshrew, Karate Chop at the ready. Roll out. AJ commanded. Jump over it, Judy. Judy did, the attack missing her by centimeters. Good tactic, but not good enough. AJ said. Sandshrew, turn around. Unbelievably, Sandshrew turned on a dime, heading straight for Judy. Block it with Karate Chop. Ash ordered. Both attacks connected, and both Pokémon went flying backward. Judy fell, but got up quickly. Wow, that Sandshrew is fast. Use Earthquake, Sandshrew. AJ commanded. Judy, jump off the ground, quick. Judy got off the ground just in time. Ash had to grab onto the side of the arena to keep himself from falling. But AJ was prepared for Judy's tactic. Use rollout while she's in the air. Sandshrew slammed into Judy, sending her flying. She landed hard on the ground about 10 feet away. Judy. Ash called in concern. She got up, groaning. Ow. I'm not out yet, Ash. Use rollout again, Sandshrew. AJ ordered. Block it with Karate Chop. Ash called, knowing there was no time to dodge. Judy struck the Sandshrew, but the force of the Sandshrew's attack was too much for her. She fainted. AJ's scoreboard went from 98 to Ash rushed onto the battlefield to check on Judy, spraying one of the revives he had bought using his gym winnings and a super potion on her. She groaned, sitting up. Did you get the name of the Rhyhorn that hit me? She joked. I'm sorry, Judy. Ash said softly. I messed up with the strategy. You did great out there though. He was disappointed because he lost, but more scared of how Judy would react to it. What if she hated him? Hey, it's no big deal. Judy reassured as Ash helped her up. Losses happen. My daddy always said that you learn more from your losses than your wins. We'll just have to train harder for the next time. Ash gave a small smile, glad she wasn't mad at him. Here. I'll put you back in your Pokeball so you can take a rest. No thanks, I'm good. Judy replied quickly, shaking her head. She hated being inside Pokeball, though she put up with it for Ash's sake. It was boring and lonely in there. Ash nodded, understanding the problem, and put the Pokeball back. He sprayed another potion on her, just to be safe, then turned to AJ. Thanks for the battle, he said, handing AJ the prize money. AJ looked at him strangely. That's it? No whining. No protesting. No accusing me of cheating. Ash gave him a confused look. You didn't cheat. You beat me fair and square. And a teacher at Ash's school had always said that whining and protesting if you lost was the sign of a very poor sport, and that a good trainer should always have good sportsmanship, win or lose. Both Ash and Gary had got a very firm talking to once about whining because they lost a match. The man had been one of Ash's favorite teachers, and Ash took his words to heart. AJ stared at Ash for a minute, feeling some respect for his latest challenger. The kid might be inexperienced, but at least he was a good sport. And Ash had given him a decent challenge. What's your name? He asked. I'm Ash. Well, Ash, I have to admit you're not half bad. You actually gave my Sandshrew a workout. AJ stated. Ash wasn't quite sure how to take this backhanded compliment. But I can see where you made your error. You trained on attack and speed, but neglected defense, didn't you? It was a rookie mistake that most trainers made, especially when they were first beginning. They taught their Pokémon new attacks and leveled them up, but forgot the importance of teaching them how to take a hit. Ash had to admit that was true. He helped his Pokémon with learning new moves and boosting their attack, and he worked especially hard on speed, but besides having his Pokémon battle against each other, he did not do much training on defense. How did you get your Sandshrew's defense so high? AJ smiled. He kind of liked being a role model to the less bratty younger kids. Come in and see. Unbeknownst to the group, Team Rocket was spying on them from the trees during the battle. That Sandshrew would make an excellent gift for the boss. Jessie mused. They had been wanting to get revenge on AJ for ruining their plans at the Pokémon Center anyway, and the bonus their boss would give them for such a tough Sandshrew would make their revenge all the sweeter. We should grab it. James said. Looks fat. Meowth stated, looking through his binoculars. You two gotta carry it. Oh, great. Those other twerps and their crazy Pokémon are here. James groaned. They still had bruises from the last time. Well, we'll just grab them too. Put that smarty pants Rattata and that vicious Spearow, Beedrill, and Mankey in their places. Meowth growled. We can give them to the boss as a bonus. They thought of that for a few minutes, a thought bubble appearing over their heads. They pictured Giovanni, the head of Team Rocket, running frantically from Ash's vicious Pokémon. I'm being chased and it's all the fault of Jessie, James, and Meowth, the boss cried. They're not only not getting a promotion, they're going to be fired. And they'll have to pay for my hospital bills. Team Rocket looked at each other in alarm. Nah, they said simultaneously. They're really too common to be worth capturing anyway. James added quickly. And we want only top-rate Pokémon. Yeah, let's steal the other twerp's Pokémon. Jessie decided. He's got to have a lot of rare and valuable Pokémon. And the boss will give us a big raise. They cheered quietly, then had to hide behind the trees, as Trevor, hearing the slight noise, glanced over to see what it was. Thinking it must have just been a wild Pokémon he heard, Trevor turned away after a minute, and Team Rocket very nearly sighed in relief. After the group went into the tent, they began putting together a plan to ensure they would capture AJ's Sandshrew without getting pecked, karate chopped, stung, or bitten. Ash recalled Kiera before they entered the tent, not sure if it would be roomy enough inside for her to fit comfortably without knocking something, or someone, over. But the tent was a lot bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside, so he let her out once again. The Butterfree from earlier was battling with a Beedrill, and a Rattata was jumping through flaming hoops. At the center of the tent was a massive pool. AJ turned to his Sandshrew and slipped some sort of device over its head. Now it's time for some serious training. Get in the pool, he yelled, snapping his whip at it. Hey! Ash objected. About to charge forward and stop AJ from hurting the Sandshrew. Brock grabbed Ash's arm, not wanting his young friend to get into a fight with a kid that was much bigger than he was while defending a Pokémon that may not even need defending. This made Ash pause and stop to think. The whip, while being snapped near Sandshrew, hadn't actually touched it. And Sandshrew, who was climbing up to the diving board, didn't seem upset or scared. Sandshrew, dive. AJ ordered. On it. Sandshrew said, leaping into the pool face first. Nice dive. Misty stated, awed. Won't the water hurt your Sandshrew? Ash asked, worried about the Sandshrew. He was relieved when Sandshrew climbed out, unfazed. You're looking at the only Sandshrew in the world that's strong enough to withstand water. AJ said proudly. Looking at Sandshrew, he snapped, get back in the water. Ash flinched, both at the tone AJ used with his Pokémon and his harsh training methods. Kiera too looked a little uncomfortable, as did Venom. Trevor and Judy seemed a little unsure, but not as worried as the others. Sandshrew was completely unbothered though, and simply climbed back up on the diving board and making another spectacular dive. Good job. AJ approved. He pointed to an area where 2 Rattata were waiting, and Sandshrew hurried over. Ash noticed the device Sandshrew was wearing, multiple metal straps connected to a circular metal piece on Sandshrew's stomach. What's that? It's a strength intensifier. AJ told him. Who invented it? Brock asked. I did. AJ said proudly. It's my own secret weapon for unleashing a Pokémon's powers. He turned to where Sandshrew was curled into a ball, rolling between 2 Rattata. Sandshrew, pick up your pacing. Why are you so tough on Sandshrew? Ash asked softly. I have to be tough. AJ assured. But I ask no more of Sandshrew than I do of myself. The very best. But you aren't nearly as tough on any of your other Pokémon. That's because Sandshrew was the first Pokémon I ever caught. AJ explained. I will never forget that moment. His eyes took on a faraway look. We promised to do whatever it took to become the greatest Pokémon trainer of all time. Nothing would stop us from reaching our dream no matter how difficult our path. Enduring harsh storms and raging winds, we've sacrificed everything to achieve our dream. And it worked. We're an unbeatable team. And when we reach 100 wins in a row, we're going to compete for badges and become the greatest Pokémon master there ever was. Why are you waiting for 100 wins to compete for badges? Ash asked. Because I don't want to be merely good, but the best. AJ said fiercely. And if I want to become a Pokémon master, I have to train like a Pokémon master. Ash nodded. I see your point. He did, but AJ's method still bothered him a little. Did AJ really care about his Sandshrew, or just about winning? Your Pokémon are all in great shape, AJ. Brock said, walking over. What type of food do you give them? My own special recipe. Come on, I'll show ya. AJ told him, opening a large cabinet filled to the brim with jars of labeled Pokémon food. As AJ and Brock discussed Pokémon recipes, Ash walked over to Kiera, who was lying down and watching AJ's Pokémon train. Checking to make sure AJ wasn't listening, Ash crept up to Kiera's side and whispered, What do you think about this? He scratched her side as he talked, trying to make it look like he was simply spending time with his Pokémon. I think that strength intensifier looks uncomfortable, she murmured as she watched Sandshrew and Judy, who had joined in on the training, lift weights. Venom was talking to the Beedrill, and Trevor was watching the Rattata. I agree, but I meant AJ's training methods. Do you think they're a little harsh? Yes I do, but his Pokémon seem okay with it, and that's what counts, she replied softly. Neither she or Ash noticed AJ watching them out of the corner of his eye. I guess you're right. Ash whispered. Venom, having only been a short distance away, overheard. I can ask them if they're okay if you want me to, he called. Ash gave a slight nod, not wanting AJ to overhear. Venom whispered the situation to Ash's Sandshrew. Sandshrew walked over to Ash. I know AJ's methods seem harsh, but he's a good trainer. He cares about us. And we care about him, he reassured. Ash let out a soft sigh of relief. Hey, Ash, can you come over here a second? AJ called. Ash walked over and AJ led him to a private corner of the tent. You're one of those speakers, aren't you? He whispered. Ash backed away a step nervously. I don't know what you mean, he lied. I mean, you can understand Pokémon. And you're a terrible liar. Ash was scared. He had accidentally revealed his ability to a complete and total stranger. How could he have goofed this bad? Ash's Pokémon saw his distress, and rushed over thinking AJ was threatening him. Misty and Brock noticed as well, and went over to see what was going on. What's the problem? Misty asked. He knows. Ash whispered. Chill out. It's okay. AJ reassured. My little cousin can understand Pokémon too. I'm not going to tell if that's what you're scared of. Ash relaxed a little and so did his Pokémon. Kiera could tell that AJ was telling the truth, and reassured the other three. Thanks. Ash whispered. Misty and Brock know, but I'm trying to keep it a secret from the rest of the world. I guess I'm not very good at it, he admitted. But how were you able to tell? I started to suspect when I noticed you whispering to your Spearow. The fact that you kept looking over to see if I was watching meant you had something to hide. Your nervousness is what ruined your charade. And when my Sandshrew walked over and started saying something to you, I knew for sure. Don't act so obvious that you're hiding something, and be careful where you're talking to your Pokémon if you want to keep your ability secret. AJ advised. I can't believe I messed up that bad at keeping a secret. Ash muttered. He'd have to be a lot more careful from now on. Most people either won't notice or won't care. AJ reassured. Ash reminded him a bit of his little cousin, of whom he was very fond. A lot of people talk to their Pokémon even if they can't hear the responses back like you can. Plus, some speakers have even gone public with their ability and don't bother to hide it. I think you're wise to try to keep it a secret, though. Criminal gangs like Team Rocket could try to exploit it, so be careful. I will. Ash promised. Then the mention of Team Rocket made him realize where he had heard AJ's name before. Hey, AJ, were you the one who defeated those Team Rocket goons that were trying to rob the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City? Yeah, that was me. AJ said. How'd you know? Heard it on the news. Ash replied. AJ rolled his eyes. Those guys were complete idiots. One of the easiest battles I've ever had. What none of them knew was that said idiots were outside, and were doing the finishing touches on their plan to steal AJ's Sandshrew. They had gotten a hollow red ball to hide in so they could sneak in and grab Sandshrew without getting creamed. Thankfully, they were too busy arguing about possible changes to their motto and making their own theme song to hear Ash and AJ discussing Ash's ability. Inside the tent, a bell rang and AJ turned to his Pokémon. Okay, you wimps get a 15-minute break. AJ called. Once again, Ash flinched at the tone, even though he now knew AJ cared about his Pokémon. All of AJ's Pokémon laid down to rest, panting. All except Sandshrew fell asleep. AJ led Ash, Brock, and Misty to a closed-off area in the tent where his inventions were stored, showing them some of the training equipment he used and even giving them a peek at his newest inventions. Kiera, Venom, and Judy followed, but Trevor was curious about something else. He went over to Sandshrew as Sandshrew was taking his strength intensifier off. Can I try that on? I want to see how it works. Sandshrew shrugged. Sure. He handed the strength intensifier to Trevor. Trevor tried to pull the stretchy metal bands of the suit over himself, but failed, getting himself tangled. He tried to struggle free, only getting himself more stuck, until he was in the shape of a ball. Rolling around frantically and hoping to find Ash so that his trainer could rescue him, he yelled, "Help! I'm in a predicament." Well, he tried to, but the words didn't come out too well, considering that his face was pressed into his stomach. Sandshrew laughed, rolling into a ball just like Trevor. Team Rocket rolled in with their protective ball. Managing to roll over to Sandshrew and grab him, they got to their feet dizzily and ran out the door, nearly bumping into the side of the tent on their way out. The bell rang, and AJ walked out of the back area, followed by the others. Time's up. Back to work, all of ya, he yelled. His team woke up and quickly went back to their exercises. Then he looked around, confused and starting to get worried. Where's Sandshrew? And what's your Rattata doing? Ash saw the purple ball that was Trevor rolling around madly. Trevor, he cried, running over to his starter and trying to detangle him. What happened? Kiera, Judy, and Venom ran over to help, trying not to laugh at Trevor's predicament. Both Ash and Judy tried tugging at the metal, but the only result they got was Trevor squeaking in pain. "Here, give it to me," AJ said, pressing the secret lever that opened the strength intensifier and untangling Trevor. He set Trevor gently on the ground, and the dizzy Rattata tried to take a few steps before falling. Ash scooped up Trevor, hugging him. "Are you okay? Can someone stop the room please? I want to get off." Trevor groaned, the room spinning around him from all the rolling he had done. After a minute, the dizziness subsided, and Trevor looked up at his concerned trainer. "I'm fine now, but that's the last time I try on a strange device to see how it works." He looked at Kiera, Venom, and Judy, who were all barely holding back laughter. "Well, they say curiosity killed the rat, or at least got him all tangled up," Judy teased. "Well, at least he had a ball." Venom laughed. "Venom, that was the worst pun I've ever heard," Kiera stated, shaking her head. Trevor glared at his teammates, though he was more embarrassed than angry. "Thanks, AJ," Ash said. "No problem," AJ replied, still looking around for Sandshrew. "Trevor, have you seen Sandshrew?" he asked, having heard the Rattata's name. Trevor shook his head. "The only thing I saw was my own stomach." "You haven't?" AJ asked, the confident trainer looking more afraid than anyone had ever seen him. "Sandshrew. Where are you?" he called. Maybe he ran off because Misty started. She was trying to say that Sandshrew had run off to get a drink of water or go outside, but a panicked AJ thought she meant something entirely different. "Sandshrew wouldn't leave me. We've been together a long time. Sandshrew wouldn't break the promise we made, not after everything we've been through, not before our 100th victory." AJ's voice was wavering between angry and terrified. It was obvious to all that he was afraid Sandshrew truly had left him. "AJ, that's not what I meant," Misty protested. "I meant maybe he had to go outside or get a drink of water. His drinking bowl and litter box are inside," AJ told her, looking sheepish at his outburst. "He went outside the tent anyway, looking around. Sandshrew. But Sandshrew wasn't anywhere to be found." "Did you find him?" Ash asked as the group walked outside. "No," AJ whispered. "AJ, Sandshrew wouldn't leave you," Ash reassured. "When we were talking, he told me that you were a good trainer, that he cared about you and you cared about him. He wouldn't have said that to me if he was running away." AJ gave a faint smile at that, but his expression soon turned back to worry. "Then where could he be? It's not like Sandshrew to just wander off." He went back inside the tent and told the rest of his team, "Move it. We need to go find Sandshrew. Maybe one of them saw something," Brock suggested. "They were asleep when we came out of the back room," AJ said. "I might have seen something," one of AJ's Rattata put in hesitantly. "But it was so weird that I may have just been dreaming." A giant red ball with arms and legs grabbed Sandshrew and ran out of the tent. And there was this little purple ball that was rolling around screaming. Trevor turned red at this. Ash relayed the Rattata's words to AJ. It was the only clue they had. AJ looked at his Rattata strangely. "I knew I needed to add less blackberries to your food. Actually, there may be something to this," Trevor murmured. "Who do we know that uses ridiculously complicated plans to steal Pokémon?" Ash's eyes widened as he translated Trevor's words for AJ. "Team Rocket," he realized. AJ stared at him. "You think Team Rocket grabbed my Sandshrew? Who else would think up such a strange plan?" Misty said. "We've dealt with them twice now. Let's just say their methods are off the wall. We've got to find Sandshrew," AJ said frantically. "Beedrill, Butterfree, patrol the air, see if you can spot either them or their balloon. Venom, Kiera, help them, but be careful. Ash told his Spearow and Beedrill. Everyone rushed off to search for AJ's kidnapped Sandshrew. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, who had run a short distance away, stopped to catch their breath. "Those clowns will never find us," Jessie said. "I'm exhausted," James panted. "You take the bag now." "But a real gentleman always carries the bag," Jessie replied sweetly. "Is that so?" James retorted, pushing the bag at Jessie. "Well, as you know, I'm no gentleman." Sandshrew burst out of the bag as they were fighting, knocking Jessie and James over, and rushing back towards his trainer, unknowingly dragging Meowth with him. As the group exited the tent, hoping to find Sandshrew found them first, rushing towards them and accidentally knocking over Ash in his panic. Sandshrew leapt into AJ's arms, and AJ hugged him tightly. "Sandshrew. I'm so glad you're okay." Sandshrew liked AJ's cheek, happy to be back in his trainer's arms. AJ's other Pokémon crowded around them, relieved that their friend was safe. Judy helped her dazed trainer up, and Ash smiled to see AJ and Sandshrew reunited. Despite AJ's tough training methods, it was obvious that AJ cared for his Pokémon very deeply. "Hey, what's this doing here?" one of AJ's Rattata asked, prodding the knocked-out Meowth that Sandshrew had dragged in with him and yanking at the gold coin on Meowth's forehead. "It's Team Rocket's Meowth," Ash said, walking up to them and leaning over Meowth. "Obviously," the Rattata said, rolling his eyes in a manner that reminded Ash of Trevor. Ash blushed, feeling a little stupid. Ash probably shouldn't have got so close to Meowth, because when the Scratch Cat Pokémon opened his eyes, he panicked and clawed Ash right in the face. Ash cried out in pain, covering his face. As you can imagine, this enraged Ash's Pokémon. "Hey, where am? What's going on here?" Meowth asked, looking around and seeing everyone glaring at him. He barely evaded a karate chop from a very angry Judy, and was struck by several pecks from a set-off Kiera. He ran screaming, Ash's Pokémon and AJ's chasing after him. "How am I going to get out of this mess?" a scared Meowth wondered aloud as a Twineedle from Venom missed him by millimeters. "Prepare for trouble," a welcome voice, well, only welcome to Meowth, announced. It was Jessie. "Make it double," James's voice added. Meowth ran up to Jessie and James, hiding behind them. "Use the old motto," Meowth said. "To protect the—" "Shut up," Trevor yelled, charging at them. Those three had almost killed two of his friends, now he was out for blood. Ash's other Pokémon followed, shocked at the demeanor of the usually level-headed Rattata. "Don't ever interrupt the motto," Jessie yelled, releasing Ekans as James released Coughing. Ash was about to send in Kiera to help Trevor, when AJ blocked him. "I'll take care of this. They grabbed my Sandshrew, now I'm gonna get my revenge. Sandshrew, go. You get the ball of gas, I'll get the overgrown worm," Trevor asked. "Deal," Sandshrew replied. Ekans and Coughing growled at being insulted. "Ekans, bind that rat now," Jessie ordered. Trevor nimbly dodged the attack, and Ekans ended up tying itself into a knot. Trevor used Hyper Fang, knocking the snake Pokémon out in one blow. "Nice," Sandshrew said, impressed. "Thanks," Trevor told him. "Your turn." Coughing, sludge attack, James commanded. Coughing shot off a black ball of ooze. Sandshrew rolled into a ball and spun, deflecting the sludge. "Meowth, don't just stand there," James yelled. Meowth ran onto the field, batting the Sandshrew ball around playfully. Trevor shook his head. "Okay, that's just pathetic. Stop pee-footing around," Jessie shouted at Meowth. "Just biding my time," Meowth replied, sinking his fangs into the Sandshrew, then screaming in pain. Trevor rolled his eyes. "Finish them. Sandshrew, Fisher Strike," AJ yelled. You might want to move. Sandshrew advised Trevor. He leapt in the air and spun, diving headfirst towards the ground. Trevor moved to the side and out of the way as Sandshrew punched the ground. A crack began forming, small at first, but quickly getting larger. One of Ash's feet was near the crack and he almost fell, but Judy grabbed him, pulling him to safety. Dazed and bruised, Meowth, coughing, and Ekans pulled themselves out of the split. That's it. I forfeit the match. Meowth cried, running away, Ekans and coughing quickly following behind him. Come back here. Jessie yelled, running after them. Meowth, where are you going? James called, following. To write us a theme song. Meowth shouted back. Not that again. Jessie groaned as Team Rocket disappeared into the distance. Trevor started. I really don't want to know. Judy said, shaking her head. We did it. AJ cheered. We reached victory number 100. The scoreboard changed from 99 to, how'd you change the scoreboard? Misty asked, befuddled. That was the second time the scoreboard had changed without any buttons being pressed on it. Remote control. AJ replied. He turned to Sandshrew, hugging him. Today, all our sacrifices and hard work have finally paid off. Now we can start winning our badges. Outside the gym, the group said goodbye to their new friend. Once I come back here, I'll be the greatest Pokémon master of all time. AJ said, looking one last time at his gym. Someday we'll meet again at the big Pokémon League competition. Ash said, holding out his hand. Make sure you're in tip-top shape. AJ told him, shaking Ash's hand. Because I only want to beat expert trainers. It's a deal. Ash said. But watch out. Next time, I just might beat you. He's tough, but pretty cool. Misty put in. Looks like you found another rival. Brock told Ash as they watched AJ walk away. That evening, Ash was quiet and contemplative as he snuggled into Kiera's side and scratched Trevor's back as the Rattata lay on his lap, eyes closed in bliss. He watched Venom chase Judy around. Judy had thrown a clump of grass at Venom playfully, starting the combination tag game wrestling match. Misty was sitting on the picnic blanket reading a magazine she had brought, and Brock was fixing dinner. Brock left his pot of soup on the fire to simmer and walked over to Ash. You okay? You've been quiet all evening. Do you think I need to be more like AJ to become a good trainer? Ash blurted out. Trevor opened his eyes and stared at his trainer in shock. Venom and Judy heard the outburst, stopped their game, and went over to their trainer. Misty set down her magazine and listened. Ash, you already are a good trainer. Kiera reassured, nuzzling him. The others nodded. What makes you think you aren't? I messed up today, and Judy fainted because of it. Ash replied softly. Hey, I lost too. Does that make me a bad Pokémon? Judy asked. Ash looked at Judy in horror. Of course not. You're a great Pokémon. And you're a great trainer. Judy said firmly. Like I said before, losses happen. They were more experienced than we were. We'll train, and get stronger and more experienced. Ash, you don't need to be exactly like AJ to become a great trainer. Brock assured. Every trainer has a different training style, and personally, I don't think AJ's style fits your personality at all. If you want to learn how to improve your Pokémon's defense, I'll teach you some of my techniques, but don't try to be someone you're not. And if you tried using a whip like AJ, you'd probably whack yourself right in the eye. Misty teased, trying to lighten Ash's mood. Plus, that was probably true. Her raven-haired friend was definitely not the most graceful person in the world. Ash laughed a little at that, knowing she was right. And frankly Ash, Venom added. I'm glad you're not AJ, because I don't think AJ would put up with me and my weirdness. There was laughter in his tone, but also sadness. Venom had never really fit in with his hive. This group was the only real friends he ever had. "Oh, Venom, you know we love you, weirdness and all," Kiera said. Ash, Judy, and Trevor nodded, smiling at the B-drill. Venom brightened at that and smiled back. Kiera turned to Ash. "And Ash, win or lose, will still think you're the greatest trainer ever." She knew that was why the loss had bothered Ash so much, that they'd think less of him or reject him for having lost a match. Mentally, she cursed Pikachu and Gary for bringing Ash's confidence so low that he feared his own Pokémon would reject him over a measly battle or a tiny mistake. Ash smiled, hugging his team. "Thanks. And Brock, I'll take you up on your offer. I'll start teaching you defense techniques tomorrow," Brock told him. "And Ash? There's another reason I'm glad you're not AJ," Trevor said. "I'd really rather not get my head stuck in one of those stupid strength intensifiers again." Ash burst out laughing, then managed to compose himself enough to tell Brock and Misty what Trevor had said, which sent the whole group into fits of laughter. Once everyone calmed down, Brock went back to his soup and Misty to her magazine. Now that Ash had cheered up, Judy and Venom returned to their game. Then Judy had an idea. "Hey Ash," she called playfully. When he turned to look at her, she threw a soft clod of dirt at him, hitting him in the shoulder. Laughing, Ash gently pushed Trevor off his lap, getting up and running after Judy. "I'm gonna get you for that." He managed to get close to Judy, and dived to catch her, only to have her dodge, and he landed flat on his face. "I'm okay," he yelled, getting up and chasing after a laughing Judy again. "Wait for me," Venom called, scooping up Trevor gently with the side of his arm needles. "Hey! Put me down!" Trevor shouted, wiggling. Kiera started laughing, then chased after Venom. "I'll save you, Trev." Brock and Misty watched with smiles on their faces. It was nice seeing Ash actually act like the 10-year-old kid he was. Misty and Brock let out their own Pokémon as well, and a huge game of tag started, which Misty joined in on. After an hour and a half of playing, Brock called everyone over for supper, and the game was reluctantly put on pause. After dinner, the game started up again, Brock even joining in this time. It lasted until it was too dark to see, and after Ash managed to run face first into a tree, the game was called off, and everyone soon hit the sack. There are many training styles, and many paths to the Pokémon League. Ash would find out through experience that though listening to the advice of others will always help, in the end, the path you choose should be the one that feels right for you, not always the one that is right for another trainer, because every trainer is different. He would find his own path through wins and losses, highs and lows, but no matter which one it was, his Pokémon and his friends would always be by his side. Bulbasaur and Charmander. "That's the last time I let you hold the map, Ash," Misty grumbled as they waded through some tall grass. "Now we're completely lost." Ash had been trying to learn how to navigate but it failed. Miserably. "I said I was sorry. 7 times. Ash protested. "Just give me the map." Misty sighed. Sheepishly, Ash handed it over without argument. "You know you'd be lost without us, right?" Literally, she teased, unable to stay mad at her raven-haired friend for long. Ash turned bright red. "Maybe not. He does have the keen-eyed Kiera to guide him, right Ash?" Kiera joked. Ash laughed and nodded, translating for the others. Judy snorted. "The keen-eyed Kiera? Really, Ki? I like mine better," Venom said. Venom, the mightiest of all Beedrill warriors and king of all hilarious mishaps. He struck a deliberately ridiculous-looking pose, which made Ash and his other 3 Pokémon laugh. "A tad long though, don't you think?" Trevor put in with a laugh. Misty managed to lead them out of the tall grass, and they sat down for a rest on some rocks. Suddenly, they heard a rustling noise and turned to see a small blue creature drinking at the stream. What's that? Ash asked, unable to get a good look at it with all the grass in the way. He took out his Pokédex, scanning it. Oddish. This Pokémon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around, the Pokédex droned. Ash was glad it had not said something insulting this time. It's so cute. Misty cooed. I'm gonna catch it. She pulled out a Pokeball. Go. Butterfree. Butterfree landed in front of Oddish and it screamed in terror. Bulbasaur, help. Misty. Ash started, but she didn't hear him in her excitement. Butterfree, use confusion. Butterfree shot off a confusion which went directly for Oddish, but green vines came out of a bush, pulling the Oddish safely out of the way. A Bulbasaur shot out of the bushes, tackling Butterfree, who went flying back several feet. Butterfree. Are you okay? Misty asked, catching her bug Pokémon. He nodded. Getting out of her arms and facing the Bulbasaur. The Bulbasaur stood in front of the Oddish protectively. Leave her alone. Get out of here. This is a sanctuary for injured and abandoned Pokémon, not a free-for-all. He knew humans couldn't understand a word he said, but it didn't keep him from saying it. Misty, call Butterfree off. Ash said quickly. We're sorry, Bulbasaur. We didn't know this was a sanctuary for injured and abandoned Pokémon. We'll get out of here. A shocked Bulbasaur pointed a vine at Ash. Did he just? Our trainer can understand Pokémon. Judy told him, taking Ash's hand. Misty recalled Butterfree to his Pokeball. Bulbasaur, Oddish, I'm sorry. I didn't know. She murmured, feeling horrible. We won't bother or try to capture any Pokémon while we're in this area. Brock assured. Everyone else nodded. Bulbasaur stared at them. The fact that one of the human trainers could understand Pokémon was strange enough, but the fact that they actually cared that this was a sanctuary and agreed to leave the Pokémon here alone was almost unbelievable. And yet, they seemed sincere. See that you don't. Bulbasaur replied gruffly, leading Oddish away. Wow. Good thing you can understand Pokémon, Ash, or there might have been some trouble. Brock said. I wonder if Bulbasaur runs this sanctuary itself or if a human runs it. He didn't say. Ash replied. Now how do we get out of here? I don't know. Misty admitted. I can't find this area on the map. They came to a bridge, and began crossing it. Trevor, who had fallen behind the others while grabbing an oran berry, was about to step on the bridge when he noticed something frightening. The ropes holding the bridge up looked fragile, like they were about to snap any second. Guys, get off the bridge, he shouted. It's. But Trevor's warning came too late. He watched helplessly as the bridge began to shake, a critical support rope snapping. The bridge tilted on its side, and everyone began tumbling. Ash managed to grab hold of a rope, and Misty clung to Ash's legs as they dangled off the bridge. Brock and Judy weren't so lucky. They lost their grip and fell, plummeting towards the river below. Everyone screamed in horror. Thankfully, Kiera and Venom were there. Kiera grabbed hold of Brock by his backpack straps, and Venom caught Judy. Both rushed their passengers to the other side of the bridge. Hang on. Kiera yelled as she dropped Brock safely on the ground and rushed back to her endangered friends. Trust me, I have no intention of letting go. Ash yelled. Kiera grabbed Misty and quickly carried her to the other side before coming back for Ash. Suddenly, the rope Ash was clinging to snapped, and he began to fall. Ash! Kiera screamed, quickly flying underneath him. He landed on her back, shaken but unhurt. Got you. You okay? Thanks to you. Ash replied, his heart still racing. Kiera flew him to the other side, and he got off, hugging her tightly. Venom and Judy went over, hugging Ash and checking him over. I'll go get Trev. Venom said, flying over the destroyed bridge and coming back carrying Trevor. Is everyone okay? The Rattata asked worriedly as Venom set him down. We're fine, thanks to Kiera and Venom. Judy reassured him. Thanks, Kiera. Brock told her, extremely glad for Ash's little quirk of keeping his Pokémon out most of the time. If it hadn't been for Kiera, he probably would have died or been seriously injured. The Spearow nodded. And thanks, Venerable, Judy said. I probably would have been fish food if you hadn't caught me. No problem. Venom replied. What's going on over here? A voice asked. Everyone turned to see a pretty young woman with blue hair and the Bulbasaur from earlier. We heard a huge crash and a lot of screaming. The bridge collapsed. Misty said. The woman gasped. Oh no. Is anyone hurt? We're all fine. Brock assured, grinning a bit goofily. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, after all. I'm Melanie, the girl said, smiling. So, what are you folks doing all the way out here? There was a slight hint of suspicion in her eyes. I'm Brock, and this is Ash and Misty. Brock told her. We're heading for Vermilion City, but we got lost. Easy to do in a remote area like this. Melanie said with a laugh, the suspicion leaving her eyes. I'll take you to my cabin and give you some directions. I'll make a pot of tea too, you guys probably need it after the scare you had. Thanks. We really appreciate it. Misty said gratefully. You're welcome, but can you do me a favor? Please do not capture any Pokémon while you're here. I created a retreat for Pokémon that have been abandoned or injured, and they do not need battles while they're trying to recover. We won't. Ash and Brock replied at the same time. Misty also promised, feeling guilty about what happened with Oddish. So are you a Pokémon doctor, Melanie? Brock asked, both interested in the profession and wanting to get to know this pretty girl. Oh no, I'm not qualified to be a doctor. Melanie said with a smile. But I'm really interested in Pokémon care and breeding. My grandmother taught me all about which plants will make a Pokémon feel better or strengthen it when it's weak. I'm actually studying to be a Pokémon breeder myself. Brock told her. I even make my own Pokémon food. Melanie was about to reply when they heard a sudden thump behind them. Ash, Misty, Judy, and Trevor had accidentally triggered a pit trap and were now lying in a giant hole, groaning. What's a trap doing here? Misty yelled as she pulled Trevor off her face. Judy, who had landed on Ash's back, got off and helped her dazed trainer up. I'm really sorry. Melanie said sheepishly as she and Brock helped the others out of the hole. I was the one who set the trap. There are other traps around here too. What? Why? Ash asked. To catch Pokémon trainers before they enter the village and try to harm or capture the Pokémon here. Couldn't you just put up a sign or something? Ash questioned. I tried, but some trainers just ignored the signs. Melanie replied. So I had to resort to traps. Trainers never listen or care. Bulbasaur growled. Hey, our trainer and his friends did. Kiera protested. Bulbasaur opened his mouth to retort, then decided against it. These trainers had listened when he had told them to stop. Maybe some trainers weren't so bad after all. But he would definitely not be letting his guard down, just in case. Judy narrowed her eyes. Was that bridge a trap too? Of course not. Bulbasaur snapped. We want to keep Pokémon trainers out of the village, not kill someone. Mentally, Ash let out a sigh of relief. He had been wondering the same thing as Judy. Just making sure. Judy said, relieved. She and her friends could have died falling off that bridge. Watch your step. Melanie cautioned, leading them away from a trip wire. They did, carefully keeping their eyes on the ground. Thankfully, they were able to get back to the village without any more mishaps. Bulbasaur kept his eyes on Ash, Brock, and Misty the whole way there, just to make sure they didn't go back on their promise. But what Bulbasaur didn't know was that there were 3 wicked ones nearby who would harm the village if they could. And they weren't Ash, Misty, and Brock. Unseen by the group, Jessie, James, and Meowth hid in the bushes, looking through binoculars at the bridge. The village we're looking for should be on the other side of this bridge. Jessie reported with an evil smile. Let's just hope the rumors are true. James replied. If they were, Team Rocket could get the biggest heist of their lives. Imagine the size of the raise the boss would give them. Meowth let out an evil laugh. Just you wait and see what Team Rocket has planned for you, you delicious little village. Wow. Ash breathed as they walked into an area with a small log cabin beside a slow-moving river. There were tons of wild Pokémon there, mostly forest dwellers like Rattata, Caterpie, Paras, and the Oddish they had seen before. They were peacefully relaxing and eating. Melanie bent down to pet a Paras, which cooed happily. This is a place for Pokémon to just rest and relax until they recover, she explained. They don't battle one another here. The group went inside for a cup of tea, and Brock and Melanie chatted the whole time about Pokémon breeding. Though Judy and Trevor came inside, Kiera and Venom played with the other Pokémon outside, Kiera's large size and Venom's sharp stingers making it somewhat dangerous for them to be in the small cabin. When Melanie went to the kitchen to check on some herbal medicine she was making, Ash turned to Brock. It seems both you and Melanie love taking care of Pokémon, he said with a smile. Brock looked towards the kitchen with a goofy grin on his face. Yes, we do. Looks like that's not the only thing Brock loves. Misty teased. Turning bright red, Brock reached over and covered Misty's mouth. Shoo. She might hear you, he hissed. Afterwards, Brock, Ash, and Misty helped Melanie with taking care of the Pokémon. Bulbasaur watched warily at first, but as time went on, he began to relax. These trainers seemed to have genuinely good hearts, unlike the trainer who had abandoned Bulbasaur 2 years ago. He especially liked the 2 boys. Brock helped heal the Pokémon with gentle, experienced hands. He used a gentle, soothing voice as he talked to them, and the Pokémon flocked to him, especially when Brock started handing out the deliciously smelling Pokémon treats he had made himself. Ash reminded Bulbasaur of a little Growlithe puppy he had met once, friendly, gentle, fiercely loyal, and eager to please. Though inexperienced, he took instructions from Brock and from Trevor, his Rattata, who must have had some healing experience as well. Though Bulbasaur noticed that Ash was extremely careful not to reveal his ability in Melanie's presence, the young boy would non-verbally respond to anything the Pokémon wanted, and they flocked to him as well, just to get petted or receive attention. Turning, Bulbasaur noticed Misty, the female trainer, speaking to Oddish. He wandered over just to make sure everything was okay. Sorry about what happened in the forest. Misty told Oddish softly. I shouldn't have surprised you like that. You must have been scared. Oddish looked up at her and nodded. Melanie told me your trainer abandoned you. Misty continued. I'm so sorry. He or she didn't deserve a great Pokémon like you. Oddish stared at her, tears in her eyes. Her former trainer had dumped her in the forest near the village, calling her weak and pathetic because she couldn't beat a Poliwag that was 10 levels higher than she was, and ever since she was abandoned, she had believed that. But now this young trainer was not only apologizing for scaring her, but also telling her that she was a good Pokémon and that the betrayal was not her fault. Maybe, just maybe, she could begin to trust trainers again. Some trainers can be insensitive, but not all of us are like that. Misty said, reaching out and gently petting Oddish, who leaned into the touch. You just need to find a trainer that understands you. Oddish looked into Misty's eyes and saw nothing but sincerity there. Maybe this girl was the right trainer, one who would treat her right and never abandon her. Anyway, I'm sorry about what I did, and I hope we can be friends. Misty continued, starting to cry. She felt terrible for nearly hurting a Pokémon that had been hurt so much already. Oddish gently wiped Misty's tears away with her leaves. You're sweet, Oddish. Misty murmured. It seems all I've thought about lately is winning. I hope I'm not becoming heartless. Misty, you are not heartless. Ash said fiercely, walking up with Judy behind him. A heartless person wouldn't be a great friend like you are, or care so much about Pokémon. He blushed after saying this, wondering if that had come out stupid. Misty smiled up at him, blushing a little herself. Thanks, Ash. Bulbasaur, who had been watching from a short distance away, came over. Everything okay over here? He asked the Oddish. She nodded. Bulbasaur, we're not going to hurt Oddish. Ash said soothingly. Bulbasaur stared at Ash for a moment before replying. I believe you, he said finally. But I had to be absolutely sure. Some trainers have attempted to catch Pokémon here behind Melanie's back after falsely promising not to and taking advantage of her trust. It's my duty to protect the others, and I will guard their safety with my life. Ash very quietly translated Bulbasaur's words to Misty, not wanting Melanie to overhear. Is Melanie your trainer? Misty asked. Melanie overheard her and walked over, Brock behind her. No, Bulbasaur's not mine, but he's been helping me guard the Pokémon here ever since he arrived. She petted Bulbasaur's head. He's the bravest and most loyal Pokémon I know. Brock looked at Bulbasaur in admiration. That's real dedication, he said, understanding what it was like to assume a great responsibility and put others before yourself. Bulbasaur smiled proudly at the compliment. Melanie looked at Bulbasaur. She had never seen him so comfortable around a group of trainers before. He had always been aggressive or wary around trainers, and for a good reason. Seeing Bulbasaur so happy, she knew what she had to do. But before she could say anything, everyone heard a loud rumbling, and a giant shadow blocked out the sun. Everyone looked up to see Team Rocket flying in on a giant stadium. These guys again? Ash exclaimed. He, Misty, and Brock began rushing the village's Pokémon into the cabin as Team Rocket began reciting their motto. Who are these people? Melanie asked. Team Rocket, and they live to steal Pokémon. Misty said in a hurry as she picked up several Rattata at once, rushing them to safety. They had gotten most of the Pokémon safely inside the cabin before the flying stadium crash-landed to the ground. I'll take care of these idiots. Kiera growled, rushing at Team Rocket in an aerial ace attack. They hit the roof just in time to avoid being pulverized and escaped into the stadium through a safety hatch. Those twerps again. James groaned. Why do they follow us everywhere we go? Well, they can't stop this plan. Meowth said with a smirk. We've got the home team advantage. Jessie hit a button that released a vacuum hose, which quickly emitted a powerful suction. All Pokémon are invited to come inside the stadium, she taunted through a microphone. Step right up. James's voice boomed. We're not hosing ya. Meowth put in. Well, maybe we are. Judy grabbed Trevor, who was being pulled towards the hose. She started to be dragged towards it herself, but Venom grabbed her, and Ash grabbed him. They managed to make their way towards the cabin. Ash would have returned them to their Pokeball, but he feared they'd be SCKED right out of his hands. Kiera, use aerial ace on the hose. See if you can break it or push it aside, he yelled to his starter. Kiera rushed to aid them, violently attacking the hose, and managing to pin it sideways. Good thing we sprang for the double hose attachment. Meowth taunted, pushing a button that released another hose. Kiera could only watch helplessly as she held the first hose away from her friends. Brock grabbed a stereo before it could get SCKED into the machine, and Misty dived for Oddish who was getting pulled towards but missed. Oddish, she screamed. Thankfully, Bulbasaur grabbed Oddish with his vines just before she entered the machine. Take stereo. Brock told Misty as he and Ash, who had managed to get his smaller Pokémon into the cabin, raced to help Bulbasaur. Brock got there first, scooping Bulbasaur and Oddish up and carrying them towards the cabin. Seeing several big rocks nearby, Ash grabbed them and threw them towards the hose, hoping to jam the vacuum mechanism. Venom raced out of the cabin through the window and rushed to help his trainer, attacking the hose with Twineedle to no avail. Unlike Kiera, he wasn't heavy enough to hold the hose back. Brock had an idea. "Onyx, go," he yelled, releasing his Onyx. "Use those boulders to jam the hoses." He pointed to some rock seats that Melanie had. "On it." Onyx replied, grabbing a boulder. "Everyone stand clear." Kiera released the hose, and Ash and Venom dived to the side. With amazing aim, Onyx threw the boulder, jamming the hose. Bulbasaur saw what he was doing, ran outside, and tossed another boulder into the second hose. Bulbasaur's boulder, slightly smaller than Onyx's, was forced through the hose, destroying both it and the vacuum mechanism before crashing through a wall. Inside the giant stadium, Team Rocket heard a loud rumbling and escaped through the safety hatch as the boulder came through, hitting a vital, and explosive, part of the engine. The resulting shock wave blasted through the open safety hatch, sending Team Rocket flying. Team Rocket's blasting off again, they screamed, their voices trailing off as they became a tiny speck in the distance. Melanie called the police about the stadium still sitting in her sanctuary. She was afraid they wouldn't believe her, but they did. There had been a police search for the stadium, the theft of which had been caught on video camera. The police agreed to pick it up in a few days, once they figured out a way to remove the stadium and take it back to Saffron City where it belonged. After getting directions out of the sanctuary, the group said their goodbyes to Melanie, who thanked them for their help. "Looks like this village is well protected with Bulbasaur around," Ash said with a smile. A strange look passed over Melanie's face. "Ash, Brock, don't you agree that Bulbasaur would be an excellent addition to one of your teams?" She had been watching Bulbasaur earlier, and he had taken a special interest in Ash and Brock. And she had a strange feeling that little Oddish would be leaving with a certain red-haired trainer. Brock and Ash both nodded, looking confused. "I think Bulbasaur should go with you," Melanie told them. "Huh?" Ash exclaimed. "Bulbasaur stayed here to protect the weaker Pokémon, but this village is too small. The bulb on his back can't grow here. He needs to go out into the world now, and I know you two will take good care of him. Please, add Bulbasaur to one of your teams. He's more comfortable with you than he's ever been around any other trainer, and I know he'll be happy with either of you." "But what about the village?" Bulbasaur asked. "What would happen to the other Pokémon if he wasn't there to protect them? But what will happen to the village without Bulbasaur?" Misty asked. "Yeah, who's going to protect you?" Brock added. "It's true Bulbasaur's done a great job. Maybe too great of a job. You see, these Pokémon shouldn't remain in this village forever and ever. When they recover, the Pokémon are supposed to leave, but it's too safe here, so none of them want to leave. But I think it's important that they return to the wild. That's where Pokémon belong. And hopefully someday they'll find trainers as good as the three of you." Melanie replied. She picked up Bulbasaur and hugged him. "Taking care of sick Pokémon will always be my mission, but my job isn't finished until they return to where they came from. So it's the day a Pokémon leaves that's most rewarding to me." She set Bulbasaur back down. "It's time for you to leave here, Bulbasaur. You need to follow your own dreams." She turned to Brock and Ash. "Please, take him with you." Brock and Ash looked at each other, then nodded to Melanie. "So, which one of you gets Bulbasaur?" Misty asked. Brock and Ash looked at each again, then looked at Bulbasaur. "That would be up to Bulbasaur," Brock said. Ash nodded. Bulbasaur walked up to them, his eyes flickering between them. Who should he choose? Both were obviously good trainers, were compassionate, and loved Pokémon. But which one was right for him? And now that he was leaving the village, what were his dreams? "Do you need some time to think it over, Bulbasaur?" Ash asked. Bulbasaur nodded. "Good luck, and thanks again, all of you. I'll miss you, Bulbasaur," Melanie said, tears in her eyes as she gave him one last hug. "It was really nice meeting you, Melanie," Brock told her. "You too." Much to everyone's surprise, she stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "Your quick thinking saved all of us today," she said as she pulled away. "You're a hero, Brock." Brock stood as still as a statue with a big goofy grin on his face, which made Kiera, Judy, and Misty burst into giggles. "Hey, Brock, are you in there?" Ash questioned, waving his hand in front of Brock's eyes. Brock snapped out of his daze a little. Yeah, sure," he replied, following Ash and Misty. He turned to smile and waved to Melanie, which almost caused him to walk into a tree. Misty pulled him out of the way just in time. Melanie giggled and walked into her cabin. "Come on, lover boy." Misty laughed, leading him away. Bulbasaur rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "Wait for me," a tiny voice yelled, though all Brock and Misty heard was, "Oddish, Oddish." They turned to see Oddish running after them and stopped to let her catch up. Once she reached them, she jumped into Misty's arms, cooing and looking up at her with pleading eyes. "Can I come with you?" No translation was needed from Ash for Misty to pick up Oddish's message. "Do you want to be my Pokémon?" she asked. Oddish bounced happily in her arms and nodded. "I promise I'll always take good care of you," Misty said. She took out a Pokeball, and Oddish tapped the center button with a leaf, getting SCKED inside without even a struggle. Later that day, Brock cooked dinner as Misty introduced Oddish to her other Pokémon and Ash fiddled with his Pokédex, trying to figure out how to rewrite entries. Bulbasaur talked to both Ash's and Brock's Pokémon, learning about the boys' personalities, their goals, and their pasts in order to make a decision on which trainer to choose. By dinner time, he had made up his mind. He walked up to Brock and tapped on his shoulder with a vine. "Yes?" Brock asked, thinking it was Ash or Misty. He turned to see Bulbasaur looking up at him. "Did you need something, Bulbasaur?" "I'd like you to become my trainer," Bulbasaur replied. Both Ash and Brock were amazing people, but after talking to both their teams, he felt he'd fit in with Brock a little bit better. Though Bulbasaur didn't mind battling, taking on the Pokémon League wasn't really his dream. He'd rather help out the other Pokémon from the sidelines. Plus, he and Brock seemed to be the most similar in personality. Both had dealt with taking on a very huge responsibility. When he had talked to Onyx, he learned about how Brock had stepped up to take care of his 10 younger brothers and sisters when Brock's parents walked away and left them. It spoke miles for Brock's strength of character, loyalty, and patience. "He wants you to be his trainer," Ash translated, walking up to them. Though he had to admit he was a tiny bit disappointed, he knew Brock and Bulbasaur would work well together. Both were strong, steady, and cared deeply for others. Brock smiled and reached for an empty Pokeball, but Bulbasaur took on a battle stance. "Battle me first." Though he knew Brock wasn't taking on the Pokémon League, with that idiotic Team Rocket around, battles would still be necessary. Plus, he wanted to see Brock's strategy. Brock didn't need Ash's translation for this. He reached for Zubat's Pokeball. "Watch the stew, Ash." "Zubat. Go," he yelled, throwing the Pokeball and releasing the Bat Pokémon. "Use Wing Attack," Brock commanded. Bulbasaur reached out with his vines, grabbing Zubat. "Use Bite on the vines to make him let you go," Brock ordered. Zubat bit down on Bulbasaur's vines, making him roar in pain and flinch away. "Now, use Wing Attack." Bulbasaur cried out as the super effective attack struck him, sending him flying backwards. But he wasn't giving up yet. Bulbasaur used Vine Whip again, sending Zubat flying. "Can you continue?" Brock called to his Zubat in concern. Zubat got up quickly. "Yes, I can, Brock." "Use Wing Attack again," Brock commanded. As Zubat flew towards Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur shot out a Razor Leaf. "Zubat, dodge." Zubat barely got out of the way in time, then struck Bulbasaur with another wing attack. Bulbasaur went flying, landing hard on the ground and not getting up this time. Pokeball, go! Brock yelled, throwing a Pokeball at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was immediately SCKED inside. The ball rattled once, twice, 3 times, then clicked shut. Brock picked up the Pokeball, smiling. Welcome to the team, Bulbasaur. An hour later, dinner was served. Brock was extremely happy to know that Bulbasaur loved his food as much as everyone else did. Misty stroked Oddish and Butterfree, who were eating next to her. I wonder if I should give you guys cute nicknames like Ash does with his Pokémon, she mused. I didn't nickname my Pokémon. Ash replied. They had names when I first met them. Why didn't you tell us before? Misty yelled, punching Ash in the shoulder. Brock and I have been calling our Pokémon by their species names. They might have had real names and we never knew. Ow. You never asked, and they never mentioned any names, even when they were talking to each other. Ash protested, rubbing his shoulder. Misty calmed down at this, but she and Brock both asked Ash to ask their Pokémon for their names. Ash started with Brock's Pokémon. Onyx is my name. Onyx replied when Ash questioned him. I was bred in captivity, so I didn't get a name from my parents and Brock didn't nickname me. Brock frowned when Ash translated Onyx's words to him. I'm sorry, Onyx. Would you like me to give you a nickname? Onyx shook his head with a laugh. No, being called Onyx doesn't bother me. And it's been my name for so long that if you call me by something else, I'll probably look at you blankly and wonder who the heck you're talking to. Brock nodded after Ash told him Onyx's answer. What about you, Geodude? I caught you as a wild Pokémon. Brock asked. My real name is ridiculous and I hate it. It's. A dirt bike zoomed past, its loud motor cutting off whatever Geodude was saying. So just call me Geodude. The name my flock gave me is Nightwing, but I don't care what you call me as long as it's not late for dinner. Zubat added with a shrug. Same story with me as with Onyx. My former trainer never gave me a nickname. Bulbasaur said with a growl. When Brock asked if he wanted one, Bulbasaur shook his head. Trainers can give out some very ridiculous nicknames. I don't want one. Tell me about it. Kiera said, laughing. Once I saw a trainer that called his Pokémon Fluffy. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Bulbasaur said with a shudder. It gets worse. Kiera told him. That trainer's Pokémon was an Arbok. A male Arbok. Bulbasaur looked at his new trainer in horror. Please, for the love of all that is good, just call me Bulbasaur. It took 5 minutes for Ash to compose himself enough to tell Brock and Misty what Kiera and Bulbasaur had said. Misty and Brock started laughing, and Brock promised not to attempt to nickname Bulbasaur. Brock's Pokémon done, Ash turned to Misty's. My colony called me Tabitha. My former trainer never nicknamed me. Oddish said after Ash asked. Misty smiled. That's a pretty name. What about you, Butterfree? I never knew my family, so I never had a name. Butterfree replied softly. Ash translated his words to Misty. Misty hugged her Butterfree tightly after she heard that. I'm sorry, Butterfree, she murmured. It's okay. Butterfree whispered. I have all of you as my family now. Would you like a name? Misty asked. Butterfree nodded, and Misty searched her brain for a perfect name. Suddenly she came upon a name she had always liked. How about Alexander? Alex for short. That's fine. I like Alex better, the Butterfree told her. Ash relayed the message to Misty, who smiled, glad the Butterfree liked his new name. Misty dragged Ash over to the pond where Spearow, Starmie and Goldeen were playing and had him ask them for their names. Goldeen's real name was Bella, and Spearow and Starmie informed Ash that their species did not use names, instead relying on psychic signals to differentiate one another. Ash, Misty, and Brock spent the rest of the afternoon simply relaxing and playing with their Pokémon, then went to bed early that evening. Ash curled up next to Kiera's side, and his other Pokémon cuddled up next to him. He was happy that both his friends got some new Pokémon, but hoped he would soon get another teammate as well. Little did he know that he wouldn't have to search for his next Pokémon. Sometimes, you can only find what you're looking for when you're not actually looking for it. According to this, there should be a Pokémon Center around here somewhere and this trail will take us right to it. Misty said, reading the map. About time too. We've been looking for Vermilion City for 10 whole days, and I could really use a hot shower and a warm bed. I'm beat. She plopped down on a small stump. Same here. Ash added, sitting down next to her and watching a flock of Spearow. Trevor hopped onto his lap and Judy sat beside them. It had been worth it though. The extra training Ash and his team had been doing during the last 10 days had really paid off. Kiera had learned agility and during a battle with Butterfree, had suddenly learned Mirror Move. She was more surprised than Butterfree when she shot the confusion Butterfree had just used right back at him. Ash had also started teaching her Assurance and was thinking about getting a TM so she could learn Steel Wing. Trevor had learned 3 new moves, Assurance, Crunch, and Super Fong, though his Super Fong still needed some work. Judy also picked up on Assurance, as well as Screech, which Trevor dubbed as the world's loudest and most annoying move. Which of course made her sneak up behind him and do it just to freak him out. Like Trevor, Venom picked up 3 new moves, Toxic Spikes, Pin Missile, and Agility. Brock showed Ash some techniques to build up endurance, as well as ways a Pokémon could cover itself if struck by an attack so the attack did the least possible damage. Though Ash's Pokémon were tired and sore after those lessons and Ash hated putting them through it, the lessons paid off, as their defense was now stronger than ever. After the group rested for a few minutes, they were on their way again. Suddenly, Misty stopped short. What's that? She asked a bit shakily, pointing to a big hulking shape a few feet away with what looked like a tiny little fire on it and squinting in the morning sun to see what it was. Hey, Ash, Brock, take a look at this. Ash approached cautiously, Kiera beside him. Once they got a better look, they discovered it was a tiny Charmander lying down on a huge rock. Ash noticed the Charmander's condition and was worried. It looked exhausted and the flame on its tail was very small. Are you okay, little one? He asked softly. Do you need some help? He can understand Pokémon. Venom told the little Charmander. I'm waiting for my master. Charmander replied softly. Ash could tell by the voice that it was male. Something about the way Charmander said it made Ash worry more. He translated Charmander's words to the others, then asked, How long have you been waiting? A while. Charmander whispered. It was obvious to Ash that he was hiding something. Judy, Kiera, Trevor, and Venom looked at each other, worry in their eyes. Ash had a bad feeling about this situation. Are you hungry? Ash asked. The Charmander nodded, and Ash poured a bowl of poke chow for it, as well as a large bowl of water. Thanks, the Charmander said gratefully, devouring the bowl of food and drinking some water. Do you have a name? Ash questioned. The Charmander shook his head. Maybe we should take Charmander back to the Pokémon Center. Brock suggested, as worried as Ash. Charmander's tail flame was dangerously low. No. Charmander exclaimed, an edge of panic to his voice. Master told me to wait right here and not to leave. Ash translated his words to Brock and Misty, who became extremely concerned. Charmander, please come to the Pokémon Center with us. Ash pleaded. You'll be safer in there and I'll help you find your trainer. Charmander violently shook his head. He said I had to stay here. Despite the fact that he really wanted to get Charmander safe, Ash knew Charmander would just go running back. He couldn't force the Pokémon to go with him and he couldn't capture him due to the fact that he belonged to Another trainer. Finally, he nodded. Let me at least give you a super potion. Charmander consented to this and Ash sprayed a super potion on him before refilling both the food and water bowls. I'll keep an eye out for your trainer. Ash reassured the Charmander. Charmander thanked him, and the group reluctantly left the little Charmander, heading for the Pokémon Center. Ash recalled both Kiera and Venom before they entered the Pokémon Center, knowing Kiera would be uncomfortable and Venom, with his sharp stingers, might cause a panic. Ash sat at one of the tables absently petting Trevor, who was on his lap, and staring out the window. Storm clouds were rolling in and he hoped Charmander's trainer had come and got him. The bad feeling that Charmander had been abandoned had not left him, and he prayed that it was wrong. Judy, who was sitting next to Ash, looked at him with a worried expression on her face. Brock was no better than Ash. He sat with his chin in his hands, staring out the window with the same fear on his mind. Here's some nice hot soup. Misty said, carrying some hot soup from the cafeteria over to them. Brock barely noticed as she set his bowl down next to him. Ash quietly thanked her, then began picking at it, unusual for Ash, for he had as big of an appetite as a Snorlax. You guys are worried about Charmander, aren't you? Misty sighed, sitting down with her own bowl. So am I. Do you think anyone picked him up yet? Brock whispered. What if his trainer just left him there? I hope not. Ash murmured. Maybe we should dash. Laughter from another table interrupted them. A group of kids were hovered around a smug-looking blue-haired boy. Wow, you sure got a lot of them, a kid said. That's for sure, another put in. Just look at them, the blue-haired boy said arrogantly. It's a pretty cool collection. Ash disliked him the moment he set eyes on him. He could tell this kid cared for no one but himself. Another kid laughed. Way cool. You're the man, Damien, another added. Yo, didn't you have a Charmander too? Someone asked. Ash had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Please tell me this isn't Charmander's trainer. Yeah, I had one, but the puny thing couldn't defeat the weakest of opponents. Damien replied, a smirk on his face. This angered Brock. Charmander may be weak against water types, but if their trainers work hard, they can become strong. I don't like that guy's attitude. Misty told her friends in disgust. Me neither. Judy growled, wanting to kick that kid's butt. Same here. Ash added. I really hope that's not. So, what did you do with that Charmander anyway? A kid asked. Oh, I left it on some rock in the woods. That thing is so stupid. No matter what I do to it, it keeps on following me. I finally got rid of it by promising I'd come back for it. It's probably still there, wagging its tail. It'll probably wag it until the flame goes out, someone laughed. Ash was up and moving at this, seeing nothing but red. The others rushed after him. Go and get your Charmander. Ash growled at Damien. He's still out there waiting for you. Who's going to make me, you little nerd? Damien taunted. You. He and the other boys surrounded Ash menacingly. Judy and Trevor ran over to Ash, positioning themselves protectively between the bullies and their trainer, ready to beat the crap out of those JRKs if they made one wrong move. Brock and Misty stood on either side of Ash, glaring at Damien and his thugs and ready to back Ash up if it came down to a fight. Nurse Joy, sensing the impending fight, rushed over to stop it. Break it up. You know the rules. No fighting in the Pokémon Center. A burst of thunder and the sound of pouring rain caught Ash's attention. He remembered something Professor Oak had said in one of his shows. It is said that a Charmander dies if its tail flame ever goes out. Oh no! Charmander! Ash cried, grabbing his backpack and running outside without even stopping to put on a raincoat. Judy and Trevor rushed after him. That little creep. He can have that pathetic Charmander. They deserve one another. Damien laughed. Misty glared at him. You're the little creep, you sicko. She gave him a swift kick in the place no man wants to be kicked, then gave him an uppercut to the jaw. He fell to the floor, groaning and seeing stars and Pidgeys. Quickly throwing on her raincoat, she ran into the storm after Ash. You all disgust me. Brock growled at Damien and his gang as Damien lay groaning on the floor. He grabbed his backpack and raincoat and followed Misty outside. Ash rushed towards the rock, guided by the tiny light on Charmander's tail. The fire lizard was barely conscious, desperately holding a leaf over his tail in the hopes of keeping it dry. Grabbing a blanket from his backpack, Ash covered the shivering Pokémon, trying to keep the tiny flame from going out as Judy and Trevor stood over Charmander, trying to shield him as best they could from the rain. Brock and Misty rushed over to help, Brock scooping up Charmander. Ash grabbed his raincoat from the bag, covering Charmander's tail flame and preventing it from going out as they ran to the Pokémon Center. Charmander opened his eyes and looked at them weakly before losing consciousness. Hang in there, Charmander. You can make it. Brock pleaded. They ran inside the Pokémon Center as Nurse Joy was about to close up. Nurse Joy, please help us. Ash gasped, out of breath. What is it? What's wrong? Nurse Joy asked in concern, running over. This Charmander, the flame on his tail is almost out, a panicked Brock told her. Nurse Joy gasped as she saw Charmander's condition. There's not much time. She rushed Charmander to the back room, hooking him up to a heart rate monitor and putting a heating pad under his tail. Will Charmander survive? Ash asked anxiously. It's very weak. Nurse Joy reported. She glared at Ash. How could you let it get in this condition? A Chansey who was helping her also looked at them reproachfully. Damien, that kid with the blue hair, abandoned him in the woods. He promised to come back for him, and Charmander's loyal to Damien, so he believed him. We saw Charmander on the rock earlier, and when we heard Damien bragging about abandoning him there, we confronted him and then ran out to get Charmander. Ash explained. Poor Charmander. Nurse Joy murmured. And that Damien just left with the rest of them. Please, save him, both Ash and Brock begged. She nodded. I'll do whatever I can. Chansey led them out to the waiting room. Ash sat down, shivering. He was soaked to the bone since he had neglected to put on a raincoat before running out to get Charmander. Trevor and Judy cuddled against him, trying to use their body heat to warm him up, but they were just as soaked as he was. You poor dears. Chansey said. I'll get you some nice warm towels and some blankets. She left the room, then returned with enough towels for everyone. Ash went into the restroom with Trevor and Judy, drying them and himself off, then stepping into one of the stalls to change into a spare set of clothing. When they walked back out, they found Chansey had brought out several thick blankets as well as a pot of hot tea and 3 cups. Thank you, Chansey. Brock said. The others nodded. Chansey, will Charmander be all right? Ash asked softly. She looked confused that he'd be asking her. Ash can understand Pokémon. Judy explained, guiding Ash to one of the cots. Trevor jumped on Ash's lap, and Judy grabbed a blanket, sitting next to Ash and wrapping the blanket around them. Chansey looked at Ash in surprise, then answered, It's too soon to say for certain, dear. But I think he should be. She left the room, going back to help Nurse Joy. Misty and Brock paced around, occasionally sitting down, but unable to remain still for long. Ash clung to Trevor and Judy, beginning to cry softly. Ash, he'll be okay, I'm sure of it. Judy soothed, hugging her trainer tightly. I should have known that he'd been abandoned. Ash sobbed. All the signs were there, if I had done a better job of convincing him to come to the Pokémon Center, maybe he wouldn't dash. Judy gently placed a paw over his mouth, cutting him off. Ash, you have to stop blaming yourself for things. You've done everything you could for Charmander. This is Damien's fault, not yours. Brock sat next to Ash, putting his arm around his little friend. Ash, this isn't your fault. You helped Charmander in every way you could, unlike his trainer. Sometimes, doing your best is all you can do. I know. Ash whispered. I just want Charmander to be okay. We all do, Ash. Misty murmured, sitting beside him. He's in really good hands and I think we got to him in time. I'm sure he'll be fine, he's got to be. For a few hours, they waited anxiously, pacing around the room, all thinking the same thing. Charmander, hold on. You've got to keep your flame burning. The light signal went out, grabbing everyone's attention. Nurse Joy came out with a frown, and their hearts dropped. But she looked at them, smiled, and gave a peace sign, signaling that Charmander would be all right. Charmander's recovering. He'll be fine by morning. Nurse Joy reported, letting them peek at the little fire lizard through the door. Charmander was asleep on the bed, the flame on his tail burning much stronger. Ash grinned with relief and Brock smiled at him and then at Charmander. That's the spirit, Charmander. Brock thought. Early in the morning, Charmander awoke, finding himself in the Pokémon Center. Memories came flashing back to him of last night, being caught in the rain, the young black-haired trainer and his friends coming to rescue him, and being wrapped in a warm blanket and carried to the Pokémon Center. He was grateful to them for having saved him from death, but he needed to go back to the rock and wait for Damien. He opened the window and was about to leap out when more memories flashed through his mind. He remembered hearing, while drifting in and out of consciousness, the raven-haired trainer telling the nurse that he had heard Damien bragging about abandoning Charmander on the rock. And though he so didn't want it to true, Charmander knew the black-haired trainer was right. Damien had never loved him. How many times had Damien called him worthless and pathetic, a sorry excuse for a Pokémon? No matter how hard Charmander tried, he had never been able to please him, only getting harsh words for all his effort. Charmander sat back down on the bed, tears in his eyes. Was he not worthy of being cared for by anyone? Then the face of the young speaker who saved him flashed through his mind. Despite not even being Charmander's trainer, the boy had taken care of him, gave him food, water, and medicine, then rushed out later in the middle of the freezing rainstorm with no raincoat just to bring Charmander to safety. He remembered the kindness in those brown eyes, and the words, "Please save him," while he was fading in and out of consciousness. That trainer had cared whether he lived or died, unlike Damien. Charmander wished he could join him. But that trainer was probably long gone. Charmander shut the window and lay back in the bed with a sigh. And then his door opened. After spending the night in the Pokémon Center, the first thing Ash, Misty, Brock, Trevor, and Judy did in the morning was go visit Charmander. Nurse Joy led them into the room, then had to step out as there was a patient that needed her attention. The little fire lizard had been lying on the bed looking sad, but the second he saw them, he sat up, eyes brightening. "You stayed," he whispered. Ash smiled at him. "We had to make sure you were okay." "Why?" Charmander asked softly. "What do you mean?" Ash questioned. "Why do you care so much? I'm not even your Pokémon. Why did you help me?" "We helped you because you needed us to." Ash told him. "We couldn't just walk by and let you suffer when we could do something to help you." "My trainer did." Charmander muttered. "I heard you talking to the nurse last night. I know Damien abandoned me." There were tears in his eyes at this. Ash gently wrapped his arms around Charmander, who hugged him tightly. "I tried to be a good Pokémon." Charmander whispered. "I tried my best, but I just couldn't." "Charmander, what that thing did to you was not your fault." Trevor interrupted. "Damien is a JRK." Ash said angrily. "Charmander, you're a great Pokémon, and someone like Damien doesn't deserve you." Charmander cuddled closer to Ash at this. "Ash is right." Brock put in, gently petting Charmander. "You're a good Pokémon, but Damien was a horrible trainer. You deserve a trainer that will love you and protect you." Misty nodded, rubbing Charmander's head. Charmander looked up at Ash and was about to ask if he could join him when Nurse Joy walked in. Nurse Joy smiled at the scene in front of her. It was obvious that these trainers cared deeply for the little Charmander they had helped to rescue. I hate to break this up, but I need to give Charmander one last check-up to make sure he's fully recovered. The group moved to the side as she examined the little fire lizard. A few minutes later, she looked up and smiled. Charmander's doing just fine. That's great. Ash said with relief. I'll send Charmander to Professor Oak in Pallet Town. Nurse Joy told them. He'll make sure he gets a good home. At this, Charmander's eyes widened and he violently shook his head. He jumped off the bed and into Ash's arms, nearly bowling him over. Ash caught Charmander, hugging the little fire lizard. Does this mean you want to come with me? Charmander nodded eagerly. Ash smiled, then turned to Nurse Joy with pleading eyes. Can I? She smiled. Of course. I can see he's very attached to you already. I know you'll take great care of him. Shifting Charmander to one arm, Ash took out an empty Pokeball. Charmander tapped the center button, and was SCKED inside without a struggle. Ash let him out immediately after the capture was complete and Charmander looked up at him in confusion. Ash keeps us out of our Pokeball as much as possible, space and weather permitting. Judy explained. Charmander smiled. Damien had never let him out of his Pokeball unless there was a battle or they were training. He was going to enjoy this extra freedom. They bid goodbye to Nurse Joy, then left the Pokémon Center. Once outside, Ash released Kiera and Venom. Ash pulled them aside and gave them a quick explanation of the events of last night, then introduced Charmander to all of his Pokémon officially, making sure he knew everyone's name. All were glad to welcome their newest teammate. Would you like a nickname of your own, Charmander? Ash asked. Charmander nodded shyly. What would be a good nickname? Blaze? No, that's a fire-type ability, Torch. Nah, Flare, ugh. I'm horrible with nicknames. Ash shouted in frustration. I've got an idea. Brock said. He reached into his backpack and took out his laptop. You want a name that means, fire, right? Ash nodded and Brock typed, boys' names that mean fire, into the search engine. Misty leaned over to look. I see a cute one. How about Aiden? It means, little fire. Aiden, huh? Ash murmured. I like it. What do you think, Charmander? You're the one who's getting a name and I don't want you to be stuck with a name you don't like. Charmander thought about it for a few minutes. I like it too, he decided. Aiden was a nice name, and it definitely fit him. Ash smiled. Aiden it is, then. The newly named Aiden grinned up at him and Trevor climbed onto Ash's shoulder as the group headed down Route 24 on their way to Vermilion City. When one door closes, two more open. Of Squirtle squads and lighthouses. It was exactly 2 weeks to the day the gang had left Cerulean City, and it was now the day Brock had been waiting for. The day he would finally know if he had won the Cooking for Pokémon contest or not. He awoke at 5:30, unable to sleep any longer. Taking his laptop out of his backpack, he logged into his email account. There, among the junk mail, was a letter from the Pokémon Breeders Association. Holding his breath, he opened it, and woohoo! Everyone jolted awake at Brock's shout, the jumpier ones like Trevor and Tabitha, Misty's Oddish, jumping about 10 feet in the air. Everyone else just gave Brock a funny look. What the dash? Ash started before Brock scooped him up, sleeping bag and all. I did it. I mean, we did it. Thank you, Ash. Brock shouted, twirling the smaller boy around. Run for your lives. Brock's finally snapped. Venom yelled jokingly. However, Aiden, who was still half asleep, thought he was serious. He was about to fire a flamethrower at Brock in order to defend his trainer, but thankfully Kiera stopped him before he could. "He's kidding, Aiden," she reassured, and the little Charmander powered down his flamethrower, blushing in embarrassment. She glared at Venom. "Stop scaring Aiden. He's only been here 2 days. He's not used to our craziness yet." "Sorry," Venom said sheepishly. Misty smacked Brock with a mallet she had pulled out of nowhere. "What is the meaning of waking me up and acting like a nut at 5:30 in the morning?" she screamed. Unfortunately, this made Brock drop Ash, who probably would have landed on his head had Judy not run over and caught him. "Sorry, Ash," Misty mumbled. She really hadn't thought that part through. "Where'd Misty get the, never mind, I don't think I really want to know," Trevor muttered as he went over to check on Ash. "Sorry about that, guys," Brock said sheepishly, rubbing his head where Misty's mallet had struck it and turning red with embarrassment. "I just got some really great news though. I won first place in my contest." Managing to detangle himself from his sleeping bag, Ash looked at Brock, confused, until he remembered the contest Brock had entered while they were in Cerulean City. "That's great, Brock. Congratulations." Misty smiled, her anger cooling down. "Congratulations, Brock. Just next time, please check contest results at a more reasonable hour of the morning," she teased. "And you each get 1/3 of the prize money," Brock said, smiling. Ash and Misty blinked at him. "You're the one who did all the work," Misty told him. "Yeah, neither one of us can cook. We didn't even help you with your Pokémon food," Ash added. "Ash, you were the one who gave me the recommendations with the aid of your gift and helped me with my recipes. And this all happened because you guys invited me to join you. You two made this all possible. So you each get part of the prize," Brock told them. "Thanks, but you really don't have to do that," Misty said, and Ash nodded. "I know, and that's exactly why I'm doing it," Brock assured. Everyone decided it was pointless to go back to sleep after that, so Brock got started on breakfast, Ash and Misty helping him. They figured it was a good idea to learn how to cook at least a little so Brock wouldn't have to do it all the time. Later that morning, they continued along Route 24, Ash humming an annoying song. "Ash, will you knock it off?" Misty grumbled. "You've been humming that song for almost an hour." "It's not my fault," Ash protested. "That stupid song was playing on Brock's radio this morning and now I can't get it out of my head." Suddenly the ground underneath them gave way, and they fell into a giant pit trap. "Ow!" Ash groaned. "I think that knocked it out." His voice was barely audible due to his face being pressed into the dirt. "Is everyone okay?" Kiera asked worriedly as she and Venom flew down to them. "Ow! I landed on my head," Brock complained, unknowingly answering Kiera's question. With a lot of jostling, everyone managed to get up. Ash rubbed his head where a lump was already beginning to form, and handed Trevor, Aiden, and Judy up to Venom, who lifted them out of the hole. He made a running jump and grabbed onto the side of the hole. He nearly slid back down again, but Kiera grabbed him by his backpack straps, hauling him out. Brock gave Misty a boost, and Ash gave her a hand up. Kiera carefully reached into the hole and pulled Brock out. "Why the heck is there a hole here?" Misty exclaimed as she brushed herself off. "It's either a sinkhole, or a sick prank," Brock said. "Who would pull a prank this mean?" Misty asked. They heard laughter from nearby, and turned. There was a group of 5 Squirtle, pointing at them and laughing. Each wore a pair of sunglasses, 4 of them wearing round ones while the one in the middle had lenses that were more triangular shaped. "Looks like they fell for our prank, boys." Literally, the one with the triangular lenses chortled. Ash had the strange feeling that Squirtle was the leader. Ash's Pokémon glared at them. "Dude, even as a fellow prankster, I have to tell you that was not funny at all," Venom said, his voice unusually serious. You could have seriously hurt my trainer and his friends. The way he had seen the group lying in the hole, he had been seriously frightened that they may have broken their necks in the fall. Venom's right. Kiera added, checking over Ash and her teammates to make sure they were okay. Besides a lump on Ash's forehead, she'd keep an eye on him, just to make sure he didn't have a concussion. They all seemed fine. Dangerous practical jokes aren't funny, they're stupid. Chill out, the Squirtle leader retorted. Then he smirked. Here, I can help you with that. He shot a water gun at Kiera. She nimbly dodged it, then zoomed at him in an aerial ace attack. Loki, look out, one of the Squirtle with the round glasses cried, pushing the leader out of the way and taking the attack. It was a one-hit KO. Loki screamed in anger at seeing his friend knocked out. He and his gang were about to challenge Kiera when a motorcycle engine was heard. The group of Squirtle grabbed their knocked-out friend and hurried off. Ash and his friends turned to see the paranoid police officer in Cerulean City coming up on a motorbike. Oh. I hope she doesn't think that we dug this big hole. Ash thought. Is everyone okay? The officer asked worriedly. Has anyone been hurt? We're fine, Officer Jenny. Ash assured. She scratched her head. Have we met? Your face doesn't look familiar to me. We met you in Cerulean City. Brock explained. You were investigating a burglary there. Officer Jenny snapped her fingers. Oh, you must be thinking of my cousin, Jenny. It's easy to get us mixed up, she said with a laugh. My cousins and I are all police officers, plus we look identical and share the same name. She showed the group a photo of at least a dozen women that looked exactly alike. Okay, that's really weird. Trevor stated. Talk about family resemblance. Ash murmured, looking at the photo. At least they never forget their names. Misty said brightly. A few minutes later, they arrived at the police station. Ash recalled Kiera and Venom as he always did whenever they entered a building. As they sat down, Officer Jenny explained what had happened. The group of Squirtle you encountered is a Pokémon gang that calls themselves the Squirtle Squad. Squirtle Squad? Ash asked. I never heard of a Pokémon gang. Misty said. They're all Squirtle that were deserted by their Pokémon trainers. Jenny told them, sadness in her voice. Deserted? Ash asked softly, stroking Aiden's head as the little Charmander sat in his lap next to Trevor. Judy sat in a chair next to him. Misty and Brock were saddened by this as well, especially after Aiden. The Charmander still acted like he was walking on eggshells around them, as if he feared they'd abandon him if he made even the tiniest mistake. Officer Jenny nodded. They don't have a trainer, so they run wild and play tricks on the whole town. Taking some photos out of her desk drawer, she showed them what the Squirtle had done, everything from graffiti to stealing food from fruit stands. Ash knew they would have to be cautious around this area. Though he seriously doubted the Squirtle Squad were anything like Pikachu, he could tell they didn't like humans and might target the group again. It really is kind of sad. Officer Jenny continued. Because if they had somebody to care for them, they never would have turned out as bad as they are. It's a real shame. Ash, Misty, and Brock nodded, feeling bad for the Squirtle. After leaving the police station, the group went to the post office, where Brock picked up his check and certificate for 6 months' worth of ingredients from the Pokemart. Brock cashed the check, giving Misty and Ash each a third of the money. Both tried to tell him to keep it, but Brock made them take it, telling them again that he wouldn't even have it without them. As Brock got his ingredients at the Pokemart, Ash picked up some perilous heals, burn heals, and antidotes, as well as replenishing his supply of potions and revives. After leaving the Pokemart, they made a quick stop at the used bookstore at Ash's request, and he picked up a few books on Pokemon training, How to Teach Your Pokemon Moves Without a TM, the complete encyclopedia of Kanto Pokemon, outdated since the Pokédex had been invented, but still a great wealth of information, and some small books about the Pokemon he had in his team. Brock bought everyone lunch at a small cafe and they ate, laughing and talking. Brock couldn't wait to enter another contest and Misty and Ash were incredibly happy that their friend's career as a Pokémon breeder was off to a great start. After lunch, Misty rented a fishing pole, hoping to catch a sixth Pokémon for her team. They went to the lake, and all three let out their Pokémon to enjoy the weather. Misty settled down to fish, Tabitha on her lap and Alex, ever the protective and loyal Butterfree, next to her. Spearow, Starmie, and Bella, her newly named Goldeen, played in the water, careful to avoid Misty's pole. Borrowing one of Ash's books, Brock curled against Onyx's side to read. Bulbasaur sat next to him, watching the other Pokémon play. Ash snuggled up to Kiera's side with Trevor on his lap and was about to read one of his new books, but Judy had other ideas. She grabbed the book from his hand, ironically, it was the book he had bought on Mankey, and took off with it. Judy! Ash called, trying, and failing, to hide a laugh. Bring that back. Come and get it, she challenged playfully. I will. Just remember, you asked for it. Ash replied, laughing. He gently lifted Trevor off his lap and began to chase Judy. Wait for me. Kiera yelled, chasing after her friends. And I was just getting comfortable too. Trevor grumbled, then had to duck as Venom tried to grab him. Don't you dare pick me up again, Ven. What's the matter? Venom taunted playfully as he chased the Rattata. You scared of heights? No, but I'd rather not be dropped and land on my head. Trevor told him, dodging as Venom swooped at him again. Come on. I probably won't drop you. Venom teased as he tried to catch his friend again. Trevor rolled his eyes. Oh, that's real reassuring, Cornelius. Venom gasped, pretending to be angry. You dare to call me Cornelius? Now it's on. He managed to corner Trevor in front of a tree. I'll save you, Trevor. Ash called, running over with Judy close behind. Laughing, he playfully grabbed Venom around the middle, careful to avoid his stingers. Run. I'll hold him off. Thanks, Ash. You're a lifesaver. Trevor said, running around Ash and his captive, only to be pinned by Judy. Twisting out of Ash's grasp, Venom began chasing his trainer, who let out a noise somewhere between a shriek and a laugh before running away as fast as he could. You may have saved Trevor, but who will save you? I will. Judy called, letting Trevor go and tackling Venom to the ground. Ash turned to look at them while he was running away, only to crash into Kiera, who had landed in front of Ash while his attention was diverted. Got you, she said, wrapping her wings around him. Laughing, he tried to wriggle free, managing to slip out from under her wings and take off running again. You're not getting away from me that easily, Ash. Kiera yelled, chuckling as she chased her trainer. As he ran from Kiera, Ash noticed that Aiden was standing a short distance away, looking unsure. Ash stopped and Kiera had to hit the brakes to avoid bumping into her trainer. Don't you want to play too, Aiden? Ash asked, looking at his Charmander in concern. I'm allowed to play. Aiden blurted out. Both Kiera and Trevor looked concerned at that, and Venom and Judy stopped their wrestling match and walked over to their friend. Of course you're allowed to play with us, Aiden. Ash told him, wanting to punch Damien. We'd love to have you play with us, if you want to. I do. Aiden said softly. He looked up at his trainer. But I'm not sure how to play. I've never played before. Damien had certainly never played with him before, and neither had Damien's other Pokémon. Ash felt another burst of anger at Damien, as well as sorrow for Aiden. Don't worry, Aiden. It's not hard. Basically, all you do is chase someone and try to catch them, while avoiding being caught yourself. Aiden nodded, then suddenly dived at Trevor, who dodged, then ran off while Aiden was getting up from the ground. With a little laugh, Aiden quickly chased after him. The Charmander was a little nervous at first, but began to relax as he got into the game. Will you guys tone it down just a tad? Misty complained a few minutes later. I'm trying to fish here, and all your noise is scaring away the. Suddenly, she felt a sharp tug on her line, and her bobber went under the surface. Hey, I've got something. I guess we didn't scare away all the fish. Trevor muttered. Ash walked over to Misty. What did you? He was cut off by a Squirtle popping its head out of the water. It smirked, then shot a water gun at Ash and Misty, who cried out in shock as the cold water hit them. I'm soaked. Misty complained. Hey! That was uncalled for. Kiera yelled, flying over to check on her trainer, the others close behind. Are you all right, Ash? Ash nodded, and Kiera glared at the Squirtle. Why can't you just leave us alone? Chill out. It was just a joke, the Squirtle retorted, trying to hide the fact that he was rather nervous. He wasn't expecting that many Pokémon to be out when he planned his prank. Well, it looks like the Squirtle squad can only do surprise attacks. Misty taunted. Ash looked at her strangely and she winked. But they're too scared to face us in a real battle. The Squirtle fell for the taunt. I fear nothing, he yelled, taking a battle stance. Bring it on. Spearow. Are you up for a battle? Misty asked. Spearow popped out of the water and gave Misty a coup. Use rapid spin. Spearow flew at the Squirtle so quickly that he couldn't dodge in time and was thrown onto shore. The Squirtle got up shakily and shot off a water gun, which Spearow dodged. Good job, Spearow. Misty told her starter. Now use another rapid spin. Spearow zoomed at the frightened Squirtle, but before it could reach him, something rushed between them, shoving Spearow into the water. It was Loki, leader of the Squirtle squad. Let's teach that starfish a lesson, boys, he called to his gang. They each shot a water gun at the Spearow. Oh, no. Spearow. Misty screamed as the attack struck. Seeing her friend under attack, Tabitha growled in rage, her entire body glowing. No one gangs up on my friend, she screamed, leaping off Misty's lap as she rapidly grew, becoming a gloom. Rushing over to aid Spearow, she shot a powerful acid at the Squirtle squad, making them cry out in pain. Ash's Pokémon and Alex began to go over to aid their friends, but Misty held up a hand to stop them. Shoo, I have a plan, she murmured. Alex, lift Tabitha and Spearow out of the way with confusion, then use sleep powder on the Squirtle squad. Alex nodded, carefully lifting Tabitha and Spearow with his psychic powers and moving them to the side. The Squirtle squad stared at him in confusion and shock. Flapping his wings, he sent a green powder over them. The gang collapsed to the ground fast asleep as the powder took effect. Misty took out 5 Pokeball and threw them at the Squirtle squad, making sure to hit the leader first. Asleep and weakened by Tabitha's acid, they were easily caught. Yes. We caught the Squirtle squad, she cheered. She opened her arms for her Pokémon and both Spearow and Butterfree went into them. Tabitha stood a short distance away, looking down at her new form and then up at Misty uncertainly. Tabitha, what's wrong? Misty asked in concern. Do you still like me? Tabitha blurted out. Looking worried, Ash translated Tabitha's words to Misty. Misty looked at her gloom in shock. Of course I still like you, Tabitha. Why do you think I wouldn't? I'm not cute anymore. Tabitha whispered. At the village a few months ago, a Gloom was abandoned by his trainer after he evolved because she said he was ugly. And now I'm. Misty's eyes filled with tears as Ash told what the Gloom was saying and she went over to Tabitha, hugging her tightly. Tabitha, you're still cute to me and you'll always be cute to me no matter what form you're in. I'll never abandon you, ever. I promise. Tabitha burrowed into Misty's arms, hugging her trainer as best she could. Suddenly, they heard sirens and saw Officer Jenny speeding towards them on her motorcycle. Is everyone okay? She asked. I thought I saw a battle going on down here. Did the Squirtle squad bother you guys again? Yes, but they won't be bothering anyone else ever again. Misty told her happily. I caught them. Officer Jenny blinked at her in surprise. You actually caught the Squirtle squad. No one's ever been able to catch them, and a lot of people have tried. Well, my Spearow, Gloom, Butterfree, and I did. Misty said, telling Officer Jenny the story. That's amazing, and thank you. Officer Jenny told her. The townsfolk will be very happy. She looked thoughtful for a few minutes. What are you going to do with all those Squirtle? Well, the leader is in my party now, and I guess I'll send the other ones to the Cerulean Gym. My sisters are the leaders there. Why do you ask? I'd like to ask you a favor. There's a young man in town who is starting up a volunteer fire department in the town, but he doesn't have enough water Pokémon to help the volunteer firefighters do their jobs. They need Pokémon that have enough water power to fight raging fires, yet have the ability to walk on land. If you could spare any of your Squirtle, he would really appreciate it if you sold 1 or 2 to the fire department. Officer Jenny said. Of course, I'd be more than willing to give him a few Squirtle. I don't need all 5. Misty assured her. Can I meet this guy first though? Of course. Officer Jenny said, smiling. She led them to a small house and knocked on the door. A brown-haired young man in a blue t-shirt and black pants opened it. Yes. Brad, I have some great news for you. Officer Jenny announced. She explained that Misty had captured the Squirtle squad and was willing to give him some to help with the volunteer fire department. Alex's eyes lit up. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can see if I can trade you something for them, or pay you. No need. Misty said, waving her hand. I want to keep the leader, but I'll give you the other 4 for free. You guys work so hard to keep people safe, you deserve them. Then she remembered something. Oh, wait. Ash, Brock, I never asked you guys if you wanted one first. Do you? Brock shook his head, smiling. No, I don't really need a Squirtle. Misty turned to her raven-haired friend. Ash? Ash hesitated for a second, but only a second. He had always wanted a Squirtle. But the firefighters needed them more. They risked their lives to save people from raging fires. If they could make that sacrifice, Ash could certainly make a much smaller sacrifice for them. No thanks, Misty. I appreciate it, but the firefighters need the Squirtle more than I do. Misty gave Ash an, "Are you sure?" look, to which Ash nodded. Now that that's settled, how do I transfer the rest of the Squirtle to you? Misty asked. They were all teleported to the Cerulean Gym. Come with me to the Pokémon Center and I'll show you. Officer Jenny said, leading the group and Brad to the Pokémon Center. There, Officer Jenny showed Misty and Brad how to go on the Pokémon Link trade system and transfer her Squirtle to Brad. I can't thank you enough. Brad said happily as they exited the Pokémon Center. Are you sure I can't pay you? Yes, I'm sure. Misty told him, smiling. At least let me give you this. It's just a little something to say, thank you, Brad told her. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out a teal-colored ball that had a red pattern with 3 yellow lines across the top and held it out to Misty. It's a lure ball, he explained. A special type of Pokeball that works especially well on water-type Pokémon. I know it's not much, but it's perfect. Thank you. Misty replied, taking it. You're welcome. Brad responded, smiling. After saying goodbye to Brad and Officer Jenny, the group left the town, heading towards Vermilion. After an hour or 2 of walking, they found a clearing to set up camp for the night. Brock released his Onix, Geodude, Zubat, and Bulbasaur, and Misty began letting her team out of their Pokeball as well. Ash's team, of course, was already out. Well, here goes nothing. Misty said, throwing the Pokeball that contained her newest teammate. Tabitha and Alex stood at her side protectively, just in case the Squirtle tried to attack Misty upon finding out he and his gang had been captured. "His name is Loki, by the way," Ash whispered to Misty. Upon being released, Loki looked around in confusion. "Where am I? Where's my gang?" He noticed Misty, Ash, Brock and all their Pokémon staring at him. Oh, crap. He'd have to think quickly or run for his life to get out of this one. No way could he fight off all those Pokémon by himself. "We're not going to hurt you, Loki," Misty said soothingly. "I'm your new trainer." Loki cut her off. "How the hell do you know my name? Where's my gang? You better not have hurt them." He took a battle stance. Ash translated Loki's words to Misty, and she was quick to reassure him. "My friend Ash can understand Pokémon and he told me your name," she told the Squirtle squad leader, gesturing to Ash. "Your gang is safe. I'd never hurt them. They're with a man who is running a volunteer fire department and needs some water Pokémon to help the firefighters out. I talked to him and he is very nice. He'll take good care of the Squirtle squad, and keep them out of trouble." Loki searched Misty's face, trying to determine whether she was telling the truth or not. Realizing she was sincere, he relaxed a little. "How did you even capture?" Then he remembered. She had had her Butterfree give them a good blast of sleep powder while they were distracted by her gloom and Spearow. He narrowed his eyes at Misty as Ash relayed Loki's question to the group. "You pulled a sneak sleep powder attack with that Butterfree of yours while we were distracted. That was a dirty trick." Misty's Butterfree and Gloom moved between Loki and Misty protectively, fearing an attack. But they were caught completely off guard by what Loki did next. The Squirtle squad leader burst out laughing, then grinned up at Misty. "I like that. You think like one of us. You're all right, Red." His eyes wide, Ash told this to Misty, who stared at Loki, her eyes as big as dinner plates. This was the weirdest way she had ever heard of gaining a Pokémon's trust. Misty wasn't going to question it though. 2 more days passed, and Loki fit in as easily with the group as if he had been with them his entire life. Despite their rocky start, he, Venom, and Judy became fast friends due to their shared love of pranks, often teaming up to play harmless pranks on the other Pokémon. But despite his goofy side, the Squirtle put as much effort into his training as he did his pranks, and quickly learned Skull Bash and Bubble Beam. Ash and his Pokémon were also working hard in preparation for the Vermilion Gym. Kiera mastered Assurance and began working on Roost. Ash was doing his best to teach her Steel Wing with the help of the book he had bought, but it was proving to be difficult without a TM. Trevor mastered Super Fong and learned Double Edge, which Ash decided to use only for emergencies, as it hurt Trevor to use it. Judy learned Swagger and was close to mastering Cross Chop, her most powerful move yet. And while practicing strengthening his Twineedle, Venom learned Poison Jab, an extremely powerful, and as his opponents would attest, painful, move that usually sent Ash running to get the antidotes when he used it in a mock battle. But Aiden was having some problems. Though his training was progressing quickly and he had learned Smokescreen and Skull Bash, Ash feared that Aiden was pushing himself way too hard. Aiden would practice past the point of exhaustion, and was incredibly harsh on himself when he didn't get a move exactly right the first time. Ash had to practically order him to take breaks so that he wouldn't collapse. And it looked like he'd have to do it again today. Ash had started teaching Aiden Dragon Rage this morning and Aiden was struggling to master it. He tried to shoot out the blue flames, but it kept coming out as flamethrower. Brock had just made lunch, and the rest of the Pokémon stopped training to eat, but Aiden was still practicing his Dragon Rage. "Aiden, it's lunchtime," Ash announced, walking over to his Charmander. "Time to take a break. I haven't got Dragon Rage down yet." Aiden told him, frustration in his voice, though it was directed at himself, not Ash. He tried once again, but failed. "Why can't I get this right?" "You'll get it, Aiden," Ash said soothingly. But right now, it's time to take a break for lunch. I don't want you overtiring yourself. Dragon Rage is a tough move. I don't expect you to master it in only a day. Reluctantly, Aiden nodded and went to go eat with the others. But it was obvious that something was still bothering Aiden as he picked at his food. Ash, Brock, and Misty looked at him in worry. Aiden, what's wrong? Ash asked. Nothing. Aiden murmured. Ash's Pokémon looked at each other in concern. Aiden was about as convincing a liar as Ash, which meant not at all. Ash sat down next to Aiden. Aiden, please don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing completely fine with your training. You'll be able to master Dragon Rage soon, just give yourself time. I hope so. Aiden whispered. You'll get it. Trevor assured. I had trouble when I first learned Super Fong, but I managed to master it. And you saw me the first time I used Cross Chop. Judy said, chuckling. The first time she had tried to use Cross Chop while sparring with Trevor, she missed him completely, gotten off balance, tripped, and landed flat on her face. Relax, Aiden. You'll get it in time. I did. That got a little smile out of Aiden and he relaxed a little. Ash rubbed his fire type's head. Like Mom always says, the most important thing is that you try your best, and you're doing a very good job. Just try not to be so hard on yourself, okay? I want you to have fun and be happy while you're training. Okay. Aiden replied, smiling up at his trainer. After lunch, Aiden practiced Dragon Rage again, much more relaxed than he had been before. After a few tries, he shot off a stream of blue flames. Great job, Aiden. You did it. Ash cheered, hugging his Charmander. Aiden grinned and hugged him back. The next afternoon, they were traveling down a shady forest trail. Trevor had taken over Kiera's old spot on Ash's shoulder, and Kiera and Venom flew above the group as Judy and Aiden walked at Ash's side. Loki, who hated being inside a Pokeball as much as Judy did, walked by Misty's side. Aiden let out a huge yawn and rubbed his eyes. Tired, Aiden? Ash asked. Yeah. Aiden admitted. I had a really weird dream last night and couldn't get back to sleep after that. While not a nightmare, the last part of the dream had been rather disturbing. Ash scooped up Aiden, letting the Charmander rest in his arms. It must have been the hot sauce we ate with dinner last night, because I had a weird dream too. What was it? Misty asked curiously. It was the weirdest thing ever. I dreamed my team and I met several parallel versions of myself, almost all of them had Pikachu, and one was. He shuddered. Never mind. You guys really don't want to know what that one was doing. Huh. Misty said, deciding not to press Ash on details when she saw the disturbed expression on his face. Ash shook his head. Brock, I love your homemade hot sauce, but I am never eating it right before bed again. Ash's Pokémon looked at each other. Should they tell Ash that they had all had the same dream he did? Nah. Hot sauce-induced nightmares like that were better left forgotten. They walked quietly for several more minutes, admiring the scenery and watching wild Pokémon run around. Misty turned to Ash. Ash, can I ask you something? Sure, what? We've seen a lot of Pokémon today that you don't have and you haven't tried to capture even one. I was wondering why. Mist, I only have room for one more in my party. Ash explained. Ash, trainers can capture more than 6 Pokémon. Brock told him. The rest will just get transported to wherever you got your Pokédex. Professor Oak's Pokémon Laboratory, from what you told me. And you can exchange them out using the white button on your Pokédex. Ash felt Trevor tense for some reason. He reached up and stroked the Rattata gently before turning to Brock. I know, Brock. But I'm not planning to capture more than 6 Pokémon. It's not fair to just capture a Pokémon and leave it at the lab for the rest of its life. And I can't just trade away one of my team for something else. I'll miss them way too much. He smiled at his team and they smiled back. They mean too much to me. I can't send them away. Ah, he loves us. Judy said with a smile. Trevor relaxed. He'd been a little bit worried about what would happen when Ash got more than 6 Pokémon, but it looked like his fears were needless. And plus, even if Ash did get more than 6, there was no way Ash would forget them. Ash laughed and nodded, rubbing Judy's head. We should have reached the road by now. Misty grumbled a few minutes later, checking the map. Brock took the map from her, looking at it. I think you led us down the wrong trail, Misty. Ha! Now I'm no longer the only one that gets us lost. Ash joked. Misty punched him in the shoulder. Ow! Misty rolled her eyes at her raven-haired friend, then turned to Brock. Brock, how do we get out of here? I have no idea, was Brock's very reassuring reply. Let's just follow the trail. Ash suggested. All roads gotta lead somewhere, right? His friends reluctantly agreed to his plan. It was either that or backtrack, and possibly get more lost in the deep woods. 10 minutes later, they emerged from the woods to find a beautiful white sand beach and a sparkling blue ocean. Misty sighed happily. Look at that beautiful sunset. I love the beach. Me too. Brock agreed, pulling off his shoes and socks and rolling up his pant legs. Hey, look over there. Judy said, getting the group's attention. They looked in the direction she was pointing, and saw a lighthouse shining in the distance. Good find, Judy. Brock told her. Every lighthouse has a keeper, right? Maybe they can tell us where we are. And maybe they'll have a bed. Misty added happily. I'm tired of sleeping in a sleeping bag. I need my beauty sleep. The group ran towards the lighthouse, hoping to get there before it got dark. But Brock should have watched where he was going. As he ran, he accidentally stepped on a small crabby, which was understandably not too happy about that and clamped its pincer down onto Brock's big toe. Yee-oh-oh. Brock screamed, hopping around on one foot and trying to shake the crabby off, but it hung on. Ash and Misty ran back to help him, but one of Brock's Pokeballs started shaking and Bulbasaur popped out. What happened? I heard SCR. Bulbasaur started, before turning to see his trainer dancing around and screaming with a crabby firmly attached to his big toe. Bulbasaur sighed. Hold still, I got it. He sent a vine whip at the crabby, but missed because Brock was still jumping around and hit Brock's foot, making Brock yelp in pain. Sorry. Bulbasaur told his trainer before wrapping his vines around Brock to prevent him from moving. He struck out again with Vine Whip, this time hitting his intended target and making the crabby let go. Bulbasaur unwound his vines from Brock as he went to face the crabby, but accidentally knocked a Pokeball off Brock's belt, which landed on top of the crabby and sucked it inside. It rocked once, twice, 3 times, before clicking shut. Venom stared. Did that just happen? Are you okay, Brock? Ash asked. Both he and Misty were holding back laughter at the sheer ludicrousness of the situation. Both Judy and Loki had lost their own battle with laughter, which set Venom and Aiden off. Yeah. Brock told them, rubbing his swollen toe. I don't think anything's broken, thanks to Bulbasaur's quick thinking. Thanks, Bulbasaur, he told his grass type, who nodded. Wow, that was embarrassing. Too bad no one had a video camera. That would have won us the $100,000 grand prize on Kanto's funniest home videos, he joked. Ash picked up Krabby's Pokeball and handed it to Brock. At least you got a 5th Pokemon out of this whole crazy incident. They reached the lighthouse just as it began to grow dark. Phew, that was further than it looked. Brock said. Look at those carvings on the door. Ash put in, pointing out the detailed carvings of hundreds of Pokemon. I wonder who lives here. Let's find out. Brock told him, pressing the doorbell, which let out an ominous sound that made everyone huddle together. That is officially the creepiest sound I have ever heard. Trevor muttered. Who's there? A man's voice over a loudspeaker asked. Excuse us, sir, but we're travelers and we're lost. Brock said. We've been camping out for quite a while and we were wondering if you had some extra beds. We can pay you for the stay. Misty added. And I was wondering if I could use your kitchen to make bacon double cheeseburgers for our group. I have all the ingredients with me. I'd be more than happy to make something for you too. Brock continued. That sounds great, the voice said, sounding happy even through the loudspeaker. Can you cook without using tofu? Brock nodded. I can cook lots of things without using tofu. That's good, the voice replied. I've been eating nothing but tofu since my cook went on vacation. Come on in. The loudspeaker went silent and the double doors creaked open. Ash recalled Kiera and Venom as the group walked inside. The lighthouse was huge inside and dimly lit with a winding staircase and huge windows. The group looked around curiously, wondering where the keeper of the lighthouse was. Ash spotted a phone shaped like a bellsprout. Sir, may I use your phone please? Ash asked politely. I'd like to call my mom. The loudspeaker crackled again. Of course. It's right near you. Ash set down Aiden and picked up the phone, dialing his mother's number. He was extremely surprised when Professor Oak's face appeared on the screen. Hi, Ketchum residence. Oh, hello, Ash, the professor said with a smile. I bet you're pretty surprised to see me here, he added, noticing Ash's slightly confused expression. Your mother was kind enough to invite me to dinner. My cook's been on vacation and I've been eating nothing but tofu since she left. Anyway, let me get your mom. Delia, Ash is on the phone. Ash's mother came running into the room. Hi sweetheart. I'm so glad you called. How are you doing? Is your journey going well? I'm doing great, Mom. Ash told her. I wonder where the keeper of the lighthouse is. Brock mused, looking around. Wow, it's dark in here. I'll find a light switch. Misty said, feeling along the wall. Ow. Ash whirled around. Are you okay, Misty? I'm fine. Just stubbed my toe. Delia frowned. Ash, who's there with you? Oh, sorry Mom. Ash said sheepishly. These are my friends, Misty and Brock. Hi, Mrs. Ketchum. Misty greeted cheerfully, walking up to Ash. It's nice to meet you. Brock said. Delia smiled. It's nice to meet you both too. I'm glad you made some new friends on your journey, Ash. So how are? She was cut off by a timer ringing in the kitchen. Oh, the casserole must be done. I'll be back in just a moment. She left the room. So how many Pokémon have you caught so far, Ash? Professor Oak asked. I haven't gotten any from you yet. 5. That's good. Professor Oak replied. Gary's caught 45 so far. You better get catching if you want to catch up to Gary. The last part was said in a light, teasing tone. He knew well of Ash and Gary's constant rivalry with one another. Even as little kids, they were always competing about something. Ash rubbed the back of his neck. Actually, Professor Oak, I'm only planning on capturing 6 Pokémon. What? Only 6? Professor Oak exclaimed. Ash, you can't be a great trainer if you only capture 6 Pokémon. Ash winced slightly at the tone, and Judy, Trevor, and Aiden glared at the professor. Ash already is a great trainer. Judy growled. Professor Oak noticed the slight hurt in Ash's eyes and the anger in those of his Pokémons. Ash, I'm sorry if that came out sounding like an insult. I'm not saying you're a bad trainer. What I mean is that it is best to have a wide variety of Pokémon to cover any type weaknesses. With only 6 Pokémon, your opponents will be able to exploit those weaknesses and you'll have a lot of difficulty competing in the league. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, sir.
Ash said. But if I teach my Pokémon a wide variety of moves and come up with good strategies, I can cover those weaknesses. Plus, with a smaller number of Pokémon, I'll have more time to train each of them to their full potential and bond with them, instead of having to switch around all the time. I know it might be difficult and that I'll have to work hard, but I'm willing to do it to keep my Pokémon with me. Professor Oak sighed. Ash, I understand your reasons, and while I think that 45 Pokémon may be too much for a beginning trainer, I still don't believe 6 is enough. Even with teaching them a wide variety of moves, you'll never be able to completely cover all weaknesses, and if your Pokémon get hurt and can't battle and you have to do a full battle, you'll be stuck. Plus, there are benefits to sending your Pokémon to the lab. It gives them a chance to relax, but they can also continue with training, and there's a wide variety of Pokémon here that can help them learn new moves. While I don't suggest catching tons of Pokémon, I recommend that you think about catching at least 2 or 3 past your limit so you can cover your problem areas. Ash was quiet, thinking about Professor Oak's argument. He did have a good point, and Ash would discuss it with his Pokémon later and see what they thought. The problem was that any time the idea of being separated from any of his beloved team for a long period of time came across his mind, he felt a pang in his chest. He knew Professor Oak would take good care of them, but he would miss them terribly if he sent them away. I will think about it, Professor. Thank you for your advice. The professor smiled. You're welcome, Ash. Delia came back into the room. Hi again, sweetie. Sorry I took so long. So where are you at now? I'm at an old lighthouse on top of a cliff between Cerulean and Vermilion. Ash answered. He didn't want to mention to his mother that they were lost. It would probably make her worry. Oh, that must be my friend Bill's lighthouse. Professor Oak told them. He's a young Pokémon researcher that knows even more than me. See what you can learn from him. He could teach you just about everything there is to know about Pokémon and then some. This is Bill, Professor, the loudspeaker suddenly announced, making everyone jump. It's good to hear from you. Oh, hello, Bill. Professor Oak greeted cheerfully. Please give my friends a crash course on Pokémon. Ash and his mother talked a few more minutes and then Delia had to go to finish getting dinner ready. With an embarrassing reminder to be careful, to eat right, and to make sure to change his underwear every day, which had Ash turning beet red and Brock, Misty, Loki, and Ash's Pokémon struggling to hide their laughter, Delia hung up. Well, there's no way I can ignore a request from the great Professor Oak. Bill's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. The lights suddenly turned on. I am Bill of the lighthouse. Everyone slowly turned to look at the top of the stairs, and gasped in shock as they saw not a human, but a giant Kabuto. At the same time, Team Rocket were scoping out the lighthouse using their binoculars. According to the phone book, this lighthouse belongs to Bill, the famous Pokémon researcher. Jessie announced. I guess we've come to the right place, huh? James said. There must be zillions of rare Pokémon stored inside that lighthouse. Jessie added gleefully. Meowth grinned. Then there's only one thing left for us to do. Right. James replied. Sneak in and take everything we can grab. How should we sneak in? Jessie mused. She spotted a road that led right up to the lighthouse. We could take the road, or risk our lives climbing the cliffs. We certainly can't take the road. James retorted. We have to climb those cliffs. Jessie agreed. Meowth climbed on top of Jessie's head. Because we're the bad guys. And the bad guys always have to sneak in. The group of idiots recited their motto as they prepared, though who to was anyone's guess. To be truly great criminals, we have to do things the hard way. Jessie said. And then we'll be hardened criminals. James added. Jessie pointed to the cliffs. But it will be tough to reach the top. She and James clung together, suddenly frightened. Because we're afraid of heights. What the heck is that thing? Trevor yelled. He, Judy, and Aiden took defensive positions in front of Ash and Loki in front of Misty. It can't be. Brock exclaimed. That's Kabuto, an extinct Pokémon. What's it doing here? No. I'm not a Kabuto. I'm Bill, the Pokémon researcher, the Kabuto told them. So that's a costume or something? Ash asked. Yes, and I'm kind of stuck inside it. Bill admitted sheepishly. Ash walked up the stairs. Need some help getting out of it? Bill sighed with relief. Yes, please. What do you need me to do? With the claw on the costume, Bill gestured to a small button on the right side. Press the button. You mean this one? Ash asked, not wanting to hit a wrong button and make the situation worse. Yes. These arms are too short. I tried to get out, but I couldn't reach the button. Bill replied. Trevor frowned. Why would you put the button to get you out of the costume on the outside? Judy, Loki, and Aiden looked at him and shrugged. Ash pushed the button. Here you go. The costume popped apart to reveal a green-haired young man in a red suit. Thanks for helping me get out. Bill said gratefully as he stood up and stretched. I've been stuck in that costume for hours. Loki rolled his eyes. You could have been out 10 minutes ago if you had turned on the lights and told us when we walked in. Did you come from a costume party? Misty asked. No, it's not for a party. Bill replied. It's a special costume I use in my research. Getting inside its skin helps me get inside its head. What do you mean? Ash questioned curiously. Bill gestured to some carvings of an Omstar, Omanite, and Aerodactyl. There are many types of extinct Pokémon and I want to understand how they lived. Putting on a costume is one way of trying to figure out what they were like. Ash was still a little confused at this. You can understand what a Pokémon was like from wearing a costume? Bill nodded. Yes indeed. Or I'm beginning to. This planet was created 4.6 billion years ago. During that time, all kinds of Pokémon existed, and they had many ways of living. In Kanto alone, there are at least 150 known species of Pokémon, not even counting the ones brought in from other regions. And new ones are discovered all the time, so we need to keep searching. I wonder how many there are. Ash mused. No one knows exactly and so the search goes on. There's always something new to look for in our lives and in ourselves. Bill told him. Something to look for? Brock asked. Yes. There's a lot for us to look for, inside and outside ourselves. There's a meaning for every creature. A meaning for all the Pokémon, and a meaning for all us humans too. At least he didn't burst into rhyme. Trevor muttered to Judy, who covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Aiden and Loki looked at him in confusion. Long story. I'll explain later. Outside the lighthouse, Team Rocket struggled to climb the cliffs. Sometimes I wonder what the meaning of it all is. Jesse groaned. Why do we go to all of this trouble just to be bad? It's so we can snatch other people's Pokémon. James answered, not getting that the question was probably supposed to be hypothetical. I'm all for it just as long as there's something in it for Meowth. Meowth said with an evil grin. Bill turned to Ash. Ash, is it? Ash nodded. I know you're not looking to catch all the Pokémon in the world, and that's okay. You'd probably be at it for the rest of your life if you tried to catch them all. Bill added with a laugh. Just remember to always keep your eyes out for new Pokémon and new discoveries. It's as vital to me as it is to you. His eyes took on a faraway look. Right now, there's only one Pokémon I'm searching for. What kind of Pokémon? Ash asked curiously. Bill started to head up the stairs, gesturing for them to follow. Confused and curious, the group did. It's probably the biggest Pokémon ever, bigger than all the rest, and no one has ever seen it. It's been wandering the world for years and years, looking for friends. Loki gave him a strange look. If no one has ever seen it, how do you know it's bigger than all the rest or what the heck it's looking for? Maybe someone talked to it with their eyes closed. Judy joked. But doesn't that Pokémon have any friends or family? Misty asked softly. Bill opened the door at the top of the stairs, and they all walked out onto the balcony. The Pokémon wanders because it's alone. It's the only Pokémon of its species. One of a kind. But if no one's ever seen it, how do you know? Never mind. Trevor sighed. One night, I heard this very strange sound coming to me from across the ocean. Bill said. He hit a button, and a sweet, but mournful call came from speakers atop the lighthouse. Though it was garbled and not coming through very clearly, Ash could make out a soft male voice saying, "Is anyone out there? I am alone. Please, if someone can hear me, I'd like to be friends. I'd like to meet you." The pure sadness in the call went straight to Ash's heart. "I'd like to meet you," that's what it was saying to me. Bill told them. Ash looked at him in shock. "Can you understand Pokémon?" Was Bill a speaker, just like he was? "In a way." Bill replied. "I have spent many years researching different Pokémon calls. This is definitely the call of a Pokémon looking for others, for someone to be its friend." "That's amazing." Ash breathed. It must have been hard, figuring out what each call meant. He certainly wouldn't have been able to do it without his new ability. "Some time ago, I recorded a similar sound and played it back towards the ocean." Bill added, hitting the button again. A slightly different call began playing. "Let's be friends. I want to meet you." To Ash's amazement, the call said exactly that. Bill looked off into the distance, a small smile on his face. "One day, I heard the same voice calling to me from across the ocean. I want to meet you too. I want to be friends." It was answering me back. Bill stepped closer to the railing, peering out into the fog. Some foggy night, that Pokémon might come here to meet a friend it's been seeking for a very long time. He smiled softly. "I would be so happy to meet that Pokémon. But would you try to capture that Pokémon?" Ash asked, a little bit worried. "Why would I need to capture it? Just meeting it would be enough for me. Just a chance to study it would make my long wait worthwhile," Bill assured him. Suddenly, a strange cry in the distance interrupted their conversation. "I have heard your call, my friend. I am coming." Ash gave a soft gasp. This was too clear to be the recording. It was the mystery Pokémon, and it was coming to meet them tonight. The silhouette of a giant Pokémon began coming towards them through the fog. "It's here. The signal!" Bill cried, pressing the button. The lighthouse's signal beam began flashing different colors, and the call Bill had recorded began to play. Ash took out Kiera and Venom's Pokeball, and released them onto the balcony. "You guys have to see this," he whispered. Kiera and Venom looked at him in confusion, then saw the shadowy figure of the giant Pokémon. "What is that?" Kiera asked, beginning to take a defensive stance. Venom stared at the creature, his eyes wide. Ash placed a hand on Kiera's back and gently scratched Venom behind his wings. "It's okay, guys," he whispered. "It's a Pokémon who's been looking for a friend. I am here," the giant Pokémon called. He began asking excited questions, talking so fast that even Trevor, who had the best hearing, could barely understand him. The obvious friendliness in the Pokémon's tone relaxed Ash's Pokémon, and they looked at it in awe. "It sounds like it's singing," Misty said. Brock Mock bowed to her. "Would you care to dance?" She looked at him strangely, then smiled and gave a curtsy. "Thank you." Loki squinted to see what the Pokémon was as the creature came closer. Then he rolled his eyes. Well, he was wrong about it being a new species. Ash checked to make sure Bill wasn't paying attention to him, but the researcher's eyes were focused on the approaching Pokémon. "What is he?" he whispered to Loki. "It's really foggy out here. Looks like he's a Dragonite." Loki answered. Trevor's eyes were huge. "A big Dragonite. I can't wait to meet him." Ash murmured. But what neither our heroes, Bill, or the giant Dragonite knew was that there was danger lurking below. "What beautiful music," Jessie murmured as Team Rocket held on to the cliffs. "It's very haunting, yet so sweet," James added. Meowth glanced behind them, then did a double take, his eyes widening with horror. "Look! It's coming from that thing," he yelled, pointing. Jessie and James gasped in fear as they saw the head of a huge dragon, its eyes glowing white. "That's a big Pokémon," Jessie said. James stared at the shadowy Pokémon. "So size does matter. Something so rare and unusual, you know what that means," Jessie exclaimed. "We should grab it for ourselves." James grabbed a bazooka out of seemingly nowhere. "Quite right. I'll attack it at once." Then he paused, struck by a guilty conscience. "But it seems a shame to aim at such a sweet creature." Jessie gave him a strange look. "Of course it's a shame. We built our fame on shame. Go on. Fire. It's all the shame to me," Meowth yelled. James obeyed, firing the bazooka at the Dragonite. It screamed in pain as it was struck by the rocket. The group on top of the lighthouse screamed in horror. "What's happening? Who's shooting?" Ash yelled. He scooped up Trevor and Aiden, and grabbed Judy's arm, rushing them towards the lighthouse. Kiera and Venom quickly flew after him. "Dragonite, look out," he screamed, but the Dragonite didn't hear him. "Bill, what's going on?" Brock shouted as he picked up Loki and grabbed Misty's hand, hurting her towards the door. I don't know," Bill cried, terrified and panicked. Thinking that he had been betrayed, the Dragonite angrily swiped at the top of the lighthouse, destroying the speakers and lights. Ash ran over and pushed Bill out of the way just in time. Dodging debris, the group ran out of the lighthouse. "Please don't go, Pokémon," Bill pleaded with the frightened and angry Dragonite. "Please stay with us. I've waited so long for a chance to see you here." The Dragonite simply shook his head. "You betrayed me. I thought you were my friend," he said sadly. "Dragonite, it's not us. We're not the ones shooting at you," Ash cried. He noticed another rocket heading towards the Dragonite. "Look out." The Dragonite heard his warning just in time to dodge the rocket. He looked back at the frightened group, suddenly realizing that whatever was going on, that the group on top of the lighthouse had nothing to do with it and they were just as scared as he was. He tried to find and take out the attackers, but was stopped by another rocket. Thankfully, he got out of the way just in time. "I see the shooters," Kiera shouted. "They're on the cliff." She started to take off. "Kiera, no," Ash yelled. "If you get close enough to attack them, they'll shoot you too." "Aiden, is there any way you can hit them with flamethrower from here?" "Not at this distance, but that gives me an idea," Aiden answered. He quickly jumped on Kiera's back. "Can you get me within range?" Kiera nodded, and took off. When they were close enough to the attackers who were still firing upon the Dragonite, Aiden fired a massive flamethrower. Jessie, James, and Meowth screamed, dropping their weapons as they were hit by the flamethrower. Careful not to hit Aiden and Kiera, the Dragonite swung his tail, sending Team Rocket flying. "We're blasting off again," they screamed. Kiera and Aiden flew back to their trainer, and the giant Dragonite followed them. "Is everyone okay?" Ash asked worriedly, running up to them. "We're fine," Aiden reassured him, jumping off Kiera's back. "I don't think they even know what hit them." Kiera added. That was some quick thinking, Aiden. Aiden smiled back at her. Ash scooped up Aiden, hugging him, then shifted him to one arm and hugged Kiera as well. Great teamwork, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was awesome. Venom said. Ash turned to the giant Dragonite. Are you all right? He asked softly. He approached carefully, not wanting to scare the large Pokémon. He reached into his backpack to pull out a super potion, and the giant Dragonite started to go into a defensive stance, nervous that he was pulling out a weapon or Pokeball. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Ash reassured. I'm just taking out a super potion to heal any injuries from where those rockets hit you. He held the container of super potion out to the Dragonite. See? The Dragonite looked into Ash's eyes, checking to see that he was sincere. Realizing he was, the giant Pokémon relaxed. Is it okay if I heal you? Ash asked, not wanting to do anything without the Dragonite's permission. Dragonite studied him for a second more, then nodded. Ash took a flashlight out of his backpack and turned it on, then looked over the Dragonite, noticing some nasty bruises and cuts on the Pokémon's chest. He sprayed the super potion on them, warning Dragonite that it might sting for a second. Dragonite winced at the potion's sting, then sighed with relief as the pain went away and the wounds healed. Thanks. Dragonite said gratefully, very gently nuzzling Ash. You're welcome. Ash told him. He applied one more super potion just to be safe, and checked over the Dragonite as best as he could to make sure he had no more injuries. Bill approached the Dragonite. Dragonite, I am so sorry about what happened. When I sent you that signal, I did it because I really wanted to become your friend. I swear I did not know those things who attacked you were there. I am so sorry you got hurt, and I wish I could have stopped them before it happened. Dragonite looked into Bill's eyes, seeing nothing but sincerity. I believe you, he said softly, gently headbutting Bill. And it wasn't your fault, only that of the ones who attacked me. Bill smiled and petted the Dragonite, who gave a soft coo. Misty, Brock, and Ash came over and began playing with and petting the Dragonite as well. Dragonite turned to Kiera and Aiden. Thanks for saving me, he told them. No problem. Aiden said. My name's Aiden by the way. And I'm Kiera. Kiera put in. Ash's other Pokémon and Loki introduced themselves as well. Dragonite smiled. It's nice to meet you. I'm Mizuchi. He nodded towards the humans. What are their names? I'd ask them, but I doubt they could understand me. Actually, our trainer, Ash, the one with the black hair who healed you, can understand Pokémon. Judy told him. But he's keeping his ability a secret. His friends, the tall one with the brown hair, Brock, and the red-haired one, Misty, know, but he's trying to keep it secret from the rest of the world. The green-haired one who sent you the signal, his name is Bill. Ash's stomach rumbled loudly, interrupting the conversation. Sounds like it's time for dinner. Brock said with a smile. If it's okay to use your kitchen, Bill, I can whip us up some burgers, and of course some more poke chow. That's fine. Bill assured. Can I get extra bacon on my burger? Of course. Ash, Misty, what do you want on yours? They told him, and Brock went into the lighthouse to start dinner. Ash, Misty, and Bill offered to help, but Brock smiled and said he'd be fine and to keep the Dragonite company. Bill turned to Ash. Ash, have you ever considered looking into becoming a Pokémon doctor? Ash shook his head. I've never given it much thought, he admitted. Brock is interested in Pokémon breeding and I've learned a few things from him, though. Well, you definitely have a good touch with injured Pokémon. I'd recommend looking into careers in Pokémon care and breeding. I think you would do very well in that field. Really? Really? I know you're working to become a great trainer, but remember, you can be a trainer and a breeder at the same time. I can. Yes. The options are limitless, as long as you work hard and keep your mind open to new possibilities. Anyway, if you do find out you're interested, there are several books I'd recommend. Bill gave Ash several book titles, which Ash wrote down. Also, talk to Professor Oak. He knows even more on the subject than I do.
Thank you, sir.
Ash said.
Bill chuckled.
It's Bill, and you're welcome. The group talked for a few minutes until Brock came out carrying a plate of burgers and some big bowls of poke chow. They ate on the picnic blanket under the stars, and Brock was delighted to find that the giant dragonite loved his new recipe. After dinner, they talked and played with the giant dragonite for another half hour. Finally, Brock let out a huge yawn. I'm ready to hit the sack.
Me too.
Misty said.
May we stay in the lighthouse tonight, Bill?
He said yes, and Misty turned to Ash. Are you ready? She stopped in mid-sentence as she saw that Ash was fast asleep, cuddled against Kiera's side in what looked like a very uncomfortable sitting position. Trevor and Aiden were asleep in his lap. Judy and Venom were beside him, awake and watching Ash in amusement. Misty stifled a laugh.
Okay, that cannot be comfortable, she whispered.
It has to be or he'd move. Brock murmured, letting out a soft chuckle. Misty went over to Ash, taking Trevor and Aiden off his lap, and handing Aiden to Brock. The Charmander woke up, looked around, yawned, then fell back asleep against Brock's shoulder. Shifting Trevor to one arm, she shook Ash's shoulder.
What's goin' on? He mumbled sleepily.
Wake up, Ash. Misty said, smiling. It's time to go to bed. Okay, he mumbled, getting up and walking a few steps before what she had said registered in his half-asleep mind. He gave her a slight glare. Hey. She smirked. You'll thank me tomorrow when you don't wake up with the mother of all backaches. Now, come on. Let's go to the lighthouse and sleep in a real bed. Unable to come up with a good comeback, Ash nodded, recalling Kiera and Venom, and saying goodnight to Mizuchi before heading into the lighthouse, Judy next to him, and Trevor and Aiden still fast asleep in Misty and Brock's arms. After breakfast the next morning, the group said goodbye to Bill and the giant dragonite. They offered to pay Bill for the stay, but he refused, saying their help last night had been payment enough. As they walked towards Vermilion, following the directions Bill gave them, Judy turned to Ash, who was being quiet and staring off into the distance. A berry for your thoughts, she asked. Ash jumped, then looked down at Judy. Oh, I was just thinking. Well, duh. Trevor teased from his spot on Ash's shoulder. She already knows what you were doing. She asked you what you were thinking about. I was just thinking about what Professor Oak said last night. Ash told them. You mean about him telling you need to catch more than 6 Pokémon? Trevor asked. Yeah. Ash sighed. I don't know what to do. About what? Misty asked, having only heard half the conversation. About what Professor Oak said about catching more Pokémon. Ash explained. Do what feels right to you. Kiera said, flying closer. Think it over, and do what your heart and instincts tell you is best. Keep his advice in mind, but remember, in the end it's your choice. Trevor nodded. Kiera's right. And you still have time to think it over. You only have 5 of us right now. Just remember, we'll be with you no matter what. Judy said, taking Ash's hand. The others nodded. Ash smiled. Thank you. Like always, his Pokémon had given him good advice. He would keep Professor Oak's advice in mind, and Bill's, but in the end, he needed to do what was right for him and his Pokémon. Right now, he didn't quite know what that was, but he had the strange feeling that he would know when the time came.